Hello. Testing audio. Hello. Ma'am, is this on? Hello, everybody. Hello from the great state of Europe at 11:37 p.m. Why am I awake? Ooh, I forgot to turn on my candles. Now we got candles too. Oh, hello. Okay. I've got Discord. Bam. Let's move the chat over. Well, actually, no, sorry. I'm doing a Discord thingy, so I have to actually have this heal. Is this mouse workable? Yeah, it won't fall off my thing. Okay, sound is a bit low. Let me turn it up. Testing. This is a test. Is it still low? Wait, do I have the right mic on? It should be blowing at your friggin' eardrums. Bitch. Hold up. Hold on a second. Hold on a moment. Testing. What do you guys think? Is it a bit low still? Is the volume a low if I like loud and clear? Okay. And then when they come on, and so what I'm going to do is, okay, hold on. Closer. Okay, so here's the dealio. I'm going to do this panel with Wick and Erudite and everybody. We're doing it on medically assisted unaliving. I just didn't want to put that in the title and get freaking demonetized because YouTube doesn't like that subject matter. So we're going to do it on that subject. Am I fully in your screen? There's not a part of me that's cut off, right? Like I should be close up, but there's not like a black bar at the bottom of my screen, right? It shows on the replay that it's a little weird looking. Let's see here. Let's see. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to go live. I'm going to leave you guys in about 15 minutes to go set up with Wick, and then I'll come back. And basically, I'm going to have to do push to talk for his panel because that's how they do it for them. So I can talk to you guys, and I probably will, because my mic will be just on. Like I'll mute it if I blow my nose or something for everybody, but it's push to talk for his Discord. So even though people are talking, I might comment on occasion, which means it might be hard to hear them, but let me know if I'm talking too much. Sometimes I want to talk or say something to my audience. So let me know if that's an issue, but otherwise I'll be reading the chat so you guys can comment, tell me how their volumes are, tell me if there's anything that gets effed up during the stream. Um yeah. I'm definitely interested to see how this goes. We've been passing back and forth some like articles and stuff. I've been getting some in the DMs, and so I'm curious how everyone's going to tackle the subject matter because of course as you guys know, I've been advocating for medically uh assisted unaliving for like 12 years longer. So I'm a very big fan of freedom. And so I'm curious if the people coming to this panel will have like a different angle. I'm really not sure how we're doing it. So I'm definitely interested to see how it goes. I don't see a black bar on your screen. Looks good. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Discord. Okay, perfect. So what we're gonna do is I guess we can just chill for 10 minutes while we wait before I transfer myself over to Wix Discord. I put Wick and Erudite's links in my auto chat for Nightbot, so you guys should see their channels. You should check them out. I'm not sure about the other people on the panel. I don't know who they are. At least to my memory, I don't know the usernames, so it'll be interesting to meet new people. Growth in number of medically assisted unalives in Canada continues in 2021. In 2021, there were 10,064 MAID provisions reported in Canada, accounting for 3.3% of all the deaths in Canada. The number of cases of MAID in 2021 represents a growth of 32.4% over 2020. All provinces continue to experience a steady year-over-year growth. Interesting. I'm just reading up on some stuff. Interesting. Yeah, I'm curious, like, what everyone's stances are gonna be. It's definitely gonna be interesting to see what people end up. What they end up doing. Let's see. I don't know if we're debating from the perspective of like numbers or ethics. So it'll be interesting. Hi, Stephen the Oreo. I see you. Thank you for being here. Okay, so. Yeah, what will be interesting is like depending on the angle we take this from, it's just such a personal subject matter, living and dying, right? It's so personal. And ultimately there's little of it should have to do with other people to some extent, but we live in a society and society wants to tell you what to do with your body, and so it'll be interesting to see. Oh no. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious. Hmm. I'm so glad you guys are excited to listen to the stream while you work or do stuff. I appreciate that. I hope it is interesting. I get a little nervous. I'm trying to do panels more, trying to get into it. It's a little anxiety inducing, bro. But then I remember there are people who sit on panels and literally never say a word, and so I'm like, oh, bro, there's always that person who's literally on a panel or like in a collab, and they're just there as furniture. And frankly, that's a good that's a good way to be present without being responsible for anything you say. Maddox says true. I would say ethics probably would be a focus, though. Question if ethical to deny someone an out is also a big question. To be honest, have yet to ponder specifically, so will be interesting. This is, I mean, especially after that video I made about the mom with the disabled son, you know, and especially with like pro-choice pro-choice rights being kind of questioned right now and kind of under threat. It is a question of bodily autonomy and like how much control do we have over our lives. And so there's something to be said about the way we're gonna have the conversation that I think will be interesting. We'll see. Ooh, Tinkerbell, if you love these earrings, Mia made them from my Instagram. I follow her. She has an Etsy shop. She's amazing. She makes amazing, amazing, amazing earrings. I have like literally 20 something pairs of her earrings. I think they're so great. I would buy more, but now that I'm in Croatia, it's just kind of a pain to get things shipped here. Oh, interesting, because I literally had a discussion about an assisted unaliving the other day with my parents. It's legal in my country, and there was a documentary about it, and they had options. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah. That's what's interesting is living in a country where it is legal. And now, you know, my partner and I talk about this all the time. I've talked about this in relation to just like disabilities in general. But of course, as you're reading these articles, some of the mention, of course, goes to people with disabilities. Like, what if they feel targeted? What if people specifically start wanting to, quote unquote, give assistance to people who just don't have the resources to deal with their disability? There was a case, I don't remember where it came out of, about a girl who had been assaulted many, many times, and she couldn't deal with the results of it and asked for assistance, and they denied her. And so she just starved herself and didn't drink any water for 3 days and basically died. And so there's something to be said about when do we give people an out and when do we participate in their out and when do we give them dignity and when do we help them avoiding the outs. Like, I really hope the first thing I really want to clarify in this discussion is the difference from unaliving oneself out of desperation and unaliving oneself from a real meditative perspective, right? There's a difference in choosing to live and die how you want, and there's a difference between feeling suffocated and pressured and like there's no other choice and then making that decision. So I hope that's like one of the first things we clarify in the discussion, because I don't want anyone you know what I mean, who's in a really, really bad place to think that, you know, we should, I don't want an out for people necessarily who are just in a bad place. And at the same time, like, your body, your right. So, like, it will be interesting. Okay. Do, 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 do. Bless my soul. Her was on a roll. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. We're almost coming up on time. Do 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 do. Discord said only people who want to live should be allowed to kill themselves. Sorry, unalive themselves. YouTube, don't demonetize me. It's already it's already gonna get demonetized. I can tell. Only people who want to live should be allowed to unalive themselves. What does it mean to want to live? What does it even mean? Ah, heck yes. Has anyone seen the episode of Scrubs of the old woman who accepts her death and is very sad? Oh, it's so good. Scrubs, I've seen Scrubs through and through like many, many, many times. It's been years since I've rewatched it, but man, I love that show. I cried a lot, bro. I cried a lot. Yeah, it would be interesting to define too, like what does it mean to even want to live? That would be interesting. Ba-da-da-da-da, ba-ba-ba. Okay, in just a couple of minutes, I'll scoot over to Wix Discord so I can set up my screen. So I'm going to mute myself for a bit. I'll put a BRB screen up. Everyone wants to live, really? Maybe. What time is the panel? In about 10 minutes. We're going to start. So I'm going to hop over to Wix in a bit and go away for a bit. We're going to set it up and then we'll come back and we'll all start together. Hex says, would you say she's in that meditative state to choose to have had enough life? Yeah, like I think she is a character that was written that way. I think radically accepting that you're going to eventually die is so important. And then radically accepting when it's time, I think, is another part of it that's so important. I think people are just so afraid of it. They're so in denial of it. They never talk about it. They're never honest about it, that they're afraid for other people when it comes to this subject matter. And I just think there's a lot of assuming that goes on based off of people's fears. But yeah. Da-na-na-na-na. Okay, okay, okay. Do, 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 do. Like, there's this narrative from the Christian or Catholic or like religious bubble where it's like, there could be a miracle, there could be a miracle, there could be a miracle, there could be a miracle. Maybe the miracle you're looking for isn't written into this person's story. Maybe they weren't looking for a miracle to begin with. You know what I mean? I think this idea of like it would take a miracle. It's really hard to figure out what category a person falls into. You have to do a lot of soul searching, a lot of introspection to decide, are you a person who actually wants to unalive themselves, or are you a person who thinks they have to unalive themselves? Are you a person who is indifferent to living? Are you a person who's doing their best even though they don't like living? Are you a person who you have to really dig deep, and then in a lifetime you might change to all of those, some of those, two of those at the same time? So when we're having this conversation, it's very hard to know generally what a general pocket of the population is going through. So you really have to come down to the individual, which is a lot harder because each individual case means individual rules for each individual case, as it should be. But people have problems with that. Anyways, okay, I'll be BRB, kiddos. I'll be right
Indeed.
Beautiful. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, 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 one and all, to yet another episode of WIC TV, cross ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly
How's the
to the
volume, guys,
serious.
in
And,
comparison?
gang, we have a show for you tonight. We are going to be talking about medical assistance in death. Um, Government assisted suicide, basically. What is it? Is it ethical? Is it moral? Under what conditions? Is this something that is the only empathetic choice when someone is facing severe, crippling conditions? Or is it a dystopian nightmare that has the government basically getting rid of its citizens that it
Mm.
finds problematic? I guess we'll find out. I've gathered a team to talk
Yeah,
about this. I have very big opinions on this, but we will start
here we
by
go.
giving all these lovely individuals a chance to introduce themselves, tell us what they think, and we'll go from there. We're going to start with Brittany Simon. Go ahead.
Mm. Okay, hello. I love this subject matter. Do you want me to do I just go straight into the subject matter, right? You
Ooh,
don't care who
yeah,
I
go
am, right?
ahead.
I'm just
This
a
is
person.
this is you,
Okay.
yeah.
So I have been talking about this for a decade or so on my channel, in my work at least, because I'm a big proponent of advocating for the self, the individual. You have the right to live, you have the right to die how you want. It's pretty simple. And so for me, I would love a compassionate program with government assistance to help people leave this world if it seems to be a need for them, not a want, a need. I want to clarify for my audience and anyone listening that sometimes you might find yourself positioned to be desperate for a release. I want people who seek out this kind of medical care to be ready for this kind of release, not desperate. I think people who are desperate need care and compassion, and people who are just ready, there is another path for them, and this might be something like this, right? So I'm a big fan as long as it's done with the right kind of people, for the right kind of people.
I guess we'll figure it out what those kind of people are as we get into the discussion. Thank you for being here. I'm really looking forward to seeing what you have to say. Corey Campbell, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, well, first, thank you for having me, as always. Super grateful to be here. And well, I pretty much echo all the same sentiments that Brittany just went through in terms of just as you have, hopefully, you have the right to live, you have the right to die. And there are certainly, and I'm actually proud of pretty much the steps that Canada has taken in terms of implementing this, but there are clear shortcomings in how it's being done currently. But I have faith in my country to correct all the shortcomings. And if anything, I'm glad that more eyes and more scrutiny is pretty much being placed on the country and like the socioeconomic conditions, where it exposes a lot of flaws in the system that went unnoticed, that now we can no longer brush aside. And then hopefully once we adjust those shortcomings, like we actually have the system working as intended. And I'll leave it there for now.
Well, thank you for being here. Always appreciate your perspective on this, and we'll see where it goes. Next up, first time guest on my show, but long time listener, apparently. Lawson Harrison, go ahead. What do you think?
Yeah, my name is Lawson. I think I think I'm here to argue more on the moral side of things. My knowledge of how they implement this in Canada is based on like a 3 hour documentary I watched on YouTube earlier. I think the desire to continue to living is hardwired into our biology and every living organism, and that a deviation from this is and should remain the most significant sign of a mental defect or kind of what um, I'm sorry, what Brittany said. It's hard to tell when something is a need versus a want,
Mm.
especially something as slippery as this. So as long as we have a lot of scrutiny over that, then I am okay with it. So yeah.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and we'll see how it goes. I appreciate you coming by. Last but certainly not least, until the rest of my panel shows up, not so erudite. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's nothing worse to me than like watching human beings have like worse deaths than like the animals that we care about. And so that's like one of the major reasons why I'm going to be for some level. I think that some level of euthanasia is required. for like a liberal democracy. I can't imagine giving my grandma a worse death than my dog. That's just awful to me. The issue is that I want to ensure that there's been flags being raised right now about Canadians' form of MAID, and that like some of the policy might be too lackadaisical, or maybe more importantly, the implementation of the policy is too lackadaisical. And I think it's pretty simple that if people are killing themselves because they're too poor and too disabled to manage
Mm.
things, that's bad. That's not a MAID program that I stand for or that I support, and I doubt anyone here would. It's pretty simple. And if it's the case that that's what's going on in the Canadian MAID system, then yeah, I vehemently oppose the current Canadian, especially I guess the 2024 revisions possibly as well. But again, we have to make sure that we substantiate that that's what's happening.
And with
Mhm.
that, we'll get into it. I guess I'll start off right by giving my take on it and the reason why this is important to me. I think probably of everyone here, I have the strongest stance against government assisted suicide. I think that it uh, incentivizes some really, really bad behaviors. And while, yes, in cases of imminent terminal illness, I understand that there should be allowances made. I think that I draw the line very strictly on that for a lot of reasons. So even if you were in chronic, constant pain, or even if you were just severely, untreatably depressed, or any of these things, I think that being alive, right? And being able to endure is something we should encourage. I can't stop anyone from killing themselves, but I can, right, advocate that the government does not help you in this path. There are better ways than going down this path. But I just wanted to kind of not only talk about maids today and the Canada system, but also the system as a whole, like conceptually the idea of euthanasia even, right? And why we think so. Erudite, you mentioned, for example, that you can't imagine giving your grandma a worse death than your dog. Um,
Hmm.
can you elaborate on that a little bit for us, please?
Sure. So I grew up working on farms. I'm an old farm girl, which means I've seen lots of death, specifically animal death. And then I don't have grandparents. I was never close, but I watched my husband's grandma pass away this February.
Mm.
And the most startling thing, so she wasn't offered maid or anything. It was kind of one of these like tragic circumstances of a stroke and then like not really sure how to offer care. Then she went downhill and she basically opted to refuse a feeding tube until she like died of starvation and dehydration. And it was
Mm.
awful. She was blasted on morphine to manage the painfulness of the death experience. She had death battles for hours on end. It was super stressful for the family. And the whole time I'm watching this, I'm like, I've literally like personally put down lambs who have had a better death than this. Like,
Mm.
when like we get like premature lambs born or something like that, we have like a big stock of just depressant basically to put them under if like their lungs are malformed or anything like that. And we'll just hold them and inject them and make them really calm until they pass away. And it was really sad to see that like I was giving like farm lambs a better death than Nick's grandmother had. That to me, I was just like, this is fucked. Like this is not okay. So that's what kind of inspired that.
Wick, can I clarify your position? So,
Sure.
um, are you more? Is it more permissible
It
for
sound
you
okay,
of,
guys?
let's say, using California's model, or at least what some United States states have in terms of the oral protocol? As in, like a doctor can prescribe you, let's say, medication, and then it's pretty much it's on the patient's responsibility. If like if they want to end their life, they have to take that medication. Uh, and like I believe California specifically has that type of protocol. Is that more permissible to you?
Again, I do not believe that the government should be giving people these kind of tools to end their life, specifically designed to end their life. I think that this creates this weird incentive, especially when the government does it, right? Especially when the government does it. Now, like I said, if someone wants to take matters into their own hands, I understand, but giving this tool into the hands of the government just encourages the government to because it's expensive to treat people. Palliative care is expensive,
Yeah, but let
right?
me just to clarify, like so obviously I'm not an expert on the ins and outs of the American healthcare system, but from what I understand, there's a private aspect, and so it's like in California you might be able to get it through private healthcare. Of just like so, is that permissible too? Like the oral protocol, through a private like health system.
Morally, no. I have less problems with it, but I still have problems with it. But I
Okay,
wanted to give
yeah. So
before we
yeah.
engage too much in this, Millie has arrived, and I want to hear her stance on this before we get too much into the weeds. I'm not dodging you. I'm just trying to include Millie.
I understand.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Wick. Hey, I'm Miss Millie. I have come in against essentially MATES, PAS, or PAD, and for stateside, physical assisted suicide or physical aid in death. I think it is morally and ethically unjustified to allow this in cases where people do not have extreme terminal illness. Um, so essentially, like, the pull the plug method or something like that, where somebody is only being able to live based off of medicine or machinery, advanced machinery. So essentially, like, they're already at death's door. So in cases outside of that, I do not think it is moral or ethical to do, or even to ask our physicians or doctors to partake in that.
Can I just clarify your position? Just because we'll have to get into the nitty gritty. When you say like terminal illness, because that can be kind of dicey. Like in Canada, we had the stanza that was removed in 2021, but that said foreseeable death, right? So it wasn't just specifically terminal illness, but it was essentially like it was predicted that based on the course of your disease, you were inevitably going to die, and it was going.
Is
Is
that
all
better,
of that
Grayson?
considered terminal
Yeah.
illness for you?
Thank you.
So even
Yeah,
if your
so-
death is 5 years away, you would still consider that person applicable for MAID.
No, I'm
Okay.
speaking on cases where they are waiting in a bed, and their body is like extreme
Okay,
deterioration.
so like palliative terminal illness.
Yes.
That's what I want, because terminal
Extreme- yeah.
illness can mean 10
Yes.
years from now you're gonna die, right?
No, not in those cases. I'm
Okay.
speaking solely on, like, you are essentially like a few steps away from death's door, and that's why I clarified, like, you have medication or and advanced machinery that is solely keeping you alive, and cannot survive without it. So in those cases, I think it is applicable, but outside of that, I do not.
Do you think then it would be immoral? So say somebody finds out that they're gonna have 5 years left to live. Say it's like a early Alzheimer's. So early Alzheimer's, a lot of people misunderstand it. It's
Mhm.
it starts early, but the most important thing is it's really fast and aggressive, right? So people get it at 40 and can be dead by like 43. So say somebody gets diagnosed with early Alzheimer's, but they're solely coherent right now. Would you be opposed to that person choosing to kill themselves by suicide to prevent the next 3 years of like very aggressive deterioration?
Hmm.
So not medically assisted, just offing themselves privately.
Yeah, in those cases, I don't think so. I would have to disagree. I mean, in instances like these, it's difficult to determine, right? But I still would not allow, if you are still physically capable and mentally capable of living a fulfilling life. I don't think a doctor should have any partake in that, right? Because doctors, when they go in and essentially, like, their Hippocratic oath is not to kill, and I think asking doctors to partake in this, um, I
The
see
Hippocratic
some
oath
contention.
isn't. He's saying no because the Hippocratic oath isn't not to kill. It's Juno.
It's not that.
But yeah.
Okay. Well,
So just to clarify though,
especially
because
when
I removed
doctors,
the
right?
doctor.
When doctors, okay.
Oh, so just
But
removing
even
the doctor for now, because I just want to build up.
okay,
I just want to make sure. I think you're
sure,
the only
sure,
like
go for
major
it.
opposition, so I just want to
Sure,
make sure that I've fleshed out your position before we like fight with you on it. Obviously.
absolutely,
Um,
absolutely.
so I said so exclude the doctors. So this is just a person diagnosed at 40 with early onset dementia. She's not
Mhm.
going to doctors. She's just going to go and kill herself. Do you think that her making that decision is immoral and her acting on it?
Yes, if she's
No
fully
doctors involved.
coherent. Yeah,
Okay,
if she's fully coherent and physically, yes, I think it is
Okay.
immoral.
Okay, so your issue with the morality has very little to do with doctors and more to do with the action itself.
But the action as well as involving doctors.
Sure, that might be a step up, but even if you
Yes,
exclude doctors, you still think it's immoral. Okay.
yes.
Could you maybe outline for me what specifically is immoral about an individual choosing to terminate their life when they know in the next 3 years they're set up for like an excruciating end?
Yeah. So in cases like these, and they have happened many of times before, when a doctor tells you that you are going to die in, like, in the next couple months or year or so, and it turns out you don't, and things end up not planning out how the doctor told you. And in these cases, like, you will not know unless you go through that, and allowing suicide to take place in these actions is just saying, you know what, like, uh we're gonna just give you an easy out, and not even attempt to see if you can still continue to live a fulfilling and healthy life. You're not even willing to take that risk. And it's, we're what was it? I'm gonna just give me a minute because I literally like just walked in the door.
No,
Take
no
your
worries.
time. Take your
So
time.
yeah, it was a great day. Yeah. Um, I, saying that the solution to people's struggles, the solution to your struggles is just death, I think is an extreme. There are other things that you can do outside of that to manage those pains and those struggles that you're going through.
If I may, um,
Hmm.
I have questions for the other side here. Those who are pro maze. I know, Brittany, you said that you think people have the right to die, right? The right to choose their own death. Um, and you specified that you don't think they should be ready for it, right? They shouldn't need it. They shouldn't desire it. They should need it, sort of deal.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah.
kind of explain to me like where your line is here? So
Mm,
again, in
I'm
Erudite's
about to shock
situation,
them
right?
all.
Erudite's hypothetical she put up, someone's diagnosed with early onset or Alzheimer's. It's going to be rapid. It's going to be aggressive. They're coherent now, but they know in a year from now they're probably not going to be. Would you consider that a need?
Yeah, so I'm gonna give a really, I'm probably gonna have the most extreme stance here, maybe. I think anyone at any stage of any part of their existence has the right to end it. And they have the right to end it whether they're terminally ill or not. I don't need someone to be terminally ill to know that they're ready for chosen death. I think a lot of the time in life, people are suicidal, meaning they're like facing a struggle. I like to specify the difference here. I feel like sometimes, as a person who's attempted, as a person who dealt with it since she was 9 till about 30, I wasn't someone who wanted to die. I was someone who was indifferent to living and was living a painful life. And I didn't need a way out. I needed a way to exist without wanting to die. And so for my journey, I avoided death and suicide specifically because I found a way to want to exist. And I found a way to want to exist knowing that I had the right to not only die when it was the right time, but I found like a more philosophy reason for existing, right? A more understanding of my existence. I think we're just like animals evolved on a planet. So I think this construct we have as a society is a construct. So the construct has to reflect the society. And I think as society heals, the construct can include things like assisted chosen death without it being malpractice or ill used. But I just think we're like on the baby steps of that. So from my stance, I think anyone has the right to die, just like anyone has the right to live. But
What
how
if,
and
well,
yeah,
let me interrogate this a little on my end, right? So what if you had children? Do you still think you would have had the right to die? Like
that
you
is
have
a
people
great
who are
question.
relying on you for their
Right.
support.
Nah, I really think that the responsibility once you have children does go to them. So I'm a little stricter on that front. I think if you force a child into existence to exist, you must then support that child through their existence until they're at like a reasonable age. And then I think you become sort of like a person again, right? And you have agency on your life because parents are people and parents deserve to have lives as much as their children. They grow too. But yeah, well, the children are children. Obviously, I think you should postpone your desire for chosen death as long as possible or suicide for the sake of your children.
Uh, I don't understand, and maybe I don't get it, why that goes away when they're suddenly self-sustaining. I think that while they may be able to feed, clothe, and take care of themselves, um, at least the bonds we form with people. So one of
Hmm.
the reasons I
You never
think that,
stop being a parent.
yeah, one of
For
the
sure. I
reasons,
agree.
yeah, one of the reasons I think that like suicide in general is immoral, just across the board, except for in terminal illness, 6 months to live type of deal, is simply because you have people like suicide doesn't happen in a vacuum. Like we think this is our choice because it only affects us, and ultimately it does not. Suicides in almost every single case will leave lasting scars on everyone around you, even the people that aren't very close to you. I have experienced this personally in my life. I've also seen others go through it as well, where they had loved ones that killed themselves and removed themselves, and seeing the just terrible ramifications that have had on you. So I guess what I would ask,
Do you
like,
think that's in
is
part though because of the way society engages with death? Like I feel like
what do
our
you mean?
society has well, I think our society is like probably one of the most immature ways of engaging with death. Most young people just don't think about it. I know tons of people who are literally, utterly terrified of death. Basically, nobody wants to talk about it. And it seems like our society is constantly obsessed with like minimizing and mitigating people's confrontation with death. Um, I mean, the lack of open caskets is a good example. And again, like as somebody who grew up on the farm,
Mm.
death does suck, and it can be really stressful. But there's also this piece that you like come to accept of like death is part of life, right? It's just like this necessary part of life, and there can be like beauty wrought from it. And I agree, like the way that suicides are occurring almost always are a tragedy, but that's
Mm.
in part because of the it's not because of the death in and of itself. It's because of all of the factors that led up to that death, right? It's a tragedy because a suicidal person is like, usually there's a high sense of burdenness where they think that if they die, that they will be alleviating everyone around them. There's high levels of hopelessness and loneliness. There's deep levels of despair. And like when we look at these types of like suicidal deaths, we go, this could have been changed with like a little bit of love, which is oftentimes really true. And so in that case, yeah, that death is a tragedy because it's preventable by just like kind words and a bit of community. But like somebody dying before their terminal illness ravages their body isn't necessarily the same thing. And so, like, I'm willing to have the contention about like mental illness and should that be sign upable for MAID. I'm not sure where I fall on that one. But when it comes to terminal illness, I just don't know how to square that we don't offer people a choice in how they transition from life to death because it is like a necessary fundamental transition in life.
Well, I think that this idea that death is this necessary part of life. I mean, yes, it happens, it's inevitable, but I think death is really the enemy at the end of the day. We have these kind of Stockholm syndrome around it because we can't stop it. But at the end of the day, for me, the more we can put off death and the less death that we can have in this world, it's almost across the board the better. Yes, there are exceptions. I admit, if you have 6 months to live, if there's absolutely nothing anyone can do, fair enough. But anything outside of that, and I 6 months is a little bit arbitrary here. I can be swayed a little bit on either way here, but there has to be an imminent kind of there is nothing we can do. There's very little hope of anything being done in the time you have allotted. So yes, again, we allow that in that case. But outside of that, there's like the right to die. I do not think that people have the right to die. They have responsibilities, and we shirk those responsibilities. It's like the ultimate selfish act to kill yourself, in my opinion.
Uh,
I think
I
it's the
feel like it's
ultimate
Can
pretty
I?
selfish though
selfish
to
act.
keep people alive.
Yeah,
Like to
can I address
force
that
people.
point?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because if you so there are actual like qualitative studies, trying to get actual patient testimonies, largely out of Belgium, trying to pretty much get patients that are going through MAID to share their experiences. And it's not just you can see based off what they say that they actually do. There are some patients that have very conflicting feelings of like one of the only things that is, let's say, keeping them going is their connection to families, and they take into account into calculation of like, yeah, this is going to hurt my family, and there's this very serious inner conflict that's occurring, and so to think that this doesn't go through the mind of a patient that is trying to apply for MAID, even for psychiatric illnesses, I think that kind of like dismisses it. And then I'd also put it on the table for those who are opposed, let's say Wick and Miss Millie. So what do you do with, let's say, the ALS patient, the Lou Gehrig's patient, that pretty much they're just going to slowly deteriorate, and at some point trapped in their own body. This is like one of the rare reasons, one of the clear shortcomings of the oral protocol. They will be in a position that they cannot take the medication. Let's say if you're in California, this is like pretty much the test case of like, well, yeah, in California you can get a doctor prescribe and you can take the medication and it'll kill you. But if you have ALS, you at some point you kind of like are incapable of taking those measures. So what do you do with this patient?
You want me to take that one, Millie, or you want?
Yeah, sorry. So in cases, I stated this like in my opening statement, like in cases where it is, you're going to be incapable of living a full, fulfilling life, natural life. In those cases where it's rapidly going to deteriorate you, like I said, extreme terminal cases.
It's not
I
necessarily
don't see.
terminal. That's the tricky. Like, think of Stephen Hawking. Now that's not every case of Lou Gehrig's
Okay.
disease,
Right.
but that is sort of I think a nice example of like this
You'll have
person.
They
you'll
live for
have
decades.
a
They live for decades before.
indeed, you'll have a very
So they can
reduced
still,
standard of living, but you'd still be able to
but
live,
you
which
can,
is the
yeah,
important part, right?
absolutely. Yes.
Isn't
Well,
So in
for
that
you,
case,
Yeah.
not necessarily for you, but not every single ALS patient. That's the problem.
Do you think that so where do you draw this line? So the ALS patient who has a very reduced standard of living, you say that it's morally okay for them to end their lives. What about blind people? They have a reduced standard
Mhm.
of living, right?
sure?
Yeah,
Why
Should they
not?
just off themselves
I would
I'm
not
opposed to that.
advocate for that. But if
if they
it's
want to?
if that's part of the
So
calculation,
anybody
as in
with a disability, they have the option. They should just be able to off themselves. And
hypothetically, yeah, assuming that that is the actual variable at play of like if someone as a result of vision loss no longer wants to continue living their life and it's directly a result of that, I see no problem with giving them that option.
so you're willing
Just to be
to
clear,
any
I'm
mon-
opposed to what Corey's saying there. I would say
I
I
understand.
agree with that. Yeah,
So
just so that we know.
you just want to eliminate any human suffering, right?
Uh,
You just want to take out any chances of human suffering,
n-
unless you're
no,
you're
He
absolutely
wants to
not.
give maximal individual like autonomy, basically. That's what he's saying. He's like maximally being liberal right now. He's saying I want people to be autonomous, to make their own choices. They get to live and they get to die, and that's like all part of them. He's making like a liberal argument for it. Sorry, Corey, I don't mean to like.
No, that's fine. I'll take the liberal label when appropriate.
Damn.
It's you understand how this can lead to very horrific kind of, especially when you involve the
Mm.
government in this. This can lead to some very horrific kind of outcomes.
not
Well,
even just
so
involving,
Mm.
not even
Go-
just involving government, right? Even in like private physician or care, whatever it may be. I think this is going to implement some untrustworthiness when it does come to medicine. Because if you go to a physician and you say I'm suicidal, and they say, well, you know what? Here's the option: you can just kill yourself, right? And what if this becomes something that is a profit for them? Like there's the big scream of like big pharma, right? But what if then it becomes better financially to say,
Mm.
hey, well, you know what? You can just take the easy way out. Just go ahead and kill yourself. Like, what if they do that?
well,
Right?
if you
Tried
think
everything. You've tried everything. Let's
sure.
just, you know what? Let's just kill
I
you.
can grapple with that. If you think I'm advocating for a healthcare system where if you stub your toe and then the first treatment offer that they give you is made, that's not the system that I'm advocating for.
I'm even someone. So I'm talking. Let's say someone that comes in right because I think I missed quite the introductions and everybody's like clear understanding. So I'm trying to get a gauge for where it is that you stand, right? So if someone comes in and they have struggled with severe depression, they say I just can't put up with it anymore. It's just too difficult. I just can't continue living on life. Would you be okay in saying, yeah, you've tried every other option, you just can't do it anymore? Here's another option. Take your life.
Yeah, hypothetically, because there are very patient testimonies, again coming out of Belgium, that speak to that of people that have been going through to therapy for years, tried multiple different modalities, and that like pretty much there's nothing that keeping them going, or they're just like barely clinging to life, and like they make that choice for themselves.
I
See,
think the
this
issue
I would
too
be a
is
hard
like
no on that hypothetical, just for the record.
okay,
if
I wanna hear from Brittany, then I wanna hear from Lawson. Go ahead.
when I think of the systems we have in place now, they're not great. People are suffering now. So if this could be an option to help less people suffer, let's do it. But people will always suffer. Life itself is suffering. And then you learn to have joy with that suffering. But not everybody's release from that suffering is the same. And the more options we have, I think the more joy can occur. But I think sometimes we're just uncomfortable with how people seek joy. Not fulfilling, like again, we don't want people who are desperate, who have other options, killing themselves. But I think people are dishonest with how we treat suicidal patients. I've been one of them in therapy. They just wanted to give me drugs, didn't help, never took them. I got the right therapist who diagnosed me with the correct thing and helped me not have to do that. But again, I had to go from one therapist to another until I found the right one who saw me as a real person, like a consciousness, right? So we have a system right now in place that objectifies patients. Adding another option for our patients is not the issue. Having unethical practitioners is. So the issue has nothing to do with giving patients options.
I think
Awesome.
the main like pushback that I would basically give is like in the Canadian MAID system, it's possible that when you were applying, like when you were suicidal, you wouldn't have, you might have been offered an alternative, particularly under the mental health clause for MAID, and therefore you would have never met your therapist because you would have been offered this euthanasia option. And therefore, like when it comes, so like I'm all for like the terminal illness and like chronic long-term suffering stuff. Like I'm all for that. I have no problem with that. The stuff that I get stuck on is like, I don't know if I can buy into the mental health stuff specifically because I know how badly we address mental health. And I don't love the idea of basically saying, well, it's too expensive and too hard to treat you. So it's probably just better if we kill you. And I just don't think that that's a precedent policy wise that I want to see in my country because I don't really trust, like, I don't really trust a bureaucratic system to handle that super well.
Mm.
Um,
I mean, I don't
based
trust them
on like
now
the
to
numbers
handle
that
it, right?
I do want to, in the states, I don't know specifically maids or whatnot, but in states, there are 9 states currently that by law allow PAS. And to clarify, those 9 states, a majority of those states do not require a mental health professional to evaluate you throughout that process.
I don't think anybody answered, or at least those on the opposing, I don't think they answered my ALS test case, as far as I
Oh,
know.
no, I
Maybe
wouldn't
I
allow
missed
them
it.
to kill themselves. I think it would be immoral if
I
they
would be
did.
fine with that.
Yeah.
I would be fine with that because
I
I'm
would
all for
probably
the
be okay
terminal
with
illness
that
stuff.
too.
Sorry, I didn't hear that, Lawson.
I would probably be okay with that too. I don't think we have. I'm not expecting us to like stay in the confines of the Canadian system, but I read that how they kind of go about measuring it. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. Was an advanced state of irreversible decline. Now, we don't have a cure for ALS, right? And I haven't looked at the research on it. I don't know if there's one in the foreseeable future. But like things with mental health, I don't think you could ever call depression that it's in a state of irreversible decline as much as you could ALS.
You could with some forms. So, like MDD, there are forms of severe MDD that basically we know seem to be quite biological in nature, highly heritable. They're only really semi affected by like antidepressants. And there are individuals where, like, basically shock therapy is our last resort for them to try to like kind
Right.
of restart the brain. And if that doesn't work, we have nothing to offer them. And I do have family members that do have this sort of MDD that have gone through every treatment and they're basically like permanently in like a mental health ward because they're almost catatonic from their MDD. So we do have certain select mental health cases. The problem is that like that's a pretty niche diagnosis that I would be fine like potentially writing into law expressly that I don't know if I'd be okay like writing just like immense suffering from mental illness stuff. Like
Yeah.
MDD severe is a very specific thing. So that's me though.
I
That's my
do want to say, even with the position that I hold, there is a dilemma as well on trying to write these into laws, or even clauses within how doctors proceed forward. Is where do we determine the line is, and how do we go about determining that? So say you do have let's say cancer or ALS or whatnot. At what stage do we determine that hey, it's okay? And how do we and how do we protect those patients? How do we go about determining when it is okay to say, yeah, you know what, now you can do it? That there's so many illnesses, there's so many physical and mental ones. How do we go about determining that to make sure that the patient is protected? And personally, I don't think there is a way to do that. I don't think it's possible to go through everything and determine ethically and morally at what stopping point there is.
And by the way, I kind of worry for the doctors and family members as well who seek on behalf of the people in their lives like this form of release, right? Because I know from my partner and I, we talk about this all the time. We talk about this with family members. Like there are certain illnesses I've dealt with. I've helped people die before medically, like with hospice and stuff. And I've helped people die and they're dying. You know, it's very painful to watch people die. And it's interesting. And I've watched Lou Gehrig's. My friend died from Lou Gehrig's. It was awful. Hers hit very quickly and she was gone. It was very hard to watch. And so I do worry for family members who are seeking relief for their people, for the doctors. I'm worried that people are going to see them as just like murderers instead of people who are really seeking a release for these people that they love.
There is like this kind of tendency to paint people in the worst possible light that are on the other side. So I'm trying not to do that, right? But there does come a point where you have to say, because it's hard to watch, are these family members actually looking out for what is in the best interest, or are they just, I can't take this anymore, I can't watch this anymore, I just want it to end? And there is people like who, again, I've talked to personally, who have felt a lot of guilt because the death of their loved one that they've struggled to keep alive, struggled to help, comes as kind of a relief. Kind of like, oh, good, I don't have to deal with this anymore. And this causes a lot of guilt, causes a lot of stress, causes a lot of pain. Death is a problem, right? And it's not something that we can unfortunately solve at this moment, but we can't. And what I fear about maids and government assisted death and all these kind of things is it makes it too clean. Death should be messy. It should be painful. We should look at it and it should be a horror to us. To make it so clean, to make it so kind of anodyne, this papering over, this pleasantly kind of
Have you done
folding over
existential
thing.
therapy?
This
Because it feels a little bit like you maybe have some stuff to wrestle through with death. Like the idea that death should just be a horror is like the most like North
it is
American
a
modern. It's
horror.
not. No,
Are you
it's not.
you're,
It's
you're advocating
absolutely
for
not.
like every person just go through the Passion of the Christ
Like
and be
some
crucified?
deaths are a horror, right? Some of them are, but it's almost always the context and circumstances around the death that's making it. For example, if Nick's grandma had just been allowed to basically go home and die in her house surrounded by loved ones at like a timed euthanasia, where she could have died 5 days before she slowly starved herself to death, that would have been so much better. Her death was kind of a horror, but because it was fucking tragic, because she couldn't go in a good way, right? There are lots and lots of ways. So I agree, some deaths are a horror, but the idea that death by itself is a
Even if it's
horror.
well, let me talk about this with you because I 100% disagree. So even if, like, say tomorrow, right? You snapped your fingers, or someone snapped their fingers, and think of a loved one. Let's use Nick as an example. He disappeared. He's dead now, gone. No pain. He didn't feel any pain. Wasn't He didn't even know what was happening, right? Clean, easy. That would still be horrific to me,
Yeah, but that's again
right?
because of the context. First of all, it would be a surprise. Surprise deaths are often extremely distressing, whereas euthanasia is never a surprise death. It's pre-planned, it's organized, everyone's notified, you get grieving time, right? So, like, if Nick had ALS and he was going to die in the next 10 years and he opted for euthanasia and set a date, it would still be sad when he dies, of course. Like, I'm not saying death doesn't mean no grief, right? When my childhood dog died, it was extremely sad. And also, it like he needed to die, and I'm glad that he was able to like die in the way that he did before he had this massive like cancerous cyst that was potentially going to rupture and he was going to bleed out internally. So it's like I'm glad he went in a peaceful way at home with us than like him having an internal hemorrhage and bleeding to death, and like me watching him like his belly swelling as he's like internally bleeding out, right? That would have been way worse. I'm so glad, because as somebody who's watched lambs die with Butte versus lambs die without Butte, I've held little baby lambs as they like struggle to die, and I didn't have anything to put them down easily with, and it was awful. It was fucking horrific. However, afterwards, I got Butte, and so that when these premature baby lambs were dying, we could put them down before they started having like really hard time breathing, and it was so much better. It doesn't mean that's not sad, but that doesn't mean that all death has to be horrific. I think that's a really bad orientation to death in North America.
I think again, I think that we have this collective Stockholm syndrome of well, we can't stop it, so we have to be okay with it, and so it's like a coping mechanism that we use. Like, well, no, it's actually better this way. No, what would be better is if we could treat these conditions, right? I agree with you
Just
that
never
someone
die.
dying in terrible pain is a bad thing, right? It's a bad
Y-
thing that
But you
the
just said it should
pain,
be the
all this.
maximal suffering, practically. And it should
What are you
be,
talking about? It should be maximal suffering.
you said it
What
should be
do you mean?
horrific. If I could be
Crucifixion.
I
Okay,
could be
what I'm
misquoting you.
saying,
But I think
what I'm saying is that death in and of itself as a concept, the cessation of existence is a
I'm not
horror.
afraid to die. I'm not afraid to die, and I
Fair
think that
enough.
that
You
is a
don't have
place
to be
people should
afraid
get
of it
to.
to
But
be.
I think when you're not afraid to die because you've made peace with the fact that you will, which is a practice most people do have to go through in, like, if you're going like suicidal ideations, you have to have a relationship with your death and your life you realize like death is a part of life. You don't have to cope with its reality. You can have a peaceful, maybe I'm too spiritual, very connective, beautiful way you go out. You can be surrounded by family and friends. You can love, like, so many people have died in my family and they were lucky to be surrounded by people they loved. It was such a beautiful death. I mean, really spiritual. So maybe it's too religious for this conversation, but there is a way to have a beautiful relationship with people passing into the next life or into whatever you believe in, right? So I think like we should go for a more peaceful relationship with death so we can do medicine in a more compassionate way to suffer with, right?
Any other thoughts on this? The
I-
horrors of death or
I
anything
do
like that?
agree with
Go
what
ahead.
Brittany said. I don't know if this like government program is the path to that necessarily.
Fair.
Well, so like again, I'll put on the table like so then you're okay with, let's say, a private healthcare delivering it? Like I don't understand this government aspect.
No. Sorry. No, just any institution. I think this is a
Okay,
social
well, yeah.
change.
So
that needs to
then maybe we should stop talking about the government then, because I don't think the government is the issue then.
Well,
The
I think
government
maybe I'll
absolutely-
steel man. I'll steel man the government position. Most people are concerned about the government specifically because it intrinsically brings in this politicized nature to the conversation, right? This is where something I think actually Canada has done well in
Drink your
abortion,
water,
is that
guys.
it's like not a very politicized topic here. It's exclusively a medical conversation between the healthcare providers and their college. And as a result, I actually think that we have a really, really good abortion policy, which results in anyone can get an abortion and there's almost never any late term abortions, and abortions handled quite well in Canada. And so when people are saying, I don't know if that's what they're saying, but that would be the political argument of like, well, we don't want our government touching it because we don't want it to be, I don't want to like see Trump up on stage screaming about euthanasia. It's just like, yeah, that could be their argument. I'm not sure.
So
I wasn't gonna bring up the
Go ahead.
tax dollars thing either, because that's not. A lot of times I would be on the other side where like I don't want my tax dollars going to something I disagree with. But this is one case where I'm not willing to take that stance. I had an argument about this with a certain libertarian streamer friend of mine that most of you know, but it when it involves
Interesting
death,
question,
it's just
Sophia.
it's such a different
Interesting
thing. And
question.
I did have one other thing I wanted to ask. My concern is the expansion into the mental illness and erudite. I'd be curious what you'd say about this, especially is if you look at the success rates of addiction, they suck really bad. And I'm wondering, or if Canada would consider like the fact that someone has I think it's a 11% rate of success with addiction. Well, I mean, that potentially means that 89% of the other people are going to qualify, and that's a lot of people. And
Yeah, the addiction one's complicated. Depends on what you mean by success. So the 11% means 11% go to treatment and never relapse ever again. Success for me doesn't include relapse. I expect addicts to relapse. Success to me is that they like maintain a longer life and their life quality improves.
Yeah.
And we see relapses slowing down. So if you want to talk about that success rate for treatment for like you'll have a couple of relapses, but over time you will like essentially terminate the addiction. It's about 60%. So it's actually a lot higher than people realize because the stats that we see is for any
Right.
relapse.
Is that
Yeah,
Canada
so-
specifically?
No, I think that's actually an American stat. I'd have to.
Okay, I'll look. I used to be a lot more familiar with these a few years ago. I did some work in addictions counseling a while ago, but
Yeah. So, like, in the cases of addiction, it's complicated as well because I have a very different view of addiction. Because I view there's like a difference between like a stress formed addiction versus like a chronic relapsing addict, where like no matter what you do in treating the mental health, the addiction permeates. Where in this case, typically when you treat the stress and mental health, the addiction alleviates as well. I think those are two different populations. So again, I'm assuming you're talking about this chronic relapse prone group that seems to have like almost a compulsive need to use.
yeah,
That's who
maybe. I
most-
mean, there's not a consensus, I don't think, on like what addiction is. It's very not quite understood yet. But.
Yeah, it's super contended. So this is like my position. I don't know if I'd be for assisted suicide for addiction. Just because there does seem to be a lot of treatments coming down the pipeline, like DMT specifically, that are really hopeful. Any mental health condition other than like
Let's go
really specific
DMT.
ones, I'm really reticent to approve for MAID because
Same.
I just don't think we even have a good enough grounding of what mental health even is to be saying, yeah, you're just not treatable anymore. I'm just not for that. And the greatest concern for me with MAID is signing off on people's suicidality when 2 years from now, if we hadn't, they would have been grateful for it and they're living a
Yep.
fulfilled life. That's like the worst case
There-
scenario. In the case of terminal illness like ALS, that's not what I'm worried about because we're almost guaranteed, barring Jesus giving them a miracle, basically, of this like life progression. And that's why with mental health, I'm very reticent for MAID.
I mean,
Well,
there
do
can
we
be
have
beauty that
this-
can come. There can be beauty that can come from struggling, right? The I think Brittany, you stated that you dealt with those. I personally dealt with ideations myself.
Mm.
I sought help, and though yeah, we talked about being a parent and whatnot. There's some responsibility, but even still being a person, those were things that I had struggled with personally. And coming through that suffering, I get to have the beauty of knowing that I persevered. I struggled with it, and I overcame that, as well as being able to be here for my family and for myself, and allowing myself those better moments outside of being stuck in that hole, essentially. And in cases of where people are struggling with mental illness, not something, we're removing the where you're already at death's door. If we're just talking about mental illness, or someone just coming in and saying, you know what, I just can't deal with my life anymore, it's just a little too hard. In those cases, no, I think persevering and pushing through that, you can find things that you wish that you would have, had you gone through the step of taking your life, you never would have known those wonderful experiences that came out of it. So
Yeah.
like
I do want
That's
to
a
say just
retrospective, though.
go,
okay.
go ahead.
If I
Brittany.
can like clarify too, I want to say like I don't think the system we have in place is really ready to handle the reality of the layers of mental health, including even patients like myself. Like I think I did a lot of the work myself there. And I think that's why you always need like philosophy mixed in with therapy. You need physical health mixed in with therapy. You need everything mixed in with therapy for things to work for people. But I will say that I think if we could just start with terminally ill people getting away to have relief through their suffering, we eventually can follow through with maybe talking about mental illness. But I do think that if we, like Kyla said, there are going to be circumstances in which mental health can apply. I think if we actually worked as a society to value people as a consciousness, like a real individual person, and then we helped them as individual people instead of generalizing everyone's experience, less people would want to die. But we
So,
don't do that because we're
why
worried
not
about systems.
why not advocate for that and push for that, instead of just telling people to kill themselves, or that there's an option just to kill yourself, right? Because I mean, there's no difference in saying for a doctor prescribing you a lethal dose or giving you a loaded gun. At that point, it's just aesthetics and the instrument, right? And
Yeah.
you could find that on your own without having to involve a physician. So instead, why not, instead of pushing for MAIDs, why not push for better mental health care?
Mm. Yeah, I think the issue I'm having is that people are already dying as it is. One more person dying is not the issue. It's what we're doing to prevent everyone else from dying. So like people aren't always going to be caught on time, right? The miracle of getting caught on
Sure.
time before you commit is one thing. So what I do in my work is obviously I advocate for the individual to seek the health to make sure they're absolutely sure before they seek out this particular path, right? But I want them to know I'm not going to take it away from them. My job is not to make you feel any more trapped than you already do. My job is to say, of course you can take that option. You have the right over your body and what you do with it. But before we do that, let's do like 100 other things first. So I don't ever want to take away people's options. I want to say, look, you have all these options. So wait a second. Let's talk it through first. And then last resort, we can talk about this thing if we really need it.
I hate
I
to.
guess.
Oh, go ahead.
Could I ask you guys a question? What is a person's obligation? Oh, sorry, I'm muted on my side. What is a person's obligation or responsibility to continue living and enduring life if they don't feel it's worth living? Like,
Great
what is that
question.
individual's?
I think they have a
Responsibility.
lot of responsibility because again, your life isn't in a vacuum, and we are connected in more ways than anyone knows. Even if you think you have no friends or no one that cares about you, your death is going to affect other people. Like we would never be okay. We would never be okay. No one here would be okay with, okay, well, to make myself feel better, can perform an action that hurts another person, and it makes myself feel better though, so it's okay to hurt that other person. Like if I could ease my suffering, get relief from my suffering by punching a baby in the face, you'd be like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Right? Like, I think we do have a responsibility to other people. Your life is one of responsibility. Now, again, it's not entire and total responsibility, but I think the bare minimum we can ask people is to, yes, to live, right? To live.
Well,
That's my
so
So I guess
I would
can I
ask the
test
question.
the extent of affecting other people?
Sure.
Because I think you would agree that there's tons of circumstances that people will choose that is better for their life that other people are opposed and upset by, and yet they choose it anyways. So I think of every single homosexual person with very Christian parents. They're going to make choices for their
Let's
well-being that their parents think are
go.
damning them to hell. So it's even more serious than death. It's eternal death.
Mm-hmm.
And they make that choice knowing that it's going to hurt all their family. So I'm
The
assuming that
difference
you're
is
fine with
sure.
that choice. So
The
like, yeah,
yeah, here's the difference. The difference is that you remain for them to interact with, to have context with, and to grow from, whereas suicide, you don't. You're gone.
I think it's also kind of a lie that some people aren't completely alone. I also think it does a disservice to not acknowledge how alone some people are, and so their death really won't impact anybody. Like, I think that is true for some people, and I really want to acknowledge their existence because I think they're really suffering, and I think they should be validated in the reality they're really existing in. And so I think you're right, Wick. Most people have family and friends, and most people have plenty of reasons to exist. But if they don't have a good relationship with the fact that they were forced to be alive in the first place, we can't actually, I don't think, ask people, because I don't know why you think we're here, but I don't believe in a God, girl. So, like, I think I'm just here. And so, where is this obligation I have, right? Especially coming from communities that, one, do want to take away my civil rights because my parents are super religious, love them to bits and pieces, that do not believe in my mental health crises, and I have to work on those by myself. A community that's telling me all the time I'm a cult leader. Even the internet's not a safe place for any of us. So, what is this world we're obligated to, really? It's the relationship we're having with ourselves and existence. It has nothing to do with other people, it has to do with ourselves in
Do you not
relation to
think you
other
have any
people.
responsibility to any other people,
I
person,
have
right? Though?
responsibility to the people I've consented to have responsibility to.
I don't think that's
Wait,
true. I think
Wick, do you have a
Well,
responsibility if someone's coming to you saying, "Hey, I'm suffering. I've tried everything to alleviate my suffering," and they now want to no longer live? Do you have an obligation to help, or just say, "Well, yeah,
you have an
you got
obligation to try to help them relieve their suffering. Yes, but that
that,
does not
that's it."
mean by relieving them of their existence.
what if at some
You,
point it does, like in the
yeah,
case of ALS?
and also
I
you do
I
realize
disagree that the ALS, right? I
you
disagree that Stephen Hawking's life wasn't worth living.
right,
You're
but it's not for you
basically
to
saying
I
the
decide.
person
And
disagree
suffering.
that
I just want
He
to put
has the
Zima.
right to make that assessment.
I want to put something on the table because again, if you go into some of the qualitative research, like being offered the option of MAID actually provides hope to some patients. Actually, as in, if you actually put it on the table of like, hey, once we try, it's pretty much like a bait of like, hey,
Also,
if we
Stephen
try
Hawking
all
cheated
these
on
other
his wife,
things,
so he's a
well,
piece of shit.
then once we exhaust all our other options, then we can try MAID. As in, once you put it on the table, that actually convinces some patients to actually try other things, knowing that
I would
hey,
have
if
to
all other
know.
things tried,
Sure.
I can actually get MAID.
I would have to know
That's
how
interesting.
many people that helps based on how many people would that take maids as offered to them that otherwise would not choose suicide. I would have to know the difference in numbers. And so it would be a cost benefit thing, right? But if you could show me, right, that a substantial number, there's a substantial difference in this, then maybe,
Yes,
right? Then
girl, word.
maybe.
He done
But until
cheated,
I see
girl, with
that
the
number, I
maid,
remain
girl.
unconvinced. I think that we see the absolute increase in maids, right? Like I think it was a 34% increase from 2020 to
Well,
2021,
there would
something
be a
like that.
natural increase, just like with trans kids. If you give people an option, the people who've been hiding in the shadows will take opportunities. Like, I
And
don't
we
think
don't
the
want them
increases
to.
in
I think
no,
yes,
no,
I
no.
think
Why
that is
don't we
bad.
want them to? We want
Yeah,
people to have
what?
relief from suffering. But not even
No,
that. They
that's
have the right
okay.
over their bodily autonomy matters. Like, people
It
have the
does
right.
to an extent.
What? Okay,
To
but
an
what is this
extent. You
extent?
don't have
Who
the right to do anything or everything just because you want to.
your own body? You
Even
better
to
be
your own
able
body.
to.
If you
You
want to cut
better
out
be
your
able
own
to.
eyes, right? To gouge out your own eyes, I don't think you have the right to do that.
I don't know why you're so eager to
Would you
tell
would
people
you
what to
arrest
do.
Why
people?
would you
Would you arrest people that are gouging out their own eyes?
I don't know if I would arrest
We'd
them, but I
lock
would
them
stop
up
them.
for
Yeah,
sure.
I'd
The
put them in
difference
an
is he
institution. Huh?
like what we have to do is a stamp G8. Would would it be okay for a world where doctors are medically removing your eyeballs for you?
No,
Is the
that would be
that you
bad.
want. No, no,
Yeah.
I'm saying that to Corey. Like that's what we need to
Interesting.
establish, right? Because right now, Wick, here's the issue that I'm having. Your argument for why, in cases of terminal illness, because I think that's the one we're still stuck on, right? Because when it comes to mental health, it's a much more complicated argument. Your issue with terminal illness is essentially you're responsible to the other people who will be upset if you die sooner than you otherwise would have, which feels really weak to me as an argument for why terminal illness shouldn't be considered, even
Again,
if it's
I'm
not
not
acute.
even terminal illness in 6 months or something, 6 months down the road, I'm fine with that. But terminal illness in 10 years from now, yeah, I think that the robbing them of the 10 years you would otherwise, or the 9
You're
years and
not
six
robbing them.
months. You
You're
absolutely
forcing
are.
them. No, because if a person is electing to give up the 10 years because they go, yeah, it's really not worth it, you're saying your 10 years of suffering that you don't want is worth less than the 10 years everyone else will feel that they got to have time with you. That's what you're saying. You're saying everyone else's feelings about the next 10 years of your suffering matters more than your personal feelings about the suffering that's going to come up. And
Sometimes
that's a
it
really
absolutely
difficult,
does.
right? But you need to substantiate why other people's feelings matter more.
Well, first of all, there are more of them, and so simply from a utilitarian perspective, which I don't agree, we should look at it from strictly a utilitarian perspective. But from even that perspective, like just a egregious what's the word for it? The sum of happiness, right? Your happiness is worth less than 10 other people's happiness, right? Just straight up the board. So that's the first argument I would make. The second argument I would make is that in those 10 years, you are not just going to be constant suffering with nothing else. You are also going to be experiencing some form of joy, some form of, there is also going to be good with the bad. But when you remove that, when you rob yourself of that, right? Not only are you hurting others, but you are hurting yourself. You are robbing yourself of the potentiality to experience anything, right? Anything in those 10
Wait,
years.
I'm just
So-
curious how far this extends this analysis. So should someone never break up with another person, or let's say if they're involved with polyamorous relationship,
Absolutely not,
well,
because again, you remain there for the people to
but
deal with, and
it's other
for
people's feelings.
yes, but you
Like
can
so
also
how
make
so
amends by
who's
helping them feel better about it and helping them through it. Whereas if you're
you
dead,
have
you
no
cannot.
you think you
You
think
have
as
no
the
you
and
have
There's a
no
difference.
ability to act when you are dead. You have the
Mhm.
ability to
wait,
act when
no,
you are
you think
alive.
when ending a
Absolutely,
romantic
yes.
relationship
You are
it's your
removing
obligation to
you
alleviate
are
their
removing the
their
possibility
heartbreak?
of
Yes,
anything.
you have an obligation if you hurt someone to help them if you can. I
Oh,
absolutely believe that.
okay,
Do you not
the only
believe that?
yeah,
If you
I
break someone's heart, you
absolutely,
have no obligation
absolutely,
towards them?
absolutely. This is how people
Sometimes,
get
wait,
trapped.
not always.
This
Wait,
is how people get
literally
trapped in
no.
abusive relationships. So, what do you say to the person that says, "Oh, my partner's going to kill themselves if I break up with them"?
Why what about a
You would say,
non-abusive relationship? What about a non-abusive
but you
This
didn't
relationship?
address my
y-
question. You
this is
didn't
the
address my question.
clarifications that we need. Yeah, like what you just said is if you hurt somebody, you have an obligation to help them.
If you
Not
can, yeah.
necessarily. No, that I have hurt friends of mine who were really toxic for me. And when I said, I'm sorry, I can't have this friendship anymore, it really hurt their feelings. I still see them and it's fucking awkward. I have no obligation to correct it because my past, present, and future self all consent to that choice. I think it was the best choice for me and probably for them, even though they resent me for it. It's still correct. So, not always when you hurt somebody do you now have a moral responsibility. I would say if you hurt somebody doing something that you know is wrong or later come to realize was wrong, then you have a moral obligation or responsibility. But that's tied in inextricably with knowing or later knowing that you've done a wrong action, not just like unintentionally, like you
Again,
bumble
I
up
think
against
there are
somebody.
Yeah,
some
but
people
in
out
the
there who
case of
just do
killing
not believe
Yeah,
what
yourself,
yeah,
they
but
do is
in the
wrong at
engage,
all.
in
please,
the
please engage with
in the
my
case
example.
Sure.
Like
Yes,
with the romantic partner
someone
that's
who is
threatening
in
to
an
kill
abusive
themselves.
relationship, okay?
Even not abusive. Let's just like this is a manipulation tactic. I'm going to end my life if you break up with me. This person is now trapped forever in perpetuity in the relationship.
No, because they can
no.
use other methods to fix this problem, right? They
Mm.
can get them therapy. They can
Is that person's
otherwise
responsibility
help
to
these
do
people.
that? Is it that person's responsibility to do that?
No.
I think to an extent, if I see someone who is suicidal, I do have a responsibility to try to get them help. Yeah. I recognize that again, we have to have limits because I can't save the world. But yes, if I see someone starving on the street, I do have some
That's not the
responsibility to
example
feed
that I
them.
gave.
If I see someone who wants to kill themselves, I have a responsibility to try to get them help.
Yeah, but that's
Do
not the
you
example.
disagree? That is the
Uh,
example you used.
well, okay, if
In
you want to
your
talk,
example, someone wants to kill themselves. You have a responsibility to try to help them.
absolutely. That's why.
Okay,
That's why.
then we
Whoa, wait,
agree.
wait. That's why I
Got it.
brought. Yeah, I brought in my opening statement where it's like, yes, this is exposing clear shortcomings not only in the healthcare system but in Canadian society as a whole. Of like, yeah, I don't want a person clinging to life as in I want maximal agency of like, yeah, if they're actually being driven to MAID as a result of like inappropriate housing or not access to housing, well then we should address housing. If their socioeconomic conditions are also pushing them to MAID, well then yeah, we need to address their socioeconomic conditions. But on the flip side, like you have in the United States, you have not MAID, you just have aid, you just have assistance in death. You just call them deaths of despair. You have it, but you don't do
'Cause
anything about
nobody
it.
ever had
And now,
one.
given
And
the
that's
fact that
wrong. That's
this is now
immoral.
on the
We
table,
should.
given the fact that this is exposed, you were having a panel now talking about it. But as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, you've never held a panel on the deaths of despair, the approximately 200,000 deaths
We
of despair
absolutely
in the
have.
United
We've
States.
talked about the opioid crisis. We've talked about this several
That's
times. in my-
80,000. What about the alcohol, liver disease? What about suicides by firearms
we
and
talk
all a
about
bunch of other means?
suicides. We talk about gun control. We talk about
You
this all
you
the
had a
time.
panel
Should I do
specifically
it
on
more? Yes.
so
Should I
you've
do
had
it
a
more?
panel
Yes.
on deaths of despair. You've had
Yes.
that and the increasing. Okay, fine.
Death of
I could be
despair.
totally mistaken.
All right. Hypothetical question for you guys.
Please
for you
go ahead. I
anti
want to get other
natives.
people in on this too, because I feel bad taking Millie's
You're getting
thunder
the most
here.
feisty. So,
I-
okay, I'll give it to
I'm gonna-
Millie
I
first then.
got big thoughts on
Go
this.
for it.
so.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we've got somebody, they've been diagnosed with diagnosis X. And that means, doctor said, in the next 10 years, your functions will slowly shut down. You are guaranteed to die. You'll probably have another 2 years of like decent functioning. And then things are just going to become increasingly difficult at a medical level. Okay. And so they say, and in 10 years, you'll die. Okay. So this person, because MAID is blocked in their country, they can't commit MAID, or they get convinced by Wick's argument that they have a duty to the people that love them, that based on their feelings, they shouldn't commit MAID. So they do that. So 10 years goes by, and then right on their deathbed, we wave a little magic wand and we ask them, was that the right choice? And they go, no. Holy fuck, I wish I'd just killed myself like 7 years ago. Do you think that that was still the moral choice to make them hold on? Again, this is a
So-
hypothetical. It could never happen. I'm
I
asking
do.
hypothetically,
Are-
do you now say, yeah, the decision to prevent the suicide was still justified, still moral?
Okay, so I mean, if someone chooses within their own life to take, I mean that I think that is their choice. I came in to essentially argue the point of like I still think it's wrong. I still think it's inappropriate, but I can't stop. I mean, we can do everything we can to stop someone to prevent them from taking their own life, but they still have the autonomy.
They got
to
it.
do
They regret not getting a medically assisted suicide. Okay.
Yeah,
When they
my
get in the
issue is when it comes into medically. Yeah, I do not think it should be
That's not
provided
your issue.
medically.
But that's not your issue. We already sussed this out because you said you did have an issue with people morally deciding to kill themselves, even with a doctor excluded. You had said, yeah, with the Alzheimer's
Okay,
chick, you said, yeah, I would still be opposed if she killed herself before the 3 years. So the medical assistance isn't really what you care about. I get that it's an added layer, but you said from the very beginning, it's about the person choosing to kill themselves. So I'm asking you, if this
so
person
what I'm-
does suffer and then they go, holy fuck, I wish I'd gotten MAID. Were they morally right? Would you still stand by this decision to prevent MAID?
I mean, so if they're looking at their entire life, everything that they went through, they saw nothing but suffering. Everything was just awful and
Doesn't
terrible.
matter.
throughout the entire-
Doesn't matter. At the end of it, they wave a wand and they go, objectively, it would have been better for my life if I had
I
died.
don't know.
7
I think
years
this
ago.
is kind of sets up
We
a
don't need
moment
It's a
of like
hypothetical.
gotcha.
It's not real. I
we
understand
don't
it's not
need
real.
to make
It's
this
to test-
hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't.
We don't just real quick. We don't need to make this hypothetical because we do have data on regret rates for attempted suicide. We have
That's
that.
totally
Suicide is
different.
different.
No, no, no.
It is
Hold
Suicide
on.
not
This is
wait,
totally
totally
different.
suicide
it's
is
not
different.
though.
Okay,
No,
hold
that's
on.
why
Hold on. You cannot generalize attempted suicide stats to MAID stats, especially terminal illness MAID stats. You can't do that. It's not the same population.
Yes, because it is not. There is overlap. You would agree?
I would have to look at the data, but probably not. There's probably not a high
There's
amount
no
of
overlap, or there's
didn't
not
say
a high amount of
no.
overlap.
I said that there's probably minimal enough that we couldn't generalize it well.
I disagree.
I
I
think
think
okay.
that go
You
on.
would
Go
need
ahead.
to substantiate that your selection population has enough terminally ill people that also regret trying to
Because,
kill themselves.
Again,
to
when we use
generalize this.
terminally ill, let's use
Chronically ill. How about
chronically ill. Yes,
I mean, like
think that-
chosen death versus suicide. Like people can choose.
What
the
do you think
choice.
suicide is other than chosen death? I mean,
Suicide often when people are impaired under the influence, under mental health distress, feeling desperate. Specifically, they're not in their healthiest state of being. They're not making a conscientious decision. There was like a famous case in the US of a girl named Brittany who had terminal stage 5 cancer. She was with her families, her husband, her siblings, her parents. She is not suiciding herself. She's gathering all of her loved ones around her. They're choosing to have a death. Very different than feeling pressured, desperate, alone in a dark alley. Look, I've had people commit suicide. I've had people have hospice. I've seen people die. I've helped people die.
If you are
is
choosing death, you are,
Mhm.
by definition, in my opinion, not in your right mind.
Okay, see, that's very weird to me. But
Yeah.
I think that that's a lived experience. When you meet enough people or you bubble hop enough, you realize like death is a relationship people have. They're having a unique relationship with it. Not everybody has a universal relationship with death. Look, we're afraid doctors might kill people unnecessarily. I'm afraid you might stop people from living their lives in a fulfilling way by denying them a way out peacefully. We want to give people more choice, then it starts with trusting people to make decisions about their lives and putting things in place to mitigate and harm reduce, like mitigate harm and harm reduce, right?
Go on.
Well, I'm just saying, like we want to give people choice. Like we want to
I-
give trans kids the
again,
right
I
to be
don't
trans,
think
but we want to harm reduce their
it's not the
possible regret.
same.
It is. It comes down to bodily autonomy. You're one
No,
life on Earth, Wick. You have one life. You have the right to choose what you do with it.
you don't
Then
have
you
the right.
shouldn't toss it out though either.
Yeah, you don't have the right to throw it away.
The
No,
question
according
is,
to who? Do you believe in
the
God? Is
issue
this a religious stance? Who tells
yeah,
me
the
what I can
issue
do with
is
my life?
you have
Society.
to establish that
Fuck
community has a
society.
right to impose life on you, to enforce life on you despite your lack of consent. That's what you have to substantiate. And to be honest, the argument that your friend's feelings will be hurt is kind of a weak argument because you could set up a MAID program that accommodates for that. So essentially, they need to have a large number of their family and friends sign off on the decision and go, yeah, I've gone through the process of like talking this through with them. Like you can have things that accommodate this. I don't think the argument like your friends and family will feel sad about it is the best argument for why.
But it's
Again,
not
we're
just
talking about
like we're
just to be clear,
using
we're
this
talking about terminal. We're talking about chronic, long-term terminal illnesses right now.
again. We're not
That's what we're stuck at.
again
I-
like reducing this to feeling sad. It doesn't just make people feel sad. It's much more devastating.
Depends
than
on the
that, to be
people.
honest,
Depends
an
on the
right?
people.
assumption.
And people
Depends on the
can think-
people.
And people
Hold
can
on.
think they're okay with it, and then it happens, and then it like whether you want it to or not. And I understand people are different to different degrees and will deal with grief differently, but whether they think it will or not, it absolutely will hurt them.
But everything hurts. Making
yeah.
someone live can hurt you. Making someone exist, like again, my culture, death is a beautiful thing. It's a thing you do with family. It's a peaceful thing, even when it's painful.
It's
and
also
I'm-
not immoral to devastate your family. It's not immoral
so
to make your family feel
can I address
devastated.
that?
It's just not.
So Wick, I'm curious if the opposite side of the coin, like pretty much holds of like, so let's say you're a cancer patient, and like you're sort of maybe near the end stage of your advanced cancer, but maybe treatable. Does this patient have the option to refuse cancer treatment? And also, can that refusal be overridden if there's enough people around them saying, hey, if this person dies and they refuse treatment, that hurts our feelings, so we need to override that patient's autonomy, and therefore we need to force cancer treatment on this person?
If someone has treatment that will work, right? We know it will work. It will cure them of the cancer, and they don't want to go through it. Is that
Yeah.
the hypothetical, to be clear?
I mean, you can
Then
put down treatment, but how about we don't? It's a coin toss, just as with any cancer treatment, you don't know.
50-50, okay? So a 50-50 chance, but there's a 100% chance of death without it? Is that the
I think that's
100%?
fair to say, yeah, for pretty much
Sure.
all
100%
cancers that I know
death
of.
in the next year if they don't go through with it, but they have 50-50 shot to live if they do. I think, yeah, that in those odds, I think care should be mandatory. I think they should be, yeah, I do think that
So
they
you
should
do
be.
want the government to come in and regulate people's bodies.
To an extent, I think you do too.
No, weren't you I'm
I
sorry.
have to disagree with Wick here. I don't
Mm.
think it should be mandatory.
Yeah,
Uh-oh.
I'm
Okay.
sowing seeds
So
of doubt.
you get-
Absolutely.
Okay, look, because I don't want government to be involved in this, and I don't think that private care should mandate that you do anything. If you want to die of a natural death, and you know that's what's going to happen, that's fine. You can opt out for that, and that is what it is. It's naturally going to occur. But having a private unit providing this, I think, creates moral and ethical dilemmas especially within medical practice.
Well,
And
then let me ask you this. You know that your daughter, your son, your brother, your sister, your mom or your dad is going to kill themselves. You know what's going to happen, right? They're going outside, they're getting a gun, and they're about to do it. Um, do you stop them?
Will they
Yes.
shoot me if I try to stop them?
No.
yeah, I've actually had I actually was involved in a case where me and my husband saved someone's life because they had attempted suicide with pills.
But more
Yeah,
to
unfortunately-
this is more to Simon and more to Corey though. Like, it's their choice, right?
Well, do I have the right to well, are you asking? Do I have the right
They
to?
said they want to.
My bad.
They're going outside right now. They're getting that gun. Do you stop them?
I would not tackle them per se. I wouldn't assault, but I wouldn't advocate for them not killing themselves, depending on what they're just. If they're
I would
not
stop
talking
them,
to me.
just to be clear.
Yeah,
I would stop
I think
them.
most people would
Hold
and
on,
should.
but you're still fighting over terminal illness, which is the fucking worst argument ever. The argument you're making is about mental health, and there's an argument there to be made. But terminal illness, you're literally saying, if I devastate my family, it's immoral to do that because it'll make them really, really upset, which is your stance right now with terminal illness. This is not the same thing as preventing somebody impulsively shooting themselves in the head.
Yeah, there is
Right?
a difference
There's a
between a
big
family
gap.
member coming in and then the government or private care coming in and preventing you, right? There's a difference between those. And I think as a family member, yes, you can absolutely go in, right? I think that's okay. And the family member has every right to be able to call police officers in, and you as a family member make that decision.
Okay, then hold on. We're missing why these two situations are disanalogous.
What I'm trying to get.
You're trying to outline why they're disanalogous and you're missing it. The reason why the maid situation is disanalogous from the situation with shooting yourself in the head is the context around it. In the case of shooting yourself in your head, we haven't substantiated. Do they have a terminal illness? Have they expressly been rejected by doctors for an easier way of death? Part of why I'd be opposed to the shooting yourself in the head is that, you want to talk about devastating your family, shooting yourself in the head is a pretty solid way to traumatize your family, whereas euthanizing yourself tends to be a lot cleaner and have less blood and guts everywhere.
The only
right?
difference between that is the instrument and the aesthetics of it.
No, it's not, because assuming that they're okay, if you don't think that the aesthetics around death matter, then I don't know why we're having this conversation. Of course, there's a difference between blowing yourself in the head with a shotgun versus peaceably going to sleep surrounded by your family and friends. There's obviously a difference here, and I don't really know how else to explain it if you don't see the difference. Can you agree that there's a difference between shooting yourself in the head and being surrounded? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
There
It's
is
not just
absolutely a difference.
aesthetic.
But the thing is, right? The thing is that and I know this is going to sound strange to say, so bear with me, please. But I think that, it should be more, again, one of the insidious things about maids in programs like it is that it takes away the bad of death, right? It takes away the aesthetics of death. And I think the aesthetics are portion, because aesthetics don't matter to the person who dies, right? The person who dies, it doesn't matter to them because they're dead. Nothing matters.
How can you be arguing? How can you be worried about how the devastation, the psychological devastation of your family is the main reason why you should prevent terminally ill people?
That's not my main reason.
That is the main argument that you have substantiating that right now. And now you're saying the reason why we should allow them to blow themselves in the head and it's better is because then the aesthetics are more messy. Wouldn't that be more devastating to the family?
You're not allow them. I specifically argued for them to be
You're saying it's
stopped.
preferable. You're saying it's preferable.
I'm one of the only people on here, except for you, and you have said that you'd stop them too. But Corey, apparently, and Simon here are like, yeah, just let them go. Just let them do it.
Well, first of all,
I think
I don't think I ever said.
I don't think I ever said that.
I don't think I ever said yeah, buddy, let you go. I don't think I ever said that.
Yeah, sure, but
I also
actually toss them a garbage bag to throw over their head to clean up the mess. So that it's
I don't know how much lived experience too we're supposed to go off of anecdotally, but I live in a mentally ill community. Suicide is just breathing air. Who doesn't want to kill themselves? I don't even understand this world where people don't want to die. So yeah, I come from a world where people are mentally ill, so we have problems. So suicide is a casual conversation we have about our life, and when we can seek help, we do. We go to therapists when we can, but the medical system is expensive. It's expensive to save yourself. And also we have to go to work and pay our bills and do our taxes. So, and I've helped people in their last minute for hospice. I've done that with family members. We want a peaceful the most tools give people the most peace, and I think it really does start with respecting the individual's agency and not guilting them because of their family's feelings, and not guilting them into existing, and not guilting them into being alive. When what are you offering them in being alive, right? Except a trap in which they have to be forced into existence instead of them actually out of joy choosing to be alive. I want people to choose to be alive because they actually want to be. And I think to get to that point, we first have to like respect their bodily autonomy and respect them as a consciousness.
But the problem here is that as soon as they not only choose to not be alive, but then act on that choice, they've taken away all their other choices. You have removed their agency completely. They have removed their own agency completely. They have no longer the ability to make any other choice because they have ceased to exist. As long
For
as you're
sure.
alive, you have agency. So the
Okay,
ultimate removal of bodily
kinda.
agency is suicide.
For sure.
That's the
Let's go back
ultimate
to the
removal of bodily agency.
just for assisted medical care for medical assisted suicide. Just to go back to that, because I know for me, I live in Europe now, and my goal is to end up in a country that allows me to get that if I am dementia, Alzheimer's, lose my mind, if I can't actually function as an adult. I would like that option if my husband doesn't want to take care of me. If he wants to put me in a facility, he has to kill me. Like the idea of putting me in a facility because it's too much for him, like, Habibi, just let me go. What are you holding on to, right? Like, now he can make that decision. He's my husband and I trust him to make it. But if it was up to me, if it was purely up to me and it's not a burden on him, or if it is a burden on him, rather, I would like him to know it's okay to end my life peacefully with government assistance. You are allowed to do that. I give you permission. If I am so sick, I can't even know who I am anymore and there's no chance for a cure, like, baby, let me go, girl. I was going to die anyways. This idea that we have to trap people we love, the fact that we have to trap ourselves in this existence just to breathe oxygen, I think is so short sighted.
See, the problem is like this framing of being trapped. Like there is always something. Like there's as long as you live, there's always the possibility, no matter how small,
Yeah, but
that
like,
you
why are
will
you
enjoy
living for?
living. But as
No,
soon
but we're
as you
talking about dementia.
remove
We're talking
that,
about
as soon as you
Alzheimer's. We're talking
die,
about
you
Lou
have trapped
Gehrig's.
yourself forever. There
But
is
if
no
you're talking
coming back.
about terminal illness that deteriorates your functionality and there's no current care and medical facilities aren't working on one, you're going to spend 20 to, like my grandma did with Alzheimer's. We watched her go from not knowing where to put her feces to smearing it on walls to putting oranges in different places to like literally becoming a person she wasn't anymore. And we had, because we couldn't afford it, we put her in hospital care and visited her as often as we could. But she spent a lot of years before she died of Alzheimer's, just like being this shell of a person who couldn't remember anything. Now, they're Catholic. My family's not going to do anything. They're going to keep her alive and pray for her for this miracle that probably won't happen. So you can keep going for a miracle, girl, but I know enough about science right now that there isn't one. And I'm not relying on God. So why are you going to make me suffer just because you're the one who's uncomfortable when it's my life?
Simply because, again, you don't have the option to hurt other people just because it makes you feel better.
Okay, as a queer kid
You don't have the option
who grew up in a
to
no,
do
no,
harm
no,
to
Wick,
others
no,
because it
Wick.
makes you feel better.
No, that
don't.
sounds like you want to put me in shock therapy next, girl? Come on.
No, do you have
Just
the
my
option? If
existence
it made you
harms
feel
people.
better to beat the shit out of Corey here. It made you
Does
feel
Corey
better.
give me consent?
Absolutely, 100%.
It
If he
relieves your
consents,
suffering.
consent is the key to everything, right? If he consents, right? And then we have to go down a checklist of what consent looks like. Look, you are literally telling me something I've heard my whole life. Your existence is harmful. Being gay is harmful. Being a sex worker is harmful. Existing Brittany is harmful. Change who you are. So you have to decide where you're going to draw the line. For me, I don't think it's harmful that people exist. I think it's harmful when we force our opinions down other people's throats and we force people into a trap of our own making because of our
Death
own
is a
fear.
trap. Suicide is a trap.
Death is
Choosing
not a
death is the
trap.
ultimate trap
Death
because
is
you
a
cannot
release.
escape
Death
it.
is not a
Wick,
trap.
hold on.
You can
Wick, I
never
think
come back out of it.
Wick, you really have to reconcile to an issue I'm really having because I think there's something to what you and Millie are talking about, which is this like there's something respect worthy about choosing to rend meaning out of suffering, right? There is something good about that. If somebody has a terminal illness and they go, I'm going to stick it in for the long haul because I'm going to make these last 10 years meaningful. I think that that's beautiful and I want people to have that option, right? The issue is there's two things in what you're saying that are mutually exclusive, which is one, this is bad. Terminal illness made is bad because it does emotional harm to your loved ones. And then also, you said made is bad because it takes away the ugly aesthetic of death, which isn't good. So while you want to be reducing, I guess, the emotional harm of your loved ones through death, you also don't want to remove the harm so much that they're not seeing ugly, gory, messy, ugly death.
Let me try to kind of square this circle or circle this square. I don't even know how you say it. So there are two different aspects of harm that's being done. One is to society. One is to the immediate circle that you have. the aesthetics being removed harms society because more people are okay with advocating for maids, advocating for programs like that because they don't see it as bad. They're not connected with it. It's very disconnected. They don't have to see it in the news. It's just there and it goes away and they don't have to think about it anymore. That's the harm from that comes from removing the aesthetics. There's a different harm that comes from allowing the aesthetics, and that's to the immediate circle. So it's not contradictory. It's just these are two different forms of harm, right, that are being done, and I have problems with both of them. Does that make sense?
So you would need so yeah, first of all, you would have to substantiate. Like I truly feel like all I'm hearing is a little bit of projection where it's like you need to work through some death anxiety. Like literally. The idea, because you've said things like death is the ultimate enemy.
It
Death
is.
is the most it's really not.
Okay.
It's really not. I think
I would
like
have a
anybody who's like
clarification on that. Death is the ultimate end, and there is no coming back.
it is the ultimate end. Absolutely. But that doesn't make it the ultimate
Aren't we
enemy,
just
and it
energy,
doesn't
though, that
mean
goes into the
that if
universe?
society has a healthier, more peaceful relationship with death, that that's somehow bad, right? You need to substantiate the second one, that taking away the ugly aesthetics is harmful to society. Because to me, our society has the worst relationship with death of almost any society I've seen. We're terrified of it. We're putting off death as maximally as possible to the point that we have actual like boomer basically should be dead already people in political power because we have medications that keep people alive for far longer than they should, and people like miserably fight to not be dead to the point that they're in like diapers, they're drooling on themselves, where like in other societies they probably would have like walked off and like committed suicide on their own to like relieve the burden. And so
Do
like
you think
the
do you think that would be better to live in that society where
yes,
the old people just
yeah,
walked off the
absolutely,
cliff? Like
yeah,
they actually used to do
100%,
this in other
yeah,
societies,
I
right?
know, and I
They
think it's
would go
based.
out and die.
How many animals have you seen and been with while they die? I'm curious. I don't know because
Few.
I know you were in
My
the
dog
military, so you've been
Sparky
around a lot.
died. I've seen people die. I've seen. Yeah, I don't want to get
Have
Hey,
you
into the
Wick,
seen
details. I've seen
peaceful
Wick, I
people
gotta,
deaths
like die.
Wick.
versus violent deaths?
Sorry,
I've seen
excuse me
more
real quick.
violent deaths in
Hey,
peaceful.
I gotta cut
That's
in
fair.
real quick. I've gotta go.
Oh,
Something came up that I have to go
do
to.
what you need to do,
Take
Millie.
care.
We love
Be
you.
well.
Thanks.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Millie.
Where can people
Hey, y'all.
find you? Just shout yourself out real quick before.
Miss_Millie at Twitch. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Okay. So
Okay.
the issue that I'm having is I think meaningless suffering is the great enemy of society. Meaningless suffering is awful. And so the reason why death can often be horrific is because of the amount of meaningless suffering that's attached to it, right? So, like in violent deaths, for example, there's tons of meaningless suffering because they suffer. It's terrifying. It hurts everyone around them, and then they're dead, and there's no coming back from that. That's awful. But in the cases of peaceful deaths, it's a totally different conversation. And I wish our society knew how to offer people more peaceful deaths. Absolutely.
The difference between you and me here, and I think it's just a difference of values, is I think death is worse than suffering.
Hmm.
In almost every
Yeah, no,
case.
I just reject that.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
That's what
again,
I'm torn on
reject
too.
I reject the opposite of it. But I want to hear from Corey. I want
Meaning,
to hear from
just to be
Ryan.
clear, when we say
Mm.
suffering, I'm saying meaningless suffering. I think death is better than excruciating, meaningless suffering that then leads to death. Specifically, in the case of terminal illness, we're saying meaningless suffering that later leads to death versus death before the meaningless suffering.
I
wanna
mean, but
remove meaningless
then
suffering.
we have to extend this. Like, so again, you were or at least you said it was a better world when the old people would just move off to die, right? And I think that again, this kind of thinking to me is horrific. I think that like even even life, even when you are suffering, even when you're not at your 100%, even when you're going through all these pains and you have limited to some degree, that it still has value because you are able to experience even suffering is better than no
You,
experience
Sure.
not
at
everybody
all.
else.
This
The
is
issue is
just
that you're
true.
taking the issue is that what you're saying is like the best possible rendering. Because I agree, there's something noble in people experiencing suffering and rendering meaning from it, anyways. I agree with that. The issue is that that's not the minimum moral prescription for society. It's not fair to say that the best that you can possibly do as a person is the bare minimum of existence, right? So while I would say it is good for a person to choose to render meaning in their suffering for the sake of others and their friends and whatnot, that doesn't mean that I'm going to set that as the bare minimum precipice. The bare minimum has to be lower for especially like ethical, moral living in a society.
Go ahead if you
Corey
want to.
and Lawson.
Yeah. I'm curious how this, based off what you've outlined, Wick, how this intersects with some of your other positions. Maybe I'm just not familiar. Like, so it's like you seem
With
to be
my own
staking.
positions.
Yeah, exactly. So you seem to be
ahead.
staking out that basically you don't have the right to kill yourself because like well part of it your argument is that it's going to potentially induce suffering on the people around you and you have an
and
obligation to
any it traps you. Like it
sure.
ends any possibility of you experiencing anything at all ever again.
So I'm curious how this intersects or not with, let's say, your abortion position of like if someone is, let's say, they're pretty much early stage pregnancy, and like they have grandparents or the potential grandparents. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to being a grandparent. Does this person have an obligation to pretty much bring this child to term?
They should take it to account, absolutely, but that shouldn't be. They should weigh other matters in. Like we don't look at these things in a vacuum. We have to look at the
I
effects on
do.
everything, right?
Kind of, not really.
And I
But you
think
seem
that
to be
I
looking at
personally,
made in a
first of
vacuum.
all,
Oh, yeah.
personally, right? I don't think that I have the right to tell anyone what to do when it comes to abortion, but I do think I have the right when it comes to maids. I do think I have that right. And here's the difference, okay? Because one, the life isn't there yet, it's not out yet, and one, the life actually exists.
There might be some people that disagree with that,
I
but
don't.
yeah, no, obviously not. But so it's like, yeah, when it comes to abortion, like, well, yeah, things aren't in a vacuum. And then you take other things into account, like even the equation of like, how these potential grandparents might feel and how they might feel if they realize that they're not actually going to be grandparents. But then you seem to be sort of removing from the equation, the person's suffering and their potential intractable suffering. You're just saying, well, just on principle alone, I don't really care how you feel. You feel personally,
Because
you
it's
the
not
person.
just suffering. I understand you guys are attacking this specific point, but when it comes to maids in general, there are so many there's so many perverse incentives from the government that normalizes this. There's all these other problems in addition to the suffering that
I'm
again,
so on board with you on this. I'm actually super opposed to the current Canadian maid model. The problem is I can't get with you on the terminal illness stanza. That's the issue. Like the 2016
again,
Canadian maid
for
model made
terminal
sense.
illness that is imminent, I'm with you. I think that in that extreme case, then
Right.
okay, then I cede the right to the
I don't
individual.
right.
Okay, but
But even
in
then,
cases
I,
of like an old person going off to die because they're old and having struggles, I can't
That's no
follow you down
just to
that
be clear,
road.
hold on, just to be clear, because I realized my chat also misunderstood when I said, "Yes, I want a society where old people go and jump off cliffs."
Yeah,
Just to
that's
be
crazy.
hold on. Hold on. It's not crazy if you understand the context of what I'm talking about here. It's not just saying like, "Oh, well, once you're past your better dues, your libido's down a little bit, you look kind of gross because you're old now. You should go fucking kill yourself." That's not what I'm saying. What we had in society is that like one, it was pretty predictable that like a decline was inevitable and they could feel their bodies starting to basically ail them in every way. There was often a choice made where people chose to end their life before they basically were a massive burden on their society, and also before like they're a massive burden to themselves because of immense meaningless suffering. So in the case of like old people dying and like getting access to euthanasia, I can't help but come back to Nick's grandma, right? I can't help but look at the situation where she had a stroke and she desperately wanted to go home to die, and she was refused that because good care said she had to stay and get a feeding tube and all these things until sometimes when she was coherent enough. She was like 83. She had a stroke, had complete loss of control for an entire half of her body. And she was like, she could live. Here's the thing, she could live. She could do a little bit of rehab and have some, but she's like, I don't want, I'm 83. Like, I'm good. I've got like 20,000 great grandkids. I've lived a life. I don't want to like be unable to even speak. I'd rather just die. Like my time, it's my time now. She wanted to go home and die at home. And that was rejected of her. And so we had to watch her instead slowly decline beyond max amounts of morphine and her refused feeding tubes and water to the point where they were like trying to squish water into her mouth and she was like turning away from it because they were
So
trying
sad,
to get
bro.
her to be hydrated. And it's like, that's horrible.
So
There's
sad.
nothing more awful than that,
Mm.
which I know that if we had a society where like she could have just gone and walked off a cliff, basically, she would have been like, could you wheel me to the edge of a cliff? Because
I'm like
I
that.
don't want this. And so rather than having
Relatable.
old people jumping off cliffs, I'd rather them be able to go home, be surrounded by their loved ones, telling stories, telling memories, which is what lots of euthanasia programs now do. And then they give them the injection and they slowly fall asleep and die. So it's a little bit more peaceful of a way to go, but it's still their choice. So I don't want just old people to be dying en masse, right?
Right.
But when I'm talking about like chronic illness,
Mm.
it's this tension of quality of life as well. Because in the case of Nick's grandma, she wasn't chronically ill. She was projected to continue to live for years. She just had a stroke, but she was still functional. And it was so much better if we could have given her euthanasia. Instead, she had to basically suicide herself, which is
Wait.
in like a grotesque way.
I'm trying. This is a very sensitive topic, and I'm
No,
trying.
it's fine. I wasn't close to her, so don't worry about it.
I just want to be.
I'm not trying to weaponize my personal
I
experiences.
understand. I'm trying to be sensitive because you're my friend, and I want to be sensitive to you. But the actually, what would have been better had she not wanted to die, right? Had she chose to
No.
live, I think
No,
that would
not
have
at
been.
all.
There's
better.
nothing wrong with dying.
At 83,
I just
when you
refuse
have
to
no
believe
control over
this.
your body. Yeah, at
No, like-
83.
Like, depending on your
No.
spiritual beliefs, like, if you believe in God, you're going to an afterlife. If you believe, like, your
She was
energy that's going to get
Catholic.
recycled back into the universe, fire. Like, no matter how you face it, death is just so part of nature. You're in denial of nature itself by denying death. You have no right to life. Death will come for you.
There's a lot of things that are part of nature that we think are horrific and bad, right?
Yeah,
Like,
like
nature
humans.
is red and tooth and claw. Nature
And
is not
just-
a
yeah.
happy place that we.
No, I
That
know, but
sunshine and
it's
roses.
the most natural,
Nature
beautiful
is
thing
rape,
about existence.
Nature is
You're right.
murder. Nature
100.
is oppression. Nature is all these things, and we, as a civilized society, have decided these things, even though they are natural, are not something we want to partake in, and in fact are horrific.
You also
and so
keep saying society, and the problem is, like, I
Culture.
moved society so I would have options for dying in my old age when I'm terminally ill, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's the point too. Is like you can move to societies, but if you're prescribing something for like 8
my
billion people
society
on
is
the
better than
planet,
those societies. Yes.
that's fine if you believe that, but it's fine for people
It is.
like Wick, not for people like Brittany. Yours makes me feel like you just want to control what I do with my body and my one limited time on Earth, and I don't understand why you think it's your business.
I think the crux of the issue in the case of, like, I'll go back to my grandma. And again, it's actually really not sensitive. I wasn't super close. And death to me,
I
world's
just,
her
I
first man,
again,
and
I
she was
don't want
Christian.
to.
We're good.
I know
No,
this is.
I'm giving you the full clear of, like, you can give me pushback on my personal anecdote, and I'm not going to be upset in any ways. The issue with me about the grandma situation is she had to slowly die of starvation and dehydration and
That
be in
sucks.
delirium at the end
Mhm.
because we were so obsessed with keeping her from dying that we prevented her from the ability to have any life after she got injured, right? When her ability to live was gone. An 83-year-old with a severe stroke that has lost control of half her body and can't speak, maybe she can be semi-functional again, but her life as she knows it and her desire to live is over. And so instead of just letting her life be over in the way that she wanted to, which is at home with a priest, with her family and friends, we just forced her to try to cling to life for as long as possible for our feelings, right? Because we're so terrified of death, which is, like, I would argue, the most selfish thing that we can do.
Corey, go ahead. And
Well,
then
yeah,
I
I
do
would.
want Lawson. I haven't forgotten you, Lawson.
I would reintroduce like the ALS patient because you keep bringing up the terminal part, but like maybe I just didn't remember, but like the ALS patient that again similar to what Not So Erudite with Nick's grandmother of like they're projected to live for a long time, but they might just be at some point like literally like almost like trapped in their own body. Like does this person, and like this is the actual case again that I think is part of the reasons why Canada has moved in this direction. Like Sue Rodriguez, Gloria Taylor, they were part of the Supreme Court cases of like these were patients, ALS patients, that they pretty much were projected of like, yeah, I know my quality of life is going to degrade, and they want to give instructions as in like once it gets to this point, well, and like I'm pretty much like no longer autonomous, as in I can't end my own life. I want you to end my life for me. Like, is that permissible to you?
I think if you were like being kept alive on a machine, is that what you're talking about? Did I mishear that? I'm sorry, I may have gotten
Well, I
distracted.
mean, we can start introducing machines, but I'm definitely not an expert on AL. But the patients tend to be like, not every patient's the same, but that goes for just about every other
Sure,
condition.
sure.
But like, it can get to that point of like the extreme example
If your
of like
body
Steve.
can't sustain life without like in the again, I'm talking an extreme here. Like you were in like a fucking tube, right, or something like that, and you can't like your body outside of this mechanical contraption that's very elaborate will not survive. Okay. But when we're talking or brain death, for example, like if you're a vegetable, okay, and you have a not a do not resuscitate, but what's the thing
DNR,
where
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
is that what it's called, right? When
Yeah.
if you're brain dead, they don't
know.
keep your body alive. I
Yeah.
think that's fine. I think that's different than someone who is just has ALS and would survive on their own, right? With just medication, normal procedures like that,
Okay.
dialysis maybe.
Sure.
Yeah, but
Okay, so even so what if it's just like they've lost pretty much like most motor function, or let's say from the neck up, or rather from the neck down, they lost motor
Hmm.
function, but they just require assisted breathing. Like, do they have the right to die?
My gut says no.
Okay. Well, I think that's part of the why Canada moved in that direction. Like those were like actual cases. Sue Rodriguez, Gloria Taylor. I would encourage
Sure. My
everyone
gut says
to look
no.
those
My
up.
gut says again, what death does, and we don't allow people, right, to do everything they want to themselves. We just don't.
Which
And
is
I
the
think that's a
issue.
good thing. Again, we don't allow doctors to remove our eyes just because we want our eyes removed. We don't allow doctors to do a lot of things to us just because we want this to happen. There has to be more to it than that. And I think when it comes to assisted death, to physician assisted suicide, I think again, not only does it create a lot of perverse incentives with society, but it is robbing the patient of any choices they will ever make in the future. Like, just I don't think would you agree? And Brittany, I'm curious in your chance. Could you sell yourself into slavery if that was your consent? Do you think you should be morally allowed to sell yourself into slavery?
I mean, if you're consenting to it, you can sell yourself into the illusion of slavery.
No,
Slavery
no,
is a
to
very
actual
specific thing.
slavery.
Slavery is a
Yeah.
very specific thing. It's a very specific. I don't think you can
But
actually.
consent though, right? Like
No,
consent. You're
for sure,
consenting to it.
consent. Look, I really think you have one life and then you die. So, like, if you want to faux sell yourself into slavery, what does that mean? If you're selling yourself into slavery, I don't
Yeah,
think that means
you're
what we think it
consenting.
means.
Well, what do you think it means?
That's like saying, can you force yourself to be raped? It's like it doesn't work that way. There's an element of non-consent that has to be involved.
No, people
You
sold
can't
themselves into
surrender your
slavery.
consent indefinitely.
But that's what
But
suicide is.
that's
We
that I
recognize
know.
that,
That's what
right?
I think Wick and I kind of see it as is the
Well,
problem.
this would be in the case of MAID, a good MAID system, in my view, ensures that your past, present, and future self are all consenting to this agreement, right? Which is why, in the case of terminal illness, even chronic long term terminal illness, I think you have a more plausible case because there's good reason to assume that somebody with any sort of like progressive degenerative disorder that might take years to die, that their past, present, and future self will all consent to this, assuming that their future self will be the one experiencing the high levels of meaningless suffering. Whereas in the case of like the situation you're bringing up about like, will my future self consent to being a slave? Probably not. And also, probably my past self wouldn't consent to that, even if my present self is, right? And I think like good MAID services should be essentially accounting for that question of the three forms of consent in each patient, which is why, like, again, if we could ever get to the Canadian policy, I think there's a lot to talk about there because I am dissatisfied with it. But
Well,
If
let's
I can say,
Sure,
if I
go
can
ahead.
say, one
Hey.
of the reasons I've been so vocal about advocating for my desire, Brittany's only my consciousness is a desire to like end my life if I become certain kind of terminally ill when I'm older. It's because I don't want my mother, who's Catholic, to keep me alive. I want there to be evidence of me saying on the internet. I want there to be evidence that my husband has the right to do this. I want there to be evidence that I do want my life to be ended and he has the right to do this. I don't want a Terry Schiavo situation where my family like advocates for me to keep going when that was never my desire in the first place. I want my husband to be the person who makes that decision. But my mother being pro-life, my father being pro-life will fucking fight for my life and they will cause hell. And I want him to be able to be like, just watch her YouTube channel, my bros. Literally watch. She says it. I've said it for over a decade. I value my life enough to live it well. And I value my death enough to have peace when it comes to it. And I want a peaceful death.
I want to get Lawson in, but then if we want, we can dig into the particulars of the MAID system if
Sure.
that's where we want to go with this.
Yeah, this is such a hard topic. I don't think there's any hypotheticals that can really be kind of paralleled with this. But in the spirit of that, I'm going to ask a hypothetical. If somebody does experience like 20 years of just agony and suffering, is it possible for them to have one day that would make it all worth it to them?
possibly.
That's
But I think
kind of
they're
how
The
yeah.
issue is, as an other, I wouldn't force them to endure all those 20 years of suffering in the hope of potentially one good day. If they choose to make that choice, I'm going to
Yeah.
applaud them. I think it's
Mm.
cool. I think it's
Yep.
based. The
Mhm.
issue is what we're talking about is me as an other imposing my will on their life. So that's
Mhm.
why I have this like more distant of like, I don't know if I have the right to tell them you must live in the chance that you have one good day in the next 20 years.
Yeah, I agree, and that's what makes my position so difficult. This is something I'm MS, and she has gone back and forth from suicide to today's the greatest day of my life, which makes this so fucking difficult. Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, there's no doubt. This is not easy. Like, I don't want anyone here to
Mm.
be like, oh my God, look at them thinking death is so easy. Nothing in life is easy. But I would argue that life is just as hard as death. And that's why it's so difficult to know what to do.
I think
I
the
think
actual
Wick and I just have a problem with the permanence of it. Like
Totally.
there is no like second choices after.
as long as you are alive, you have options and you have a choice.
Well, you
when-
only have options if your brain functions. You only have options if you have money. You only have options if you have care.
There's
You
always
only
a
have
chance-
options if you
There's
have
always
resources.
a chance that even if you don't have it, that you will get it sometime in the future. When you remove that option, like when you kill yourself, then you removed all options forever.
For sure. There's
Yes,
always an option.
The potentiality argument is a valid one. It's
Mm.
just difficult because then you have to contend with your potentiality argument around abortion because it's a very, very similar line of logic. And the issue is that potentiality by itself, I think, is a personal decision, should weigh in what you think your future self would consent to, which is why I think good MAID programs need to consider all three forms of consent. However, the potentiality factor isn't something that I think like specifically our government should be able to force upon you. That's the main thing that I'm having an issue with.
Before we
Um,
get into the specifics of MAID, because I do want to talk about that, right? I have some super chats to read, and let's go through them as quickly as possible. $2 from Zephyr Hash. What if someone is poor or in massive debt? $5 from the same individual. Why are we only limiting it to medical and health suffering? What about economic suffering, leading to low quality of life and painful existence? Again, this will lead into the actual
questions.
MAIDs discussion.
the main
Good
right?
policy
question.
question,
Yeah.
really.
And then $5 from Testicle Johnson. American made equal guns. This is alternative for the anti-MAID side if you don't allow people to die with dignity on their own terms. Thank you
Well,
for the
Canada,
money,
we don't
gang.
have
If you want to give
guns,
me more
Testicle.
money, now's your chance. Like, send me some super chats, support me, etc. But let's get back to the nitty gritty of the policy and how this like conceptual issue has played out when the rubbers hit the road and we've had to make policy
Medics.
about suicide and government assisted suicide. How has this played out? What are some of our thoughts on how MAID is going? Does anyone think MAID, as it's currently practiced today in Canada, is based?
If you're using that as a synonym for perfect, then no, I don't think
Not
it's perfect.
perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect, but better
More
than
good than bad.
more
Yeah,
good than bad.
on the whole, yes, more good than bad.
With
I'm
Brittany,
mixed. I don't know. I'm a
mixed,
little
I
bit
don't know.
agnostic.
Same.
But because I don't know, I'm extremely hesitant because I think the risk
Mm.
of like the lack of audit is high.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know exactly, but if it gives people more choice, I'm always going to lean towards more choice.
Okay. I know it's bad. I know it's
I couldn't have
not
guessed
good,
from your
but-
previous
Wick
position.
Fair enough,
fucking
fair enough.
knows.
But hey, let's talk about what like so I want to interrogate this. You said it's more good than bad, Corey. You seem to be the strongest stance here on that.
Sure, on the whole, yeah.
Strongest positive stance. So sell me on it.
Yeah, I think this is one of the ultimate tests for our country, just as I think it would be the ultimate test for your country and a country of like pretty much the full autonomy to end your life. That's why I say like it's exposing clear flaws in how our society functions. It's an ultimate test of our other policies, our socioeconomic policies of like, yeah, I don't want people driven to MAID as a result of their socioeconomic conditions. And so like now the rubber actually meets the road. Where we have to talk about it, where we have actual cases. I have no problem talking about the cases of, let's say, Sophia, or at least based off of the CTV News story. That was their name. Of like, yeah, they couldn't find affordable housing as a result of, their, I think, allergy or extreme allergy sensitivities. And like literally, I think in one video recording, they pretty much just like said, yeah, the government sees me as pretty much like expendable. I don't want that happening. But I don't think the answer is, well, we just remove MAID. Like now we actually have to talk about it. Now we actually have to address. We are forced to address the socioeconomic conditions, as opposed to in other countries where they don't have it. You can. It's all just a stat, and you can just brush it aside. Of like,
Why
well, these people just aren't, pulling themselves up
why
by the
is
bootstraps.
sure, I just fail to see how this is making you actually address it.
Because we're right here talking about it and these stories. So, can you give me any story, of any personal story of any of the, approximately 150, 200,000 depths of the despair in the United States? Any personal story?
I can actually.
Okay, well, I can give you actual stories in the qualitative research of like again going to the mental health aspect of like this is an actual patient testimony of like I'm through with therapy. According to me, if you're in therapy, you have to work towards something, but that isn't the case anymore, and has it been for maybe a few years. After 25 years of therapy, there's nothing left to work on. The therapy just keeps the engine running. But life is more than an engine kept running. I've taken a lot of antidepressants. I lost faith in them, as there are no pills that can cure me. They barely help me. This is from a 42-year-old woman. So do you have anything analogous to that on your 200,000 depths of despair?
This sounds again. Um, I'm trying to be as sensitive as I can, but this very much sounds like someone who is again in their 20s, early 30s.
42, 42. It's a woman, 42 years old,
Sure.
in
Again,
in
I
Belgium.
don't know of anyone who has the exact age of 42 that's had this, right? So if you want a strict one-to-one comparison where I have to find a 42 Belgian woman, I don't
Any story? No, but
sure.
that is the
But when we
problem
talk about 20s to
of
30s, I can give you a few where people have expressed to me, right? And have talked to me and taken me aside and said, I think it's over. I don't see any hope. Economic conditions especially, they have struggled for years to find a job that they didn't hate. They've struggled for years to find even a place to stay
yeah,
for longer than 6 months. They've had to basically be homeless for long stretches
sure.
of time because they live out of their car, etc. Um, I think that if the offer was on the table by the government to end their lives through medically assisted suicide, they absolutely would have taken it. And I thank God that they did not have that option, because if they had that option, they would have taken it. And some of them are still struggling, but some of them absolutely are not. Some of them um, have changed their lives. And again, had they had the option, they would have never had the chance to change their lives. They would never have a chance to experience the joy that they do today because this option was on the table. I think simply having it as an option is insidious and it's harmful.
Well, the people that so I guess I should have been more specific in my question. But I guess I would say any stories in the qualitative research. But regardless, I'll even take your testimonies of like, well, I can understand a retrospective and the potentiality, but I think not so erudite address that. Of like that argument for potentiality, I think only goes so far. It doesn't hold actual much water. But like one of the reasons why, like I said, I think on average, on the whole, it's good, but there are clear faults where again, like I actually want these stories. I want the bad stories out there actually publicized because like that actually gets people's attention. People unfortunately have more empathy for little Timmy down the well than for 80,000 opioid deaths. That's just the reality.
The issue is that I don't really want people being mishandled by the system and dying as a result of it to be like what we utilize as rallying points for like better social welfare.
Sure.
I don't think that that's like an ethical cost essentially. So like my issue with the Canadian MAID system is in 2021, the moment that we basically got rid of the like foreseeable death clause, um, there was a whole bunch of UN experts and human rights experts that came out very aggressively against this, basically outlining that there's going to be a high risk of ableism and ageism. There's going to be a high number of social workers very willing to quickly sign off on people's death because essentially, like, and here's the thing, but the problem with the current MAID system is I feel like when I read like these increasing numbers of like, I think there was 15 cases recently that came out in Quebec specifically where
Yeah.
all 15
Oversight.
cases were
Yeah.
where there's major oversight. And to me, I'm like, 15 cases doesn't sound like a lot, but it's not like there's actually thousands and thousands. Like, even though people will be like, 3% of Canadian deaths, I think it's still only 10,000. So even like 15 cases in 10,000 is a much higher marker of error than I'm really comfortable with. And it feels like what's happening is like people are saying in the government, helping these people is too expensive. So we may as well kill them because we're not going to be helping them. We're not going to spend the money to help them. So we may as well just fucking kill them instead. And like the UN concern about like the ableism, the amount of like impoverished people who are selecting basically care that they can't get access to or killing themselves, or affordable housing and killing themselves, is like horrifying to me. It's like the maximal case of like I think one UN expert literally said this threat to like disabled people in Canada might be similar levels to like the Nazi like eugenics program, and that's probably hyperbolic, but hell, they wrote it in their letter to the UN, so they were willing to stand by it enough. That's really concerning to me. This is the issue: was like the removal of like the terminal illness or the removal of like foreseeable death. I think opens this up to like the Alan Nichols case, where on his MAID form he was suicidal, and a month later he was approved for MAID, and the reason for MAID was hearing loss, but he had had hearing
Mhm.
loss since he was a child, right? The major shift that seemed to happen is that he was suicidal now, and it's like that's that these cases are really concerning, and I don't want it to be like, well, now people are going to care about social welfare. That's not really what's going to happen, right? And I don't want people to care about social welfare on the backs of disabled, impoverished people
To
dying. That's
piggyback
just like
off
not
of
in it
that,
for me.
yeah, to piggyback off of that, like Corey, when you say that now we have to reckon with it, how it will inevitably be reckoned with is simply by expanding these options, because it's always going to be cheaper for the government. The costs are going to be down, right? Especially for a government funded healthcare program. It's much easier to kill someone than it is to keep them on palliative care or improve
Uh,
their social
okay,
conditions,
this might just be a
material
difference
conditions.
in culture. Not that I'm all pro Canadian government, but I have a little bit more faith in my government. Then it's like, yeah, it's just a strict like economic calculation of like, well, it's it's a cost saving
We
measure,
can
so we
already
might as
see
well
it
just
happening, though, right? We can
not
already see
no.
it happening.
The majority of MAID of the individuals that actually get
Sure,
MAID,
the
the average age
majority.
is about I think like 78, 76.
It's mostly
And
old
it's
cancer
yeah, it's
patients.
most and they're like I think the majority about 80% they're already in palliative care. And so it's like that's why like I'm totally okay with talking about these cases. And
But
like
it
I'm
isn't
definitely
just the
not.
majority that we have to be concerned about. So even if it was 90% that were fine, 10% is still a fucking lot, right? Like even if it was only 2% that was non-palliative care and these due to these economic conditions, 2% of what was it? Um 10,000, 30,000. What was the number?
For
Well,
a total number of MAID
I
Yeah,
think it
yeah,
was
yeah.
cases.
3,000 in 2021, right?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think
All
so.
across Canada.
Yeah, that's a
No,
lot.
10,000. I think it was 10,000.
Yeah, 10,000.
I can get
2%
the
of
number.
10,000? What is that? Like 200?
well, Wick, I was going to ask, what is
Horrific.
the like failure rate that we'd be willing to accept for this?
Very little, less than that. I understand that you can never have a perfect system. Like, first of all, I pose it on a conceptual level, but when it comes to a practical level, I think again that just the risks of it being there, and even if there is no failure right now, the risks of sometime in the future having opened this door and it being used to simply get rid of the undesirables in a community is so high. I again, I think that we shouldn't open that Pandora's box at all.
One question I guess I would have in like weighing this, because whenever it comes to like, this is like a
Mm,
statistical question, right? Where like, we have the same question when it comes to like,
I feel like if fear's involved, it's gonna
trying people
fail.
in court for criminal cases and stuff like this, where like
Like
there's a
people are already
foreseeable amount
dying.
of innocence that will get found guilty that shouldn't. So like false negative, false positives, right? And we try to minimize. So in like a lot of like study and research on like incarceration, we try to minimize false positives like as much as possible. And so one thing I'd be
Fuck
curious to
prison
know is
systems,
like
bro.
one thing that we don't have context for is like what's the rate of false positives amongst like our judicial system? And because you can't really get it to zero, just to be clear. And so say it's like 1%, that would give us context of being like, okay, so say it's 2% for the MAID program, then I would be willing to say like, yeah, that needs to get reduced a lot, right? It needs to at least be at 1%. If not, maybe 1% isn't admissible. But part of the issue is that we don't have like these stats of comparison of knowing like, I mean, it's the same question with like teens being diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Like, what percentage of them are being misdiagnosed or mistreated? We don't really have those numbers, so it's
Mm-hmm.
really hard to compare, right? So I could give you the number like in MAID, I believe that only 4% of people get rejected as ineligible, but that doesn't mean that 96% of people who apply actually end up getting MAID. And that doesn't necessarily, that could either mean that our vetting process is really, really good and that only really eligible people are getting through, or it might mean that our standards for approval are too broad. So it's really hard to like judge these things, which is why I want like an audit of the MAID program, basically.
Yeah, which
Out of
I'm in
oh,
favor of. Like that's
Mhm.
why I said like I
Obviously.
I believe in our ability to address all these like clear shortcomings.
What is
That there are
your
massive failures. And just to I think actually one of our politicians like said this. In many ways, it's easier to get a wheelchair, or rather, it's easier to get made in Canada than a wheelchair. That's a problem. We should address that.
Mm.
So what at what point like is there a point where you would say, okay, there's too much failure rate, we've tried to fix it, it's not working, so we should send maids to maids. We should medically assist maids in dying. Is there any point where you would be like, okay, we've tried this, it's obviously not working, we should just shut it down? And what would that point be?
Well, there's a little bit of nuance there. Like, if it's like to the extreme of like this person never applied
Let's
for
just
MAID
say
and they're still
rolling
getting it,
back,
then that's a massive
the
failure.
specific changes, rolling back the specific changes of foreseeable death and the changes that were made in 21, which I think was the verbiage of foreseeable death and
A 10-day waiting period was
yeah,
removed. The second witness signature, and I believe some level of like a mental health counsel period was also
okay.
required
So
before
yeah, what
2021.
like
I
what
think Bill C7 was terrible. I just
what yeah,
I hate
what would have to happen or what would have to be shown to you to say, okay,
Ooh.
we should probably roll those changes back?
uh,
Mm.
Probably if there's greater than like 2 or 3% of cases, or like if through auditing, because like I would agree, it seems like one of the glaring shortcomings. I think that not so erudite touched upon of like there's a particular case of like as a result of hearing loss, it seems like they got made, and then their family tried to like get more details about like, hey, what's going on here? We didn't actually expect this to happen, and just everything falls on deaf ears. So if there are more examples of that occurring, where like it's like
Mm.
whatever 2 or 3% of cases where it's like yeah people like their families can't actually inquire about like their suspected
Do people even have
potential
families
murder, I
anymore
guess,
who
then
care?
like yeah that is a problem. Where it seems like they
Like,
were just ping pong back and forth between like the RCMP and like
senior citizens are dying
whatever college board or
alone
something
at a
like that.
higher rate,
Like
right?
I'm super curious. I don't know if you saw there's an investigative, this was basically the thing that
So
sought
who
my
would
opinion, is
advocate
there was
for
an
them? Kids
investigative
who are
journalist, maybe I
estranged
can
from
send
them?
you a link to the article afterwards, but they have a recording of a Zoom meeting from some of like the higher ups talking about the MAID service program and talking about like how their
I
social
listened
workers
to
vet
that.
things. It's a really interesting thing. Now, there's some arguments being made that maybe it's fake, but I haven't. The issue is you have to prove that's false, and there hasn't really been evidence. There's mostly just them being like, "This isn't real," and it's like, it looks real, sounds real, like it could be all fake, but like we need some substantive. And basically, they're talking about how like they're going to continue pushing forward a certain level of like um basically like signing off on maybe like inappropriate maids because it might finally get the government to care about social welfare programs and basically being like if we push this and like allow like sketchy levels of like suicides to occur. Eucharist is the one who
That's so
actually sent
sad,
me the article,
Maddox.
and this is the main thing that switched me to being like the evidence for me is if this article is true, which it could be false, but if it's true, hearing any practitioner in the field using the suicides as a political tool is immediately the point where I go, stop and roll this back. This isn't okay. So that was the point that switched me. It wasn't really about the evidence. It's about like the bureaucratic orientation of the practitioners because I don't trust them. I don't actually trust all social workers and doctors to like, especially if they're being politicized, to make good decisions about
Well,
maids specifically,
obviously.
especially if they've got really annoying clients that have been like a problem for like 20 years. I really don't trust them, especially with the amount of burnout and case and like compassion burnout with social workers.
It was
It
like
will be a
listening to the
problem.
Watergate tapes.
Mm.
Okay, I want to give space to Eucharist. Well, I use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, gang. But Eucharist is was my backup, but he
no
unfortunately
longer
had a power
dodging.
outage.
Typical
So
Eucharist.
Eucharist is here to give my takes for me in perhaps a more educated way. Go ahead, Eucharist.
I think you might be muted, maybe. Okay. Take it away, Eucharist.
Yes, my toddler likes to come in here and turn off my interface, and I come in and forget that my mic is not on. So I was able to listen to like the first 45 minutes on my phone before it died because my power was out. I wasn't dodging. I will fight you anytime, Corey, or anyone else. I was very frustrated because I feel like for the first time in a conversation about MAID, the opponents should have been not on the back foot. And we have so much evidence now that the Canadian system is failing that like 90% of the conversation, at least that I heard, was like the sort of edge case stuff. Well, don't you care about people with ALS and stage 4 bone cancer where things are
Well,
growing
we were
through their
stuck at
eyeballs,
terminal.
right?
We were stuck at
Yeah,
like the moral
yeah,
arguments for
like
terminal versus
that.
mental health. Yeah.
Okay, fine, maybe.
It
Again,
was
like
Wick's fault, okay? He
I'll
was like,
own the
no to any terminal illness
well, no,
euthanasia. And we're like,
I'll
that's
own the
insane.
extreme position. I'll own the extreme position. I'm
I know you
extremely
will.
against suicide. I think it's always bad. But I think that we are in a unique position right now where like stuff is sucking in Canada so badly that I've been proven right. I've been talking about this for many years now, and I've been slippery slope fallacy, all this. I've just been right. So what I want proponents of the policy to do. Maybe right now, maybe we don't have time for it, but I'm perfectly willing to defend my extreme suicide stance. What I want
also have
proponents to
go
do
pee,
is to
guys,
defend the
so
fact that what we
watch.
know now is that there are people killing themselves now who would not have killed themselves but for this policy. And do you think that's fine and good? And do you think their lives probably would not have been worth living if that policy hadn't existed, right? So we just know we've opened the floodgates. Okay, so another thing, this bothered me. This kept coming up in the 45 minutes I got to listen to. You guys kept getting into the private versus public thing. That's not an issue here because it doesn't matter if the government is the one injecting you, right?
I agree. That's
what
why I tried to
matters,
dismantle it.
What matters is the fact that you have a state that is now giving a thumbs up that says in these circumstances you can kill someone, right?
Look,
That's what
okay,
matters.
just because I was effectively rhetorically at cutting down that conversation doesn't mean that it doesn't
I
need to
know.
be talked about. I just won, okay?
Like the issue at hand is when does a state say you are okay not only to die, but someone else is okay to intervene and kill you, right? We're going to give a thumbs up and say this person is fine. I don't care if it's a private provider. I don't care if it's a public provider. The state has made that prejudgment. This is what, so the investigative report that I sent to Not So Erudite has this paragraph that's like death by checkboxes, which is what this is, right? If you meet the checkboxes and someone kills you, you're fine. Okay. So another thing that I think goes unaddressed quite often, and again, I don't feel like I should have to be on the back foot because okay, by the way, if this didn't come up, the other thing that I sent to Erudite, I just feel like we have to emphasize is that we're on track right now in Quebec for 7% of total deaths to be MAID deaths. 7% of total deaths in 2023.
Wait. Well, I want to address that. Go ahead.
I'm saying that is an insane amount of deaths compared to the rest of the world who has
Belgium
been doing the kind of
yeah,
system, compared to
Quebec
the kind of
number
system
one,
that you
I
want,
agree.
right?
As a Quebecer.
Quebec number one. Okay, so the more people killing themselves, the better it is. I love that.
Okay, so
no, hang on, no, you said it. You said it. Nope, you said it.
People killing themselves
more-
is
yes,
better for
yes,
the
you
Canadian
said it.
state, okay? Let's
yeah.
just say it.
I just want to know, and this is a question that I asked Erudite over a year ago in our debate on this. What we're dealing with in the Canadian system, particularly the cases you brought up, the hearing loss people, like cases where someone says, my main reason is that I just don't want to live anymore, but I have this other medical condition, some chronic pain or something, and that's the checkbox that I get. How confident are we that the panels that have developed in Canada, this like 2-doctor check system, doctors who, by the way, don't have to be mental health trained professionals, they can be nurse practitioners, they can be your general practitioner, they just have to check the box. How confident are we that we are sifting through the right types of suicidal people, right? Because in one case, there's a person who wants to die for a reason that you, Corey, and Brittany and everybody else thinks is the right reasons. And in another case, it's somebody who wants to die for maybe a temporary reason, distress reason, something. How confident are we that we can actually sift through these things? I don't think you are confident. I think you've said things are not working. But Corey, you said there are clear shortcomings in the program, but I have faith in my country. I wrote that down when you said it because it made me so mad. Because the shortcomings are people killing themselves who would not have killed themselves otherwise, Corey. That's not like a minor thing. That's a major thing, right? If you think there's even one case, and we have 15 cases of potentially illegal suicides in Quebec, if you think there's even one case of someone killing themselves who would have regretted it later, if we could hypothetically port their consciousness into the future, if you think there's even one case of somebody who was the wrong kind of suicidal, I feel like that is just like that's the kind of like moral reflection that I need from people to say like this is not working the way we thought it would. This is a once and done thing. I can't take it back once you've taken those pills or once I've given you that injection, right?
Okay. So can I start addressing some of your points?
Please. do.
Okay. So you brought up the 7% issue with Quebec. So I'm curious if we get to the place where we've cured everything except for terminal cancer, and it's 100, like it's literally just one person in Quebec, 100%. That's our made case. Are you okay with that?
No, I'm opposed to that.
Okay,
But
okay.
My point,
Yeah, so
is,
this
my point is
fine.
this should shock people,
wait,
right? The
there's
fact
not
that
gonna
you've
be-
opened
so
the
then the
floodgates
point is
and
the
that so many people are
percentage- the
qualifying and
percentage
taking
doesn't
advantage of
matter.
it should
The percentage
shock
doesn't
people
matter.
morally.
So okay, so would it be okay
Percentage
with you?
doesn't matter for me. It should matter for you.
Wait,
No,
wait,
no, hang
would
on,
it
hold on,
be
hold on.
okay?
No,
Would it be
no,
okay?
Corey,
Okay,
Corey,
I
stop, stop,
just want to be
Corey.
clear. I've been letting him cook.
Corey, stop.
Okay, this was the
Corey,
thing. I've
stop.
been letting him cook. I've been letting
Percentage-
him maul this whole conversation.
People
Then I'm
really
bringing
just
him in
wanna
here like a
control you, bros.
shotgun blast
Remember
in the
that.
face to take you
People
all
want
on.
to control you by
Wait,
caring
I
are you
had to
okay?
deal
Are you
with
okay if
Yeah,
Quebec
he's trying to
accepts
bail
all of
Dick
that?
out
That's how
from
they
his,
control you.
his personal feelings.
and-
Are you okay if
My
Quebec
feelings
reduced it to
matter,
3%,
okay?
like it's below Belgium now, or like what if Quebec had just like? Are you okay
Corey,
with that?
Corey, let me
Alright,
try to
answer the
explain what I'm doing
question.
I
here.
love you.
Let me
Yeah,
try to
I-
explain what I'm doing here, right? Percentage doesn't matter for me. It
Unconsensually.
should matter for you.
I
Because what we're
agree.
talking about is a government system that says there are certain types of lives that are not worth living, that introduces the idea to you that your life may not be
Yeah.
worth living and you will now kill yourself
Okay.
when you would not have otherwise, right? So
Watch
the
a fashion
percentage
magazine. They
should
make you feel that
morally
way
shock
too.
you. I think the percentage is bad no matter how many people are taking advantage
Okay,
of it.
so then don't bring up
No,
like 7%.
no, stop. I can bring that up because it's a case against you, Corey.
he too
If the
loud?
court
No.
system was working how it should,
You can't
there
hear
should
me
not be
yelling?
this many people killing themselves. Well,
Well,
no,
so
you're
I-
extreme. You think if somebody's blind and they're slightly sad, they should be able to kill
I want
themselves.
to make sure other people get in
Can
on
I-
this too.
but let- can I
Corey,
address some of his
respond,
argument early?
But I want to hear from
I just want
Brittany
to
on this as well,
clarify
and Lawson
Eucharist's
here.
position. Okay, I want to make sure I understand your position. So, are you okay with, let's say, California's like oral protocol
No.
of like Okay, so like pretty much under no, you're pretty much. It seems like you're on the WIC
Correct.
position of like.
Well, I'm
under
more
no
than Wick.
circum-
I'm extreme. I'm
Yeah,
very extreme.
I'm
Anti-suicide.
curious.
Suicide
I'm
always
also
bad. Yes.
So okay, so I'm curious. I'm also curious of your religious beliefs. So where does Jesus fall in there in suicide?
Well,
Ooh, that's a
I
big
would say
theological.
Jesus
there's
does
a-
commit
we would have to
suicide,
draw. No,
sort
no,
of.
I'm perfectly.
He doesn't let
equipped with
Pontius
this. This
Pilate
is-
save him.
Like, there are fine lines we can draw between dying
Oh, it's
for
nuanced.
something. No, yeah, it is. It is actually. There are lines you can draw
Oh.
between dying for something and killing yourself. This has been a line that we have been able to draw, by the way, since Socrates. Okay, so if we want to walk through it, I've got it. We're ready. But
Well, so suicide not always bad. You're
no, that's not what I said. There's a difference between
I think-
suicide
Enough,
and
guys.
laying
No,
down your life for something.
I think you said.
Is
Let's
volume
let's
too
rewind
low
the tape.
still?
You said suicide
high?
bad.
Yep.
Okay.
I would say there are
so
things that are not suicide, like dying for a cause.
okay, so
not suicide.
okay.
Very different.
Okay. So martyrdom.
Yeah.
Okay.
different.
Fine. If you want to frame it that way, I think there would be some people that
We can
disagree.
parse. We can parse.
But yeah, that's obviously a separate panel.
Wait, do you think, just Corey? Do you think that someone who signs up for the military and they have to hold the line, like everyone's they know it's a suicide mission. We call it colloquially a suicide mission. But do you think that that's the same thing as choosing to kill yourself because you are in immense pain?
Actually, I do in terms of like odds, likely, unless we're talking about attempted suicide versus completed. But yes, I do think.
Yeah,
signing up for the
someone who's
military-
like, I am going to hold the bridge against the 10,000 troops. Like, I am going to buy my troops enough time, right? And they know they're going to die. 100% chance. There's no chance they're getting out of this alive. No quarter, no capture. They know they're going to do. Do you think that's the same thing fundamentally as someone choosing to kill themselves because they were in pain or were suffering, right?
Well, I think the
Okay.
odds calculation are kind of different in terms of assault. Like, I don't know if it's. I think
does
that I
it
think
answer
that is
your-
different.
Is it an hypothetical?
Yeah,
Do you
sure.
think,
By all
do you think there's any possible moral difference that we could parse between someone who flies a plane into a civilian building and someone who falls on a grenade to protect his battle brothers? Do you think there's any difference we might be able to draw between those two cases?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
so,
I want to finish your
but you-
point, Corey,
Yeah,
and then I want to hear
you
from Simon.
you are against like pretty much like any doctor, even just like prescribing medication, and it's like they leave it up to the patient whether you take this medication to kill, like pretty much like California's oral protocol. That is what you are against.
Yep.
Okay.
Is against all forms of state involvement in euthanasia in any ways. Probably because of like.
But well,
mere
even if
precedent.
state, even so,
Well,
state
I-
involvement or state sanctioned. Because
I'd say the latter again, because it's like when you have a regime of permissiveness, right? That says in this case we will not prosecute you if you do X, Y, Z. That is in a way a thumbs up. That is if we just look at the incentive structure that builds in, right? It changes the game. So there's a professor of mine that likes to talk about what he calls like the thinkability of a thought, and this come up a few times with you all as well when it comes to just like dying in general, right? My grandmother was not depressed because she didn't have access to her iPhone, but if you took my iPhone away now, I might have withdrawal symptoms because I have symptoms of addiction. It's all those things, right? There's problems that get introduced when an option is introduced to you that you did not know was an option before. When the government tells me now I have the option to go to a doctor and request that they kill me, that changes the game significantly. It changes my psychological state. It changes my whole life going forward if that is a real option available to me given my medical conditions. Yeah.
Well, specifically, it's a change to precedent of like British common law. I think that's the biggest argument. At least for me, that's like the more compelling argument about a lot of this is that like it's a really weird precedent to essentially having the state signing off and agreeing to helping you kill yourself on your behalf, which can get really fucky if the state basically does that and it turns out that the person maybe later wouldn't have actually killed themselves, so then they're basically like enabling somebody in like a temporary state of like mental illness, which is really weird precedent in British common law. We don't really have it. Not that I'm, because I'm still for letting terminally ill people die. It's a precedent in common law that I'm willing to abate, basically.
I want to hear from Brittany and from Lawson. I know we're going a little overtime, so if you guys need to
It's fine.
bail, I understand that. And I know we got people wanting in on this, so yeah, if you don't have time, you need to go do other things. I understand, but I want to keep this conversation going because it's interesting to me. But yeah, Brittany, go ahead. What are your thoughts here?
Well, to be honest, I wish I didn't go to the bathroom right when this was starting because now I feel like I missed out a little bit. But I will say I mean this with take it with a grain of salt. I don't believe people who want to deny people choice that they care about them. Period.
You want to respond to that, you, Chris?
Yeah, I just don't see this as denying a choice. I don't think it's a legitimate choice. There are lots of things that we deny people choice on that we think are illegitimate. You should not have the choice to harm and kill other people, right? There are lines that we draw, and my line that I draw is self-harm. I don't think you should have the right to do that. I value the people, the agents of the state who pull people off of ledges, there was a video that went viral recently. It was an old video of a cop running over a woman who had a gun to her head and was threatening other people and saved her life and other people's lives. I value the people who take that heroic action and save people from harming themselves. So yeah, I think we cut people's choices off all the time because we love them. And even if we don't love them, it's just the thing that we do.
Yeah, I
Sure.
think that that's not always true though, right? I'm sorry. I think you say we don't let people kill people, but we just mentioned the military, right? So like we let people kill people just fine in the right context and we decide what the context is, right? When it's appropriate.
Yeah.
I think it can be appropriate for an individual to want to die. In the same way that it's appropriate for the government to hire people, my four brothers were in the military, to kill people against their consent, right? I think we can justify plenty of things, right? So I think there can be a circumstance, and I'd love to see you being open to that, where an individual could need this care.
I'm open to the idea that it is quite understandable, and I can be quite sympathetic to why someone desires that. I don't think that I need to come to the conclusion that they should have that right. I don't think it's a right that exists. Yeah.
So I think one of the issues that I'm running into with like the comparison of like pulling somebody off a bridge versus like again, I'm going to focus on terminal illness because I'm not advocating for the mental illness stanza at this point. I basically, after looking through Bill C7, I just kind of reject it. So I'm only going to stand on the terminal illness at this point. And when I say terminal, I'm stretching that not like legal. I think legally terminal is 60 days. I'm including anything with a foreseeable death in the future and a fair bit of suffering up until that point of death. So the issue for me is that I wouldn't want, just like it would be a weird change, it is a weird change of British precedent to basically allow the state to help us kill ourselves. It's also really weird change in British precedent, British common law precedent, for example, for the state to say you must do life-saving care, right? So if you have cancer and there's like a 70% survival rate on chemo, but also your quality life is going to suck and potentially might afterwards as well. I'm not really for a situation where the government says you must take chemo, which is in very much more so what we're talking about with terminal illness. So the reason why like somebody trying to jump off a bridge isn't quite analogous to a terminal illness situation is because in this case, it's not so much like somebody trying to jump off the bridge impulsively. It's a case of basically somebody who has a serious condition that will lead to death, and the government saying, you must take your chemo. You have no choice. You have to take your chemo or you're going to suffer miserably until your death. And there's no other option in between. That's the precedent that I think is really strange that I can't get behind when it comes to terminal illness.
So I don't think that exists, and I don't think it should exist. So like we have standards already. Like the reason this is a political debate in the United States and why it was a political debate in Canada in 2016 is because we had medical ethical standards of when we can withdraw care and when people can refuse care, which is quite different from intervening to cause a death. So we already draw those lines pretty standardly. There's no state in the union that doesn't let you withdraw care. Nobody's going to compel you to do that, right? So
that's why I'm saying your comparison is disanalogous, because your comparison of like you intervening and pulling somebody off the bridge would be analogous to the government saying you must take your chemo. And that's not really what we're talking about, just to be clear. This is why you're...
Sorry.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that
the reason
when I'm
it's
making
analogous,
this bridge, that would be equivocal and analogous to the government saying you must take your chemo. That's what we're comparing here. And I'm saying I reject that model.
Yeah, I don't think
And I
it's
think you do
analogous.
too.
I don't think it's analogous because the bridge model is one where it's volitional in the same way. It's someone making a choice to do something that's going to bring about their own death in the same way the MAID case is someone making a choice to bring about their own death. The cancer thing we all agree is like this is I did not maybe I caused it, maybe I smoked, but like I'm not choosing to let my cancer proceed. Maybe I would prefer my cancer does not. The government intervening to force me to live is quite different in that case than the government stopping me from killing myself.
While we have a little bit of a lull, let me get these super chats in. $20 from Lawson Harrison. Thanks for having me on, bud. You're welcome. $10 from Aeon to say, if the human mitochondria is finally hacked through de-aging technology to delay death by centuries, if not indefinitely, should governments force this on people whether they consent or not? And then $5 from Portland is Burning for the anti-side. Should an otherwise healthy person be able to sign a DNR before major surgery? I'm curious your answer on the last one especially. You, Chris, since you're here.
Otherwise healthy person with a DNR. That's an interesting question. I need to think about that because I'm, obviously, as I've said, I'm fully supportive of people deciding to die well, and that's another assumption that I think carries through some of these conversations that I don't like is that deaths that involve immense pain and suffering can't be good deaths. I don't know if that's true. So I think I've known lots of people who have died in really painful ways, but they've chosen that, or they've chosen to go out how they chose, whether it was taking morphine or not taking morphine, so they were more cogent or not. As far as a DNR for a healthy person, I would say based on what I've talked to, my wife works in the ICU. What I've talked to her about in terms of end of life stuff is that you can be fairly granular with this stuff, which is like in this circumstance, I would like pressors like to keep my blood pressure up, but I don't want to be vented, or I want compressions to restart my heart, but I may not want like you can be pretty granular with this stuff. And so I think that's sort of a wisdom decision more than I would say like the MAID thing is a sort of irreversible choice that like yes now this thing kill like. But I would need to think about that to make sure I'm being as consistent as I can.
So I guess what I would maybe you said something here, which was that basically like people having a gruesome death isn't necessarily a bad death. And I would say that's true. Some people can have really painful existences of suffering before they die and render meaning. The issue is that I'm also not comfortable with imposing that people must have a suffering death and are just left to only try to render meaning, and that's their only option. I think in the best case situation, right, people can render meaning from their suffering and have a good death anyways. And I'm for a culture that just has a healthier engagement with death. However, the idea that like because some people who suffer a lot in their death have a good death, therefore like it's pretty reasonable to conclude that if you have two options of deaths, one that's like very, very violent and awful and full of suffering, and one that's really peaceful and surrounded by loved ones, it's reasonable to conclude that probably the peaceful one more often of the time will lead to a more good death if we could quantify it in this way.
I was going to add this topic is so interesting because like we treat a suicidal person the same regardless of the outcome, which is usually like sympathy and like caring. Like we don't
they're useless to us.
We don't call somebody like whose funeral we're at that killed themselves like a coward or something. I mean, some people do when they're like in super grief, but and also while a person's trying to attempt suicide, we still treat. I'm not really wording this very good, but you guys see what I'm saying? Like we don't really change how I think we feel about the person's actions based on the outcome.
Mm.
What do you like? Can you elaborate on this a little bit? Maybe I'm having a
I'm
hard
trying.
time.
I had the thought and then I lost it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. When it comes down to it, right? Like at the end of the day, when to answer the DNR question, I think that you should be able to like if you're going to be a vegetable, right? Like if you're going to be unable to live without the operation of a lot of machines and stuff like that. A DNR in those cases, even for a healthy person, is fine. I don't have a problem with that. But DNR because your heart stops briefly on the operating table, so now the doctors can't even attempt to revive you, even if you'd have 100% chance of like being fine with recovery. I think it would be wrong to allow someone to sign that kind of DNR. So
I
yeah,
agree. I'd be a hard no on that.
yep.
I guess I would say I don't. Another like moral difference I find coming into these conversations is I don't find the language of compulsion as compelling as some people seem to. That like the idea that just like letting your normal bodily functions keep going is a type of compulsion versus a world where we've sort of imposed an idea of which lives are worth living or are worth opting out of. I don't see that as particularly like compulsory in a way I find morally problematic to just say like, and there are certain circumstances where you can't just decide to off yourself or you can't enlist someone else's support in deciding to off yourself. There are choices that you can make to ease your death. That's another thing that I run into with this a lot is like, I can't remember who said it earlier that it was like I think the like a decent like functioning compassionate liberal democracy has to have some room for allowing suffering people to ease their time into dying, and we already do that. We have palliative care. It can be less effective for certain conditions obviously, but like I just think we're sort of underestimating the way that we deal with this on an ordinary basis for millions and millions of people who don't have access to MAID in cultures where it is practically unthinkable. So I mean, I always give
So
book recommendations. There's a really good book called Being Mortal by Atul Gawande, who's a surgeon. He writes really great books. There's not many doctors that write good books, but Being Mortal does a really good treatment of like how we got in the West to the way that we handle death. We punt them off into other places. We don't look at them, and then sort of how like actual dying works in terms of palliative care. He gives examples of his own life of palliative care he's given to patients. It's an excellent book that I think like I read that and I'm just like I don't see the necessity for MAID that so many people seem to see in the dying process.
I'm super curious then, when you look back at like cultures where we were talking about like old people jumping off a cliff. So like when in cultures where when somebody got sickly enough to the point that they felt like they were a burden, their life was quite painful, and they basically were like, yeah, I think I've had enough. There was kind of this like historical cultural right where a person would like walk off, and it was oftentimes from most of my readings. I could be nobilizing history, but my understanding of reading the literature around that was that it was a bit of a like respected tradition. It was viewed as like a good thing. Do you think that essentially these cultures were like barbaric, backwards, and you think that that was like a really bad orientation towards death?
So, like I said earlier, I think there are circumstances where we can have deep empathy and understanding for why people choose certain things. So I don't know if I would call it barbaric and backwards necessarily.
Sure, but
I would say
fundamentally, was it immoral?
I would say they just still
Okay.
should not have killed themselves. So the book I just referenced, Atul Gawande talks about his grandfather in India who lived until he was 110 years old, and he was able to do that because he had this dramatic extended family who basically oriented their entire existence around their respect and admiration for him to prop up his life in every way that they could. And so he died ultimately traveling into New Delhi on business, falling off a bus that started moving before he got off of it. He's 110 years old and he's going into town doing business. I think that's a model that I would strive for above a model that says, oh yeah, when you get to a certain age and you feel like a certain burden, probably just go walk off a
But
cliff or
it's
into the
hard.
jungle
It's
somewhere,
hard
right?
for those people. It's like
It's very
taking
hard,
caring of
yes.
people is hard, and it
It's
makes me
very
feel
hard.
sad.
It
And so
does.
why should I
Well,
have to?
the issue is it's not
Just
just
let
hard.
them go fucking kill themselves. It's cool.
Well, what you're talking about here is a fundamental shift to the way that our culture engages in like intergenerational relationships. So, like, sure, would it be better if we had a better intergenerational relationship across the board in our community? Yes, absolutely. That is true. That doesn't actually necessarily mean to me, though, that when I look at the 110-year-old whose entire family life is around like him subsisting, I'm not going to lie, I'm not actually a super big fan of that. I don't think that there's like something deeply noble about this necessarily, like in any way. And so, like,
Right.
I am for an intergenerational
Cringe.
like taking care of each other. I hate the way that we treat our geriatric population, and which is why I'm very hesitant about Bill C7 because I don't want it to just become like, oh, offload your old seniors you don't want to deal with anymore, Bill. Like just
And
off
it
them.
will, to be clear. Bill C7 specifically will. That is the current trajectory right, of where maids in Canada is going. And I hope to God that they're able to fix it, right, to roll it back or something.
Who
But
is
that
this
is that
god?
at least all the data I have seen, that's the trajectory. They're not there yet. They're not there yet. I'm not trying to spread in misinformation that that's happening right the fuck now, but I'm saying that is the direction that they are heading with these decisions.
And
It makes me
Sure.
think of the Ebenezer Scrooge quote: "They should just die and decrease the surplus population."
Can I say something that hasn't been said, but my audience really wants me to say it? And I feel like this is maybe just my bubble, but like, look, my family takes care of our elderly. We do everything we can, but we also have like my mom had 10 kids, my grandma had 17. We have the resources to take care of each other, right? With families who are having one or two kids, with families who are estranged from their relatives, from the way that old people, from my understanding, are being put in homes, which is like really weird to me in my culture, right? I'm not sure we're admitting out loud that our family units aren't even interested in taking care of our old. So who's going to advocate for them getting the care they need as they age? And if they look for the permission of their families who don't even like them in the first place, like I'm not sure they're going to get the real care that they need. And so I think there's like a little bit of like, maybe I'm missing it here, but there's a little bit of reality here that we're not even talking about. Like the government is a reflection of us, in my opinion.
I think that what you're saying is exactly true, but what I want to grapple with in that reality as well is like you're exactly right. Like we don't think in these ways and we don't value these things. And so what happens in a world where we don't think in those ways and we don't value those things, where we open the floodgates for those people now feel like a burden and they should just kill themselves. That
But
is
what
a
if
much
they are
worse
also a
world
burden too?
That is a much worse world to me than one where we strive to restore that sort of morally preferable world where we care for them and they are viewed in this better
But
way. Right?
also remember, like some of our moms and dads assaulted us as children. Some of us have
Sure.
relationships with bad parents that need to be abandoned or cannot be taken care of by their kids. So it's not like so clear cut, but I agree with you. Ultimately, we want to bring care and compassion back into our family units. I just don't think it's as easy. And I think we're still denying care to the people who need it by worrying about the fact like these are two different bubbles. The people who need care now, who are suffering and need assistance into death, they need help now. And like the thing that we want to do is a generational battle. It's gonna take us years and years to fix families and their relationships with each other, but people need care now. I'm gonna need care. Like I'm gonna need that ability. My family will fight for me to live and I'm gonna need to die later. So you better not stop me, boo, if I have a terminal illness where I need to go. So I'm concerned about those people now who need the care now, right?
And I'm concerned about those people now who should not be killing themselves now, who are going to be
I
encouraged to
agree.
do so because
I
of these
also worry.
policies, right? So,
But
so
they're
yeah,
but
so
they're
so
killing
again,
themselves now.
we're
Suicide
both
is
talking about
high.
potential. We're both talking about potential future worlds, right? One where we restore some of these things, where we fix some of these things. One where we open the floodgates and we have the downstream consequences of letting a bunch of people who would not otherwise have killed themselves kill themselves, right? So I think both of those, like one of those is a clear winner.
Right, but this isn't like
understand that you're talking
Pascal's
about the
wager.
immediate things. I know it's not. I'm not saying it's
Right,
Pascal's
there
wager.
isn't but we can't frame it under this language of like it's one or the other, right? I think
Right.
the issue is like the slippery slope has been a concern, right? I think it is starting to occur in Canada, which is a problem, right? But that the solution to that isn't like a rollback all the way to being like, wasn't it just so much better when we just like lived intergenerationally with all of our family? Number one, most of the time living with family was built out of necessity, right? Even biblically, people misquote this all the time, right? Where it's like blood is thicker than water. It's actually blood of the covenant is thicker than water of the womb, right? Even biblically, there's precedence that like your family isn't the most important thing. It's the people who you choose. So like this is where I think conservatives fail. Like there's like this quote that I really love, which is question tradition, but distrust the obvious. Progressives just don't distrust the obvious enough, where they're like, oh, it's obvious, just communism. And you're like, no, motherfucker, like think about it more. But I think the issue for conservatives is they don't question tradition enough. In the case of like an intergenerational family, all taking care of each other, so like we have this best intergenerational life, we're presuming this on a background where intergenerational necessity doesn't exist anymore. And so is it actually good to like learn how to like live with your parents and your grandparents? Sometimes, yeah, but I would say it's way better to just learn intergenerationally, regardless of like whether you're blood related. I'd much prefer chosen grandparents than the ones like I necessarily inherited because all my grandparents fucking sucked. Like, were awful people, super, super, super highly abusive individuals that I had no interest in interrelating with at all. And so like I get what you're saying, but even this like utopia that you're building toward of like this intergenerational community that like
Right.
uh takes care of the old so that like euthanasia isn't the option is like even that world isn't that real. It never really was.
I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying it's preferable to the dystopia that actually exists now or that many people here are pushing for, right? So I'll agree with you 100% that what we could push towards is better communal structures that could be more chosen than given. Like more like I don't think that there's a way for us to directly copy paste the past onto the present. I think there's always going to be a learning from the past to progress into the future. So yes, we could have a more supportive communal structure that doesn't exist now. We need to think about why it doesn't exist. We need to think about the fact that its
It's 2:30
absence
in the
means
morning. Thank you.
that more people are killing themselves, and if we give more people the option and the public support to kill themselves, that they will kill themselves. Right? That's what I'm concerned about.
Okay,
Which are-
Corey.
those
go
are
ahead.
valid concerns. I'm just curious, going back to what I posed earlier, where so you said suicide bad, but killing yourself for reasons potentially justified, and that like makes it meaningful, or that makes it like martyrdom. So is someone killing themselves for organ donation, is that justified to you?
I mean, I think where we're getting
Killing
hung up
themselves
on is
for
what you mean by
organizing.
killing themselves. Yeah, I think that's our sticking point.
Yeah, so like what is the, because you pretty much, at least in my mind, there's this category of suicide that is justified, or like suicide in the name of something. That's why I brought up like Jesus, right?
Right. I would say what
So
Jesus
what are the
does.
some things that are
I would
good?
say what Jesus does and what Socrates do, both submitting to a state that is punishing them unjustly, is quite different from active suicide. I want to distinguish those things.
So
Just
what
like
is
when I gave
what
you the moral proposition of like, can we distinguish between jumping on the grenade and flying into the Twin
It's
Towers? You
like
think we can distinguish those things?
someone who is sacrificing themselves so others may live is a much
or-
difference.
Right.
That's
So the
organ
organ
don-
donation thing
yeah.
is a good case for this. But yeah, I don't think it's just like I get to decide now. I'm gonna take on the role. I'm gonna kill myself. So that, like, I don't think that's exactly what's happening. Like I think it's far more complex than that.
Obviously,
like thinking about-
obviously that's true, right? Like that is there are clear differences, but then there are clear differences between suicide and chosen death, like clear differences,
Yeah.
right?
I-
So
well,
I think
again, I don't know
suicide
what
would
you
be the
mean by-
motivations, not so much the mechanism.
Again, I don't see as much difference between chosen death as I understand that, and maybe I've just misunderstood what you mean, Brittany. It's very possible. This is a brief conversation. There's 6 of us, right? But I do not see a substantive difference between someone who goes through and takes a long time to decide to kill themselves versus someone who spontaneously tries to kill themselves.
yeah, I think as somebody again who lives in a world where lots of people are attempting, a lot of people are suicidal. I'm one of them, or used to be one of them. Used to be. I know the difference. It's a very specific difference in dealing with terminally ill people who are like, hey, I have stage 4 cancer stage. I would like to die with my family. I would like my family around me. Like, it's just completely different. And that's what I'm saying. If you don't know the difference, that's fine. But for those of us who do, it's why we advocate, or it's why we know that it exists. And we want those options to exist for people who might not know they exist. You might not even know it's an option for you. But I'm just saying it could
Do you
be.
think maybe just entertain me for a minute, that perhaps this is kind of like you were making this distinction where there is none in order to justify this desire to be able to die when you want?
Well, but there is a distinction. There is a difference.
See,
I don't have to
that's the
make it
thing.
up.
I think there is not. I think this is
Yeah, I
code.
know that. But like I'm telling you right
I
now,
think
there
you fundamentally
is.
don't understand death, and that's the thing. And I'm
I
trying to
can
do
accept
this.
that there's a
He really
difference.
understands death,
Wait,
but I
wait,
might just
okay.
be
Let me just give you 2 scenarios. Would you say that there's a difference between a 19-year-old guy who's got minimal friends, his father abandoned him, he feels like a burden and hopeless, he has no prospects of dating, and he hates himself, and he's standing at the edge of the bridge with a bunch of voices screaming in his head saying, do it, do it, do it, jump. And then he jumps, versus somebody who has been contemplating, they've lived a pretty good life, they have good solid supports and social connections. By and large, when you get checked, they are very mentally well and capable. However, for a number of reasons, let's just say for the sake of this conversation, some sort of illness, chronic illness that they've been living with for the past 20 years, they go, you know what, I've had a good life, I'm fulfilled, I think it's time for me to pass, and I'd love to pass in a peaceful way surrounded by my friends and family. Would you tell me that there is no difference between these two individuals?
But of course there are differences, but there's no it's a difference without a distinction, right? In both
There
cases,
is a
they're
distinction.
making a
And you make, what's
Okay.
the distinction between these two?
In both cases, this is why they are similar enough where I can lump them together and say that they are fundamentally at its core, right? Because you're talking about 2 things that are differentiate them: aesthetics and time, right? The time and length of time they take to come to the decision, and then the aesthetics around of what they're doing. But at the end of the day, what they are doing
hold on.
is the same.
No. what you're saying,
They are
what the
choosing to
difference
This
is.
is why the why matters,
Yeah,
people. The
yeah, they're
why.
both birds, but in the case we've got a canary and a heron, right? Even though we might say, yeah, both herons and canaries are birds, death is occurring, birds being death, that doesn't mean that canaries are the same as herons. They're still distinct entities. In
Well-
the case of like the impulsive suicide, we've got a different psychological context, which is like one of the most important things that we're talking about here in the distinction from chosen life is the psychological context preceding and around the concept of death itself. That's why these are fundamentally different.
And also, one of the fundamental differences
fundamentally, but very
is
different.
also like how our Canadian healthcare system deals with these cases. As in, when if you show up to the ER and you say you're suicidal or have suicide ideation, they don't offer you MAID. They potentially maybe even temporarily remove your agency, as opposed to someone saying, "Hey, I'm suffering, and I'm getting other doctors to sign off on my medical assistance in death." I think those are two separate cases, and we treat
Yeah.
them differently in our healthcare system.
I can agree that they're two separate cases. My first question, Corey, again, going back to my rant at the beginning, is how confident are you that the Canadian system is actually parsing those correctly? Because there seem to be cases of people who have long-term suicidal ideation, who have figured out a way to game the system, who know what the checklist is going to be, right?
Yep.
Are you confident that we're actually sorting for the right people? And second,
Man, if
why
they
do you
want to
think
die
that
that
difference is
bad,
morally
good for
relevant?
them.
Am I highly so just as you brought up, it's granular. So that's why I said when Wick brought up the the word based, do I think it's based as a synonym for perfect? No, I don't think it's perfect. But on the
Space is
whole,
not a-
I think
is space a synonym for. Am I using that word?
well
wrong
that's
as
why I
a-
tried to
as a
that's why I
describe-
tried to clarify. I don't know how you use the like I'm
I
just
don't use
being
it
an
as
idiot.
correct.
Excellent.
Yeah. But I'm like 70-80% like on board in terms of like I think it's working more or less as intended and as like pretty much not optimally but suboptimally where it's like the issues that you bring up I agree they are moral failings in our society that we need to address but I see no reason why we can't get to a system that I want where those cases that you're talking
But-
about that are clear there in the media that don't occur
And
anymore.
this is my problem here is like the more or less part, right? So again, by your worldview, okay, and I'm trying to go as by your worldview as much as I can here. Without maids, there would be more suffering, but with maids now there is more death, and I think the death part has the weight of it.
Well, I'm
Oh,
just
we
curious
can't
on
get
Death
back
is
here
just
on
Hitler
death.
and
just-
Satan.
just-
Death
I'm just
to
curious
equals
on both of
evil.
I think I know, but
Death
I'm
is-
assuming
Death is wrong. Yes.
just to
No,
clarify,
it's
I'm assuming
not.
both Wick and
And
Eucharist.
you got to be a
you're-
vegan, Wick.
Yeah.
I don't know what to
You're-
tell you. And
you're
you
but
both-
it's
Animals
Jimmy,
aren't
right?
you?
You
No,
have to be
wait.
pro-life.
No.
You have to be
Just for you,
pro-life.
just to be clear, animals are not
We all
humans.
agree that,
I-
right?
Death
Wait,
is
wait,
not
but like-
evil.
Oh, wait, just to clarify your position, like I'm
Eucharist,
assuming
go ahead.
both Wick and Eucharist, you're both against capital punishment. Is that like a fair assessment?
Yes.
I'm mostly in practice.
I
but
am.
it's-
Oh,
it's complicated.
yeah,
We'll talk about.
it's
I
complicated.
could just say yes on
I
that.
think
don't
it's
think
separate, but maybe it's not. Again, I'll say
How wait, how
Be
confident
victim-
are you? How confident are you that you
very
like?
unconfident. Yeah. So in practice, very like skeptical.
Yeah,
in
because I think
principle,
there are clear
yes.
cases where you've like literally
Oh, yeah.
killed innocent
Yes,
people.
100%.
Yeah,
yes,
100. Yeah.
absolutely right. So I think
how
that
So you oppose
well, Elizabeth
to a
Brunig has
policy
a
of-
wonderful collection of investigative journalism pieces called "On Human Suffering" that just came out through Penguin Books that everyone should read. It's very good.
So are you opposed at like a political level, like policy-wise, against the death penalty? Since you admitted that you don't trust the system to like play out the way that you would ideally like it to?
Mostly, this is still something I'm working through, but yes, mostly, yes. So
Well,
okay,
Go
if I could ask you, Chris, this has been a topic in the past. What are your feelings on life sentence inmates opting into, I guess, prison maids it
Yeah,
would be or whatever?
big no. Yeah, I feel like the same institutional incentives we're talking about. Like, if we have a system where we're sentencing people to life in prison, what we're doing is we're taking a bunch of people who might just feel like, well, it would be better just not to be alive, and we're incentivizing them to opt into it. Yeah, I
Man, people are
severely
so eager to
dislike that.
force people to keep
All the more
living
reason to reform the
miserable
prison
life.
system and how it
Sure,
functions.
but so
So interesting.
Hold on, you have to make Wick Eucharist. Do you agree that death is evil? I need to get this out there, or is Wick alone in this prescription?
Wrong,
death
not evil.
evil?
There's a difference between wrong and evil.
well,
I
he
mean,
seems
I
to
agree
be-
with
Not
I agree-
morally, really,
I
but
agree
sure.
theologically with what Wick said
Is death
earlier,
wrong?
which is like that death is the last enemy to be defeated. I think it has been defeated because I'm a Christian. So I don't think it is this thing to dread. I do actually.
I
So
think
if you
physical
read
death.
the, so
is
if you read the Phaedo,
No,
Socrates,
hold
actually-
on.
actually,
no,
hang on, hang on.
no, stop. I'm gonna make you just answer the question. Do you think that death is wrong morally?
Wrong.
and an enemy
I think
to be
I think
feared.
it feels disordered, and we think it should not happen. I think there will be a corrective afterwards because I believe in the resurrection. So there we go.
Do you think
Um,
physical death is
If
wrong?
if you're a Christian,
It-
you don't believe in death except
Right.
Well,
for
you believe in
soul, right?
physical death. You believe that the
Right.
body
Yeah.
dies.
Yeah,
So
we
do you
die.
think physical
But it
death
then
is wrong?
resurrection
It
happens.
shouldn't
in the
happen.
Surah
Yeah, it's an
90 years.
aberration. It
You
was
think
a
physical death shouldn't happen?
it was an aberration. Yeah, it was introduced. Like this is part of the story. It was not there, and then it was introduced. Death came as a result of something, right?
So you think that death is wrong?
Yeah, it shouldn't exist. It's going to be righted. I think I think that's if you want to take the Christian mythical paradigm, that's just it. It's just like there was no death, and then there was death. It was introduced by sin, and then there's something that will come along to right it down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if I would ever buy into the like in the mythology that it's talking about physical death ever. I think it's fundamentally about spiritual death. That before the fall, there was no such thing as a
They're
spiritual
related,
death.
right? Like the actual
Mm,
death, the actual killing of things is symbolic, right? Something dies in the covenant of atonement in Exodus for me not to die. I deserve death, and something else dies. Like this is a thing that should not happen to me, and it gets put on something else.
I don't know if I agree that theologically there's a stance that physical death itself is wrong, right? I don't know if I believe that spiritual death is wrong, which is the problem with Adam and Eve. Is that like Adam and Eve? The whole story is that when they bit the apple, they cleaved themselves from the spiritual like the spiritual closeness with
Death
God.
was
So they
introduced
experienced
into the
spiritual
world.
death.
Right, that's very clear in the scripture, at least in the Bible, that death was introduced to the world. Death did not
Yes, but
exist.
again, you need to understand what the word death means to an ancient
You
Eastern
use-
group.
But it means both, right? Because it's
both.
both. It's a both and thing because there's the physical
No.
death, right? And then there's the spiritual death. No, this is very clear in the Gospels and in the epistles.
Yeah,
There's
yes,
physical
there
death,
is
and
both of
there's
these
spiritual
things.
death. Physical death presages the resurrection. Like if there is no resurrection, Paul says we're of all people most to be pitied, right? Because death sucks, right? It should suck. I think Wicca's right on that. Like, but the only reason we can face death and say it has been defeated is because there is this promise down the road. So we can fight about this
Yeah,
another
because
time.
death isn't because spiritual death doesn't occur. But if spiritual death occurs, that is the actual great tragedy. Physical death is not. Physical death is only a problem if it's
physical death-
coincided. No, it's
And what
only
is
a
the
problem if it's
resurrection?
Is
coincided
not a
with spiritual
tragedy
death.
because of the promise
I
of the
feel like this
resurrection.
is going to get into a
I don't wanna
spiritual
get into
discussion because
theology.
I think you're wrong on the resurrection thing.
is hard
Resurrection
to listen to.
involves the reunification of the spirit and the body, right?
Yeah,
That is
that's
promised to
that's
us.
yeah.
That
totally.
is resurrection. That it was the death of the body is also a problem. That the
It's a
resurrection,
separation. It's an
right?
unnatural separation of spirit from
Exactly.
flesh. Yes,
And so
absolutely.
this is just scriptural. But anyway, I don't want to get too much
Stop.
into theology.
I don't want
I'll
to
fight
talk
about it.
at all about how Protestants are terrible at reading scripture. Okay.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't wanna
Wait,
go there.
hold on. No, I will not. No, I will not take that from you. We can fight about it any time, and I will defend it to the death. I will not take that from you.
Wait, that Protestants are bad at reading theology?
Well, no, this what I'm giving is anything like a bad reading of scripture. No, I will defend it to the death. Like I can give you any historical reading. I can give you a biblical reading. Like this is, no, I'm not going to take that. No, but separate from that,
Fair
I'm
enough.
going to go back to the thing I was trying to ask Corey about. I've lost it already, actually.
This is why I didn't want to get it into a theological sense.
no,
because when religion comes into play, it messes things up, right?
I agree, I think, with Brittany fundamentally that there is a difference between what the two types of desire toward death that she's talking about. I agree. I think this is something that like you can think about philosophically. It's something that like Durkheim hit on in his On Suicides. He's one of the first people to parse out different types of suicides. I think that's true and reasonable. I don't know why the fact that one type of suicide might be rational and considered versus one being in distress means that one is fine and should be allowed and the other one doesn't. That doesn't, to me, answer that question. But I agree that they are different. I think they totally are. Like when I look at like Camus considering the problem of suicide, it's a question of rational suicide. Like why shouldn't I kill myself if all these things are true? I think that's, yeah, absolutely. I can distinguish between them. I think they're both bad. So
Do you think Cato the Younger, when he like essentially vivisected himself, that was bad?
yeah, probably.
Okay, interesting.
Cato
I mean,
the Younger, I'm not familiar.
It's
with this part.
the warm bath death. It's great. Yeah, probably. We can talk about it.
Okay.
Wait, I
Do
had-
we have
no,
some
I had
scriptural
Socrates-
questions?
Wait,
'Cause I have
before
a
you
few.
quit, wait. I had Socrates to talk about. No, I think that on the question of fear of death, I really like what Socrates says in the Apology and in the Phaedo, which is that like confidently assuming what comes after death is a claim of knowledge that we don't have. But this is an issue that I had, I think, with what Brittany said early on, is like can we really know when we just want versus when we need death? I think that is a knowledge problem that I don't know if we can solve. And so I'm with Socrates on it, where it's like you shouldn't bring, this is what he says in the Phaedo, it's his argument against suicide, is that you can never truly know when you are ready to die. It sort of has to happen to you. And so in his case, it was imposed by the governing authorities. For other people that he knew in his life, it happened on the battlefield. This is something that just has to come on you. It's not something that you know because it's claiming knowledge you don't have. Yeah.
Okay, gang, this has been a wonderful conversation. We're going to close it out. I want to hear some closing thoughts from everyone, and I know some people want to talk to me afterwards, and we can let them on have that. But I want to let these people escape, right? Made
right.
themselves out of this
I
conversation.
want Eucharist to square my equation. Help me make it make sense
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll get this.
in
We'll
my
get this done.
closing.
We'll get
So
this
my
done.
closing could go before his because I have a
Yes,
question
yes,
for
yes,
him in
yes.
my closing.
Fair
Okay.
enough. We'll start with Harrison, and then we'll just circle around like that. Then, and Eucharist can go last. Harrison, go ahead. What's your closing thoughts?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I'm gonna take the Blackstone position on this, even though it's messy. Better to force 100 suicide people to live another day than it is to let one person kill themselves that might have regretted it the next day. So
Okay. Corey Campbell, what do you think? Or first of all, where can people find you, Harrison, if they want to find you?
I'm a nobody. I'm on your server and DGG
Yeah.
and some other servers, but yeah.
Okay, well, Wick exclusive, gang. Come and check them out on my server. Go ahead, Corey.
Yeah. As pretty much the same as my opening statement, there are very clear shortcomings and failings in the system. But to kind of like also address what Eucharist, I guess, posed to me of like, but I do have some faith that we can address these things. Even just like, yeah, the checkboxing and the lack of oversight, these are all glaring problems. That like maybe I'm just too ignorant to recognize it, but I think our government can pretty much address these things. Maybe not tomorrow or even next month or even next year, but I think on a long enough timeline, within a reasonable long enough timeline, that all of these things can be pretty much, be addressed. And that's why I support it. And to use the specific cases, I would not force, let's say, the Gloria Taylors and the Sue Robinsons of the world to like continue living in perpetual suffering until like their body like naturally gives out of all biological functions. I think, as sort of highlighted and touched upon, like death, I think can be messy, and if you're in an appropriate state of mind, without defining what that is, like you can make a rational choice to kill yourself, as did Cato the Younger, and also Seneca as well. Which I think that makes philosophical sense. But yeah, I'll leave it there for now. With that, Wick, I want to thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCam84, on X and Instagram, and YouTube at It's Corey Campbell. And yeah, Wick, Eucharist, Nuster Erudite, Lawson Harrison, and Brittany Simon, always a pleasure. And yeah, thanks so much.
Oh, thanks for being here. Really appreciate you. I like when people disagree with me strongly and vehemently, and that's one of the reasons I like you, Corey, because almost every time we have very strong disagreements. So I appreciate you coming in, fighting with me. I enjoy it, and I think it's fun. So thank you. I appreciate
Absolutely.
you. Brittany, please.
I think ultimately, just speaking for myself and my work, I always want to encourage the individual to have the most joyful experience while existing. And sometimes that is conflicted with existence, so everything outside of them, right? And I think sometimes existence, because it cares, makes individuals suffer through that form of care. And I would like us to get to the point where we cause less suffering no matter how it's given, through care or malicious intent, right? So ultimately, I want to promote the idea that we can live how we want and die how we want.
Where can people find you?
Brittany Simon on YouTube.
Check her out, gang. Again, I really thank you for coming on. I know we have very different stances on here, and we fight, but I really appreciate your perspective. I do value it, and I'm glad you were able to stand your stance eloquently and passionately in front of my audience and let them decide. My audience
Thanks for
doesn't like
having
my
me.
stance
And
either.
everyone else was really nice, especially Eucharist. Is that your name? You're fun. You're fiery. I like it.
Eucharist is great, but we'll get to him. Erudite first, though. Go ahead, not so Erudite.
Sure. So my position is pretty similar to before when it comes to Canadian-made policy specifically, that if there is clear evidence that people are killing themselves due to poverty and disability, it's a problem. And I think that that's pretty self-evident. I would never want the alternative to welfare to be made. I think that that's like really barbaric. And if that's what's happening, in Canada, then it needs like a full halt and rollback. And I'm very concerned about that being somewhat the case, and that there being incentive to that being the case with the current policies as they are. My question for Eucharist, however, because I still believe in terminal illness and people with terminal illness being able to access euthanasia. I'm still stand that position. So my question to you is, you've got to square something for me, and this is why I can't be on the side of not allowing terminally ill people to access euthanasia.
Indiana
So we've
wants
got
pets.
an equation, which is that in one case, we have lots and lots of meaningless suffering and then death. And in the other case, we allow death before a large bulk of the meaningless suffering to occur. I don't know how to square forcing a person essentially to experience meaningless suffering and then die. Yeah, that just doesn't feel, there's just nothing about that feels ethical, basically.
Where can people find you?
Not so erudite everywhere.
Check her out, gang. Thank you for coming. And again, I really appreciate you. I know we disagree on the edges here, but I'm glad at least that you are willing to say that Maids as it stands now is kind of weird. So thank you. You, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Brittany, thank you for the kind words. I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. We would have had a much more spicy time the whole time. I've been yelling at you guys for an hour longer. So first, I guess, let me see if I can briefly tackle what Not So Erudite put. I would say I might disagree with the idea that in one case the suffering leading to death is necessarily meaningless. It could be. I'm willing to admit that. I'm not willing to say that it is always or that it must be, and so I'm not
I'm
sure.
just saying in the case that it is. I'm just saying in the case where it is meaningless suffering.
In the case that it's meaningless suffering, I'll say the same thing I said I think in our first debate that I say frequently, which is that I think there are it is a general empathetic human good to alleviate suffering, but there are things that you ought not do even to alleviate suffering, and killing someone, even yourself, is one of those, I think. So I think that's what where I would land on. But that would require some time to parse out, I think. I wanted to real quick though, because we got on the religion topic and Corey asked me about religion and Not So Erudite asked me about religion. I told Wick before I got here, I wanted to make sure that I pointed you guys to a source that you realize I'm not just like a crazy right-wing religious person, all right? I wanted to read to you from Alain Badiou's Ethics, an essay on the understanding of evil. Alain Badiou is a radical leftist atheist, the most influential living French philosopher, and he says this: the word euthanasia poses the question very clearly. When and how, in the name of our idea of happiness, may we kill someone? It names the stable core on which ethical sentiment depends. We all know the constant reference ethical thought makes to human dignity, and the combination of being for death, the thing we all are, and dignity constructs precisely the idea of a dignified death. Commissions, reporters, judges, politicians, priests, doctors debate on the ethical definition sanctioned by law of a death administered with dignity. He doesn't like administrative states, if you can't tell. To be sure, suffering and degeneration are not dignified, do not conform to the smooth, young, well-nourished image that we have of man and his rights. Who can fail to see that the debate on euthanasia points above all to the radical poverty of symbols available today for old age and death, to the unbearable character of the latter as a sight for the living? He interprets our debate about euthanasia as our inability to grapple with the fact that we grow old, we suffer, and we die, and we just want those people to kill themselves instead. He goes on to say that Nazism was nothing else if not a thoroughgoing ethic of life, and there's no accident that Nazism supported both eugenics and euthanasia together, that having a correct death for the right people and breeding the right people went hand in hand. And so he's radically opposed to euthanasia, as I am, as a Christian who disagrees with him on almost everything else. So
could you name the book again? My audience wants to hear it.
It is called Ethics, an Essay on the Understanding of Evil by Alain, that's L-A-A-L-A-I-N, Badiou. I'm not French, so I'm probably saying it wrong. B-A-D-I-O-U. So very good book. I don't stream anymore, but I write stuff on Substack at everythingwasbeautiful.substack.com.
Check him out, gang. Eucharist, my strongest soldier, one who I was sorely missing in the first half, suffering the slings and arrows of my entire panel, holding my own against the fray until the cavalry arrived. But thank you. Thank you, Chris, for being. I will bid thee adieu. If you're watching this on YouTube, or click that like button and subscribe button. If you're watching this on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button and check me out. I'll allow you all to go your separate ways. I know a lot of people wanted to call in about this and talk to me. You're all invited to stay if you want. It's up to you. But yeah, caller enters. If you want to jump backstage, I'll start bringing you on. So
I can stay for a bit.
yeah, okay.
I might hop back on, but I've got to go deal with my children for a
You-
little bit. So
you
I'm glad I was able to
deal
catch you
with
all
your
for a little bit.
children. Okay.
Yeah.
I am
sorry,
I am
was-
all out of spoons for the evening, so
Yep,
I'm gonna
of course.
retire.
Thank you again.
Nice.
Thank you again.
Britneyism. Well done.
Nice hanging out.
I'm glad to
It-
first. Yeah, for my first panel, it was nice to have all of you guys on. I know most of you, so thank you.
Nice meeting you.
Pleasure.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, wait, Kyla, you gave credit to me. They're not me. I didn't make up spoons. It's a real thing.
I know it's a real thing, but you're like the main person in like the DGG orbit that I know
You
who
know-
says it. So I
Yeah,
always
that's
credit you.
true. That's true.
credit
In my
where I
bubbles,
heard it
it's
first.
yeah, it's like so common where I'm from that I'm like, what? And then I'm like, you know what? Give me credit, girl. I'll take a credit.
Credit where credit's deserved. I'll give it to whoever I hear it from first. All right.
Perfect.
Yeah,
Perfect.
So Eucharist, I'm sorry, Ice Beans had questions for Eucharist, but Eucharist had to go take care of his kids, and so I'm not going to force him to be here. But maybe I can answer your questions as well. So Meatwad here and Eucharist, not Eucharist, Meatwad and Ice Beans, welcome. What questions do you have for the panel or for me?
Well, I have a lot of questions for you, Wick, but we can get to them in a second. Your chat's been molding all stream, and I've been sent here as a representative of your chat. Okay.
Ooh.
But
I know my
in-
chat hates my takes on that.
just in case Eucharist is listening, though, I did want to bring it back to whoever asked him about the DNR. Okay, that was genius, because this is the thing. I'm glad that he didn't give a stance on it. Like, he said he was gonna have to think about it, right? The problem is that no matter what his answer is, I'm pretty sure that if he accepts DNRs as they are now, then he is agreeing that there is a way that you can legally commit suicide. So if you accept that, then maybe you want to examine why that's okay, but not someone who is at the end of their rope or like with a terminal illness or something. You want to go ahead and try to like examine because like DNRs, even very like in the example that whoever brought it up, even a very perfectly healthy person can sign a DNR. No matter what that says in the DNR, I know they can be like have different conditions, but either way, you're saying if I am in this particular state, just don't resurrect me. So I don't know. I think that that's inconsistent if he agrees that DNRs should stay legal, if that's the case.
Well, Eucharist isn't here, and I cannot answer for him. For my take on this, again, like I said, in extremis, in certain conditions, I agree that okay, at this point, then fine, but nothing beyond that point. That point being again, imminent death. 6 months out is probably the line I draw, and in cases where you are only going to be kept alive through extreme, like if you are brain dead, right, then you're dead, in my opinion. Like if your body has to be kept alive by machines, by a feeding tube, breathing
I'm
apparatus.
curious.
you
Okay.
have no other.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
Can
Go
I ask a
ahead,
quick
Corey.
follow-up?
Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead.
If we ever get to the place of like floating heads, does this person have the right to off themselves?
If floating heads is in you are only alive because a body or your body has ceased to function, and the only thing keeping you alive is this artificial machine, then you're not alive.
So
What
can I
if we
hit
live
you
like
with another
2,000 years?
hypothetical?
And,
Okay.
you're not so as in like someone else can if you're not alive, then can someone else also take your life then? If that doesn't exist?
No, I don't think so. Because if you want to live in that state, sure,
So,
go ahead.
yeah, so you
live
can
in
be
that state.
murdered. So,
But I don't think it's the same. Like I think that at this point you give I would allow, or think it's not immoral for someone to choose to end that level of existence. Before you give me my hypothetical, Pixels going their own way for 25 PLN asks says even in Catholic theology, Lucifer is a main theme is that he is the enemy of life. So fair. Okay, thank you for the 25 PLNs.
I can't underscore enough how much I don't want to hear people's fucking backwater theology. I'm so over
Hey,
the line
for
done
enough
of
money.
hearing
Yeah,
it.
for enough money,
also-
we'll-
So do you want my
I-
hot?
So
Do you want my
fucking
hot
over
take
it.
on religion or my theoretical first?
Give me
Which
your
is gonna?
theoretical
I don't
first.
want to hear
I-
anyone's theology, especially if you're not a Christian. I don't give a fuck what you think about what I have to believe. Okay, don't care.
Can I just say as an aside to this that like there is a difference between euthanasia and assisted suicide or assisted death, right? Because euthanasia is literally what we do to dogs. It is somebody else
Dogs aren't
coming
people.
in. Okay, fine, you don't accept that, that's fine. But it is, you understand the difference, right? Where somebody else is coming in and sticking the needle in your IV
Mhm.
versus you deciding that I am going to be able to take like whatever meds I have to take or unplug the thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, there's a difference. there.
So I understand, I appreciate the theology that he brought in at the end, but I don't think it was relevant.
So
enough.
here's a theoretical for you.
Please.
Let's say that you suffer from a condition that is not terminal, but whose primary characteristic is excruciating pain. And the only way to completely alleviate that pain would be to medically induce a coma. Would you say then that you have a duty to basically warehouse people, right? So there you've got a building with, high ceilings and rows of beds full of people on ventilators, right? Because at that level of sedation, mechanical ventilation is required. And because otherwise, if the person is conscious, they are in crippling pain. Literally, they would be screaming nonstop as long as they could draw breath. Would you say that in that case, we have, that person has a moral duty or some sort of requirement to stay alive if all they can experience is pain?
So that's the thing. I don't think there is a case where all anyone ever can experience is pain. I think that that's just a false hypothetical. I think that no matter, even if you have
You don't get to
chronic
say it's a
pain,
false
chronic-
hypothetical.
Why not?
Because you have to participate with hypotheticals. And
Yes.
so
Yeah.
just
Okay.
engage and then outline why you
Yes,
think
in the
hypothetical is most
hypothetical where you can
analogous.
experience nothing, sure. In a hypothetical where you experience nothing but pain, fair. Then I'll change my stance. But I don't think that's ever going to exist in the real world. I think that for almost every case, even if you are experiencing pain, you can also experience other positive
No.
emotions on the side to side.
No,
side by
Wick,
side.
no, this is not, no, this is the problem, okay? And somebody brought this up earlier too, okay? It's very funny when everyone's like, oh, boo hoo hoo, it's so awful. Like, it actually tells me that you haven't actually lived through
People,
somebody.
okay, stop. People keep saying
Hold
I
on.
haven't lived through this. I've
No,
lived far
look,
longer, and
here's
I've
the
seen
thing.
more death
Here's the thing.
than most
okay,
of you. I would
okay,
bet
okay,
on that.
that's
No,
fine.
you
Okay,
haven't.
even if I
I
was
guarantee it.
wrong about this, the problem is, and even Miss Millie started to say this. I wish she had stayed on so that I could have asked her. But the problem is when you especially with Not So Erudite's example of the person who's like, well, do you regret that you didn't pass away earlier? Your answer must be like, oh yeah, well, let's look at their life. How was their life in the last 7 years? That's a hindsight thing. You don't know that. If you've ever had a pet where you've fine, I know we're going back to pets for just a second, but if you've ever had a pet where
pet
you've let them go, where you've let them gone on for just a little too long, you will realize what you did, right? Because you're sitting there thinking, oh man, I'm not gonna take him in. Maybe he's got one more good day in him. And then there will be a point at which it's like, all right, well, either he passes away, at which point it's obviously too late, or they're suffering so much that you actually feel guilty that you could have had the the opportunity to let them go, and you didn't.
I think you're actually touching on a key part of where most of your takes are coming from. You feel guilty, and it's affecting you so
No.
much, and you don't want to feel guilty
No,
anymore.
no. It's not about that.
Exactly.
I am
I
very
think it
much
is.
no.
I think it is.
No,
I think you don't want to feel guilty
no,
anymore.
because here's
It
my
makes you
position.
feel bad, so you want to
no.
remove that feeling from your
No.
life by
My
executing
concern-
someone,
my
basically. You're
concern
allowing
is
them to
with-
execute themselves.
My concern is with suffering. Okay, it's with suffering. It's with
Mine
the
is
people.
with death in the absence of joy.
It's with what people want. Okay, I'm not completely aligned with Brittany and Corey on this. I don't I'm open to the idea, but I'm more aligned to Not So Erudite, where I'm okay with the terminal illnesses, right? And in this case, it's not my example. I'm gonna bring it up anyway. Heem's dad, when he passed away, he had actually applied for maids because he was terminal, and he was denied. Like he was denied, I think, once or twice, and he was in the process of reapplying when he passed away. And so, like, if you these people, I guess like I don't understand how you can kind of look someone in the face and say, no, you gotta endure. Go ahead,
What I
like
can't
sit there and
understand, let's turn
endure.
this on. I
I
don't
guess
know
that's
how you
my
can look
problem.
someone in the face and say, "Hey, it's okay
Because no, it's
to
not. It's not
deprive
about me.
yourself."
No,
But
well,
you
see,
are
this is the
making this about
problem.
you.
No, it's
You are
not.
absolutely making this
No,
about you.
it's not.
You are
I'm
saying,
Well,
giving
you're
them
making
the-
it about
I'm giving-
you.
Yeah, I'm giving
You're denying
them.
them their agency. You're saying you don't know
Yes.
enough. I know
and
better for you.
again,
Wait,
there are a
wait.
lot of
I
places
know
where
better
you
for
deny people their
you.
agency.
But
I'm
you
No,
are
you
saying
saying
are
that
that
you
you know
denying
better
them
than
their
them.
Yes,
agency.
I am
I
saying
have a
that no one.
question.
Go ahead, Stardust. But no,
All right.
before you do, let me finish this. I am saying that no, you do not know. You cannot know. There is no way to know if you are ready for death. There is no way you
I
could
think you're
possibly
speaking
know
for
this.
No,
yourself.
I think you are
you're
speaking.
no
Yeah,
one
you
can
are.
know
No,
this.
this is very much the death anxiety that I think
You
Natsuri
guys
brought
keep
up.
trying to pathologize me, and I don't appreciate it. Frankly,
Look,
Well,
it's
you
right?
know
No,
what?
but
That-
just so
Well,
you
it's
know,
almost
people
feel like
are
you're trying to
you accept it?
enforce
Okay,
unnecessary
okay.
suffering
Can you-
based on your
oh,
own morality, and we don't
Okay,
appreciate
Again,
that.
wait,
because
wait,
what
you
you're trying to
accept-
do is force unnecessary, like a taking away of agency.
Wait,
Entirely.
Okay,
wait.
okay,
Can you
wait,
accept
wait,
that there are
wait,
some
wait,
people
wait.
who are?
You
who-
think?
Yeah.
Do you think that it's possible that some people are okay with the uncertainty of death? They're
Yes,
fine with
they
that.
may be okay with that, but I am not fine
They're
with
at
that,
pe-
and I
they're
don't think
at peace with
society should
that.
be fine with that.
Well,
And I
you
don't think
have.
that like
Wait,
even
you
if
have.
let me
No.
ask you this:
Yeah.
if I'm okay, right? If I'm okay with let's think of a good example here. Okay, yeah, sure. If I'm okay with hurting others, with going out and causing pain to others because it makes me feel better, should that be allowed morally?
Well, I think okay.
That's
Can I please?
not
Because I'm the consent
autonomy over
queen.
your own.
I'm like a consent
Yeah.
queen. Okay, this involves someone else's consent. If the singular person who's consenting in regards to their body wants to consent to die, they're allowed to have that consent considered. But you're talking about going out and hurting others, which violates other people's consent, another consciousness, right? That's different.
You're giving them the opportunity to go out how they want, like peaceful, like even like this is very
So
this is a
why
very
don't you
contentious
allow
thing.
why
Right?
don't you allow an
Hold on,
8-year-old
hold
to
on.
do this?
Hold on a second.
No,
I'm
why
not.
don't you
I
allow
mean,
an
if the
8-year-old to do
8-year-old
this?
is terminal,
I don't
maybe.
want. Yeah, I don't want to get dragged into these like disanalogous things. Okay, and
It's
I
not
understand.
disanalogous.
Listen, I understand your issue with you don't want the societal repercussions of maids being a thing. I understand that. That is a separate topic, right? I accept that maids as it is has serious problems. You don't want it to be abused. You don't want it to go down very slippery slopes. But the problem that we're facing here is that somehow you think that keeping somebody alive and suffering is like somehow noble and dignified when it's the opposite.
You think that
Mhm.
allowing someone to end their life to take away all their agency, all their joy,
No,
all
they
their
are choosing to
happiness?
do. They are
Yes,
choosing. Okay,
you are
hold on.
thinking
Yes,
that that's
because
dignified and
here's
okay.
Death and
because
dignity.
here's yes, and
That-
here's
that's-
why.
that's
And because
horrific.
here's why. Because you and I understand why you think it's wrong. Because you think that you're robbing them of. You said this.
You
that
are
You're robbing them
like
of their
it's
potential.
not. I think that it's
You're
you
robbing
are.
them of their. Hold on.
By
You're robbing them of the. Hold on.
Death is the loss
Let me finish though. Okay. I'm saying that there is no guarantee as to what the ratio of good versus bad days are. There is no
So
guarantee.
why don't you allow an 8-year-old who has no guarantee, who has no guarantee? Stop. An 8-year-old has no guarantee that their life is going to be happy. Their life could
Okay.
be endless suffering. They don't know. Why don't you allow an 8-year-old to off themselves?
Because we have different rules for children.
And
There
a
are reasons
18-year-old
why
then.
can't
This is
consent to
really
it because their
easy.
An
future self
18-year-old.
can't consent to it.
And again, much the same. Your future self at any age cannot
So
consent. to
then
this.
nobody is allowed to consent to
again.
sex ever. Okay.
What about like skydiving though? What
You
about like tattoos? What about all the things I've done in my life that are dangerous? Like I risk death every day, girl. I
There's
risk
a
death
difference
every
between
day.
risk and definite.
Yeah, but
okay?
like not
No,
really.
you-
Like
We
you know,
allow people to consent to things that might kill them
Well-
or might harm them.
No.
But what we don't allow and should not allow is to consent to someone that will
What
definitely
about someone
kill
joining
them.
the military and going into combat? Isn't that like a guarantee? Like if the death rate is so high, like I feel like we're not being honest about death and our relationship with it. Like death comes in all shapes and sizes, and there is dignity in death. Like cultures celebrate death. Like all cultures, all religious, there's spiritual cultures. Like I feel like, do you not know that, or do you just not think
There
people should
are,
be
but
like
I think
that?
that's like there are cultures that separate like child marriage too. Doesn't mean it's okay, right?
For
Nick,
sure,
here's the
but
problem.
like
Yeah.
if you even study philosophy, like death, stoicism, like having that existential dread tackled, talking about this is all very basic stuff in philosophy to tackle death.
Sure, it's a cope to deal with the inevitability of it, and I understand why they do
But
it.
it's not a
because
cope.
there's
A cope
no
is like a
option.
Band-Aid,
It's
right?
absolutely a cope.
It's not a
They have
cope.
this thing that is going to happen to them no matter what, so they have to figure out a way to cope with it.
Well, no, I disagree.
have a
think people.
question.
Oh,
Go ahead, start us.
Okay, somebody's on their deathbed. They have hours to live, and the options are either they get euthanized or you suck their dick to cure them of what they have.
I was
Let
gonna,
'em die.
I was gonna,
Good
read,
luck.
I was gonna read that out. I had that on here. That's a testy thing.
Fair enough. So if they wanted me to suck their dick to save their life, I would.
Ugh, Wick,
What if it was
why?
your dad? What if it
Not
was your
with those
dad?
snaggletooth you got going there.
No,
Stay
no.
away.
What if it was
No,
your dad?
we're-
I already
But let me
answered
let me
this.
ask
I
an
already
honest.
answered this. If someone has
I want
hours
to put in a
to live,
variable. I want to put
then
in.
I'm
I want to
okay
ask
with
an
it,
honest
right?
question though.
Sure, ask.
How many of the people here have attended someone, have done, like, for example, at home hospice, have been there through this process with a loved one?
Where they actually died in the end? No, but I knew someone. I did have a family member who we all thought was going to pass away. We prepped for it.
No, okay.
But they
So this is why it's so ridiculous. Here, you ready for the deep truth?
I'm ready.
At
Hit me
home-
with it.
At home hospice encourages euthanasia, because here's what happens: you are left alone with your loved one, right? Like the nurse shows up for like the first day. You are left alone with your loved one and essentially an infinite supply of morphine. You run out to the drugstore in the middle of the night, they refill it in a heartbeat. You're like at day one, you're sitting there acting like you're friggin' like, it's like Breaking Bad, and you're like mixing chemistry, and the nurse is telling you, don't worry about it. If you give him too much and he dies, he's going to die anyway. That's basically what they're telling you. And so I would just like you to ponder the thought that this is happening already way more than you expect to, because when
I
your loved one
understand that,
passes
and I
away is
think
at
it's
home.
Wrong.
And so why is
Because
why
we
is
don't
the
care.
suffering?
Why this is happening is because we don't care about our elderly. Straight up.
No,
Like the reason that
if
we
you say-
do this
if you're
is because
trying-
we
no,
just
no.
don't care.
So I know you're not trying to be personal, but what you just said to me is, no, John, you didn't care about your dad. And no, I did care about him very much, and I watched him die. No, I did not kill him. But the fact is that I watched him suffer through the last 2 weeks of life, and from colon cancer. Go get your colonoscopy, kids. And it's a horrific way for people to die. And to pretend like he was conscious and aware at the end, he was not. It was nothing but moaning and grunting and being in pain. And then you up the morphine, and what they tell you is if he seems to be in pain, you give him more morphine, and you keep on doing that. He did not die anywhere near or close to an administration of morphine. But the reality is that what we are doing is we are just literally, you're just dragging suffering out that is meaningless. He was not coherent. He was not conscious. We were not having deep,
So,
meaningful conversations
Can
about
I
the
ask?
nature of life.
So
He
can
was
I
just
ask then? Can I
Yes.
ask, how do you know that he wasn't taking meaning from his suffering?
because
If you couldn't
he was
communicate with him,
The
right?
literal state theory so shit right here.
Like, no,
Becau-
for real. Like, how can you know, right, that he wasn't that this is what at the end, because he wasn't coherent enough to actually communicate to you. I mean,
because he
right?
had communicated beforehand that he didn't want it to be this way.
I
But
think
you
Wake-
understand how people especially under direct, and this is another problem with maids as a system, right? Is that like we know the regret rate of people who attempt to commit suicide without maids.
Oh my God, Wick,
who,
no.
And again, that's
fail.
completely
We know
Once
the
that's
again,
regret
completely
rate.
no,
irrelevant.
everybody's telling you
75%.
no. You need to listen when people tell you that there is a difference between suicide and
There is not
like
a
no, there
substantive
is. There
difference.
is.
There
there
is not. I keep
The
telling you
Okay,
this,
wait,
and you
wait,
keep not
wait, wait,
hearing
wait.
me.
Hold on, hold
What's-
on.
Regret-
Can we just pause? Can we just pause? Can we just pause?
Please.
Hold on.
Jesus.
Okay. When it comes to studies on specifically attempted suicide, the reason why you can't generalize it super well to MAID is because the sample populace is so different from those individual individuals applying for and being
So
vetted for MAID.
the question
Right?
then
They're
becomes,
fundamentally different. It would be
it's
the same as if you just hold on, be the same as if you ran a study on just men and the effects of cardiac effects. It turns out that that didn't generalize well to women because it's not a good sample populace. This is why like CTR even like began to be a thing, as we realized you need to have complex demographics in your sample basis to ever generalize it. So there's a massive selection bias in the study. So like I really have to emphasize you can't use that study to talk
then
about
let me
MAID.
ask,
It's not
and
comparable.
because maybe you know, because I'm not familiar that we have any. What is the regret rate of people who go through MAIDs and it fails, and then we ask them afterwards, like, "Hey, did you actually still want to go through this?" Like, do we know the regret
Probably
rate of people who go through
I th-
MAIDs?
Well, we have some evidence coming out about the lack of proper vetting, which I think is probably more important, to be honest.
Mm.
Because I actually don't care as much about whether people regret their choice. It's about whether or not our bureaucracy took liberties that they should have never dared to take to killing people that they shouldn't have been allowed to kill. That's actually the issue for me with MAID. So I do think that there should be some evidence coming out, like the 2022 stats on euthanasia. I don't know where it is. I was hoping it'd be out in July, like the last, like 2021, but it's not out yet. And I'm super curious to see, which is why, just to be clear, I'm very, very reticent. I've already said I don't like the Canadian program, right? I want to throw it all the way back to 2016. I felt very comfortable with 2016, not loving anything since 2021, right? Those are the stats that I think we have, which unfortunately we don't have, right? That's the biggest issue.
And that's kind of my point here, is none of us know whether or not they would have changed their mind. When it comes down, when rubbers meet in the road, we do not know. And we are taking it upon ourselves to make the choice, right? And we could do it for the best of reasons, for the most compassionate of reasons, for the most merciful of reasons. But at the end of the day, we do not know and we cannot know. And
Okay,
thus,
then you just
Wait,
basically said that no one
yeah,
can ever consent to anything ever.
yeah, you that's what you've said. You like
wait,
people have
no,
no,
why?
that's what you
Because
have said.
sex
Because you
won't
might
You
regret
as,
it.
as soon as you make a life altering decision, you're saying that you're like you could not have
Because
consented to
almost
that.
every other decision you make can be mitigated or changed, but death
Yes,
cannot.
I understand. Okay, look, I'm
That's
not
the
dismiss
fundamental
we're not
difference
we're
that
not
makes
Well,
this
not
dismissing
really
that
though,
analogous.
concern.
right? Like
We're
not
not
really
dismissing
though,
You
that
keep
right?
concern.
arguing about me that like
Well,
you're saying I'm making
Okay, hold on.
disanalogous, but comparing consenting
well,
to
Wick,
sex
I
to
actually
Wick,
consenting to
really
Wick, for the
suicide is
record,
the most disanalogous thing I've heard all
Okay,
night.
really
okay,
quick.
then let's
I'm
make
sorry. I
it
need
let's make it a medical consent decision. I just went through a medical procedure. As I indicated, I had my colonoscopy this week. So much fun. First of all, in our medical system, informed consent is bullshit because I did all my research beforehand, handing me a slip of paper that indicates what might happen. I was not truly informed of the potential outcomes, such as a perforated bowel, such as waking up with a colostomy bag, through the medical system. I found all that on my own. Guess what? It's super rare. Didn't happen. No colostomy bag. However, those were possibilities, right? Can I consent? So all these people undergoing these procedures who have it, can they consent to something if they regret it afterwards? Does that mean that their consent was invalid? Does that mean that like afterwards you go, okay, so you wake up with a colostomy bag. You're one of the 0.001% that got a perfed bowel. You now have a colostomy bag for 3 months.
Their regret is valid, right? But it doesn't mean they can't consent. I'm
No, but
saying
in
that
your
we
model
don't
it says
know.
that
hold on.
in your
Hold on.
model it
Wait.
says we shouldn't even offer the procedure because they might
That's
regret it.
Okay, hold on.
That's
Wick,
not
you
true
just
at all
said
because again, we're looking at percentages and we're looking at what can be done after the fact, what kind of quality of living that can be have after the fact. These all are variables that go into play here. But when it comes to suicide and death, there is no taking it back.
If there are
There's
people
no
who are
actually
mitigating
no.
they're
it.
already
There's
going to
no
bite the
die.
bullet.
you have removed and trapped yourself into you have sold yourself into basically forever slavery. You're dead. You are no longer able to consent to anything because you no longer exist.
Wick. The problem. I'm gonna go back to this problem because I do have to peace out. Unfortunately, okay. The
Well,
problem is that
thank you.
you are not
I
taking.
want to
You're
respond
not.
to the call out she gave me before
Yes,
she does.
yes,
So.
please.
Okay, all right. Look, my thing is that you're not. This is the way I see it. Okay. Again, all these issues with maids aside, you are looking at somebody who is saying, "I am willing to forego those good days in the future because I know that my terminal illness is going to take me." Okay, so you're basically saying, in this case, it's my wishes against yours. And that's the part that tells me that it's like it just kind of seems like what you want is that for people to stay alive, and it makes you feel better because in some way it's more noble for you. That's the problem
Again,
that I can't get past with you.
would you again? This doesn't make sense simply because you would never say that someone would should be able to consent to sell themselves into slavery, would you?
Yes, but here's the other thing though. Would
This
you
is so
apply the same
disanalogous.
would you yeah, this is this analogous. Would you apply the same logic to trans kids? I'm sorry, I'm doing it, Portland. I'm bringing out your example. So so kids or even just like adults who do like who have
Top
gender
surgery,
affirming
double-
surgery.
yeah,
That is a
double-
life-changing
yeah.
decision that they may never be able to go back. Are you saying that they can't do it because
No,
what, they
because
can't
again,
consent?
it's not killing them, and in fact,
But they can't go no wait, but
it's to prevent
reversible.
them from committing suicide in a lot of
Oh my
cases.
god.
I mean, this is a stat that they bring up to defend, right?
But
So
look,
again,
but in the
if
case
without
in the
this,
case of
they
the
would
person
kill
with the gender affirming
themselves.
care, in the person the
No?
case of the person with the gender affirming care, you are listening to what they're saying. As an adult, they're saying, "I want this surgery. This is what I want.
Yes,
This is
because that is
important
not
for
death.
me."
It is
No,
not
because
killing
but
themselves.
I think-
If
okay,
they
look,
wanted to
reducing
kill
suffering.
themselves,
It is
I would say
reducing
no.
it is
In
reducing
Wick's defense,
suffering.
he
In your case,
overvalues life.
yes.
So the issue that we're running into here with the slavery is in the case of terminal illness, they are going to die no matter what. That is the guaranteed premise here. Because again, at least what we're fighting with on is again terminal illness, right? People who are going to die in the
I'm okay
foreseeable
with it
future.
6 months. Yeah, 6 months out.
Sure.
I already said I'm okay with that in that.
I mean,
But anything outside of that, I'm no longer okay with it.
I know,
doesn't
I
fit
know.
with the
So-
rest of your shit though, Wick.
So what I'm saying is the thing that we have to wrestle with is like you're basically saying you're trying to compare it to like the situation where basically death occurs or it doesn't occur. That's not what's happening. It's the experience that the individual will have leading up to and preceding death that they are going to experience. That's the only thing that is changing between these two different situations, right? So that's why it's not akin to slavery, because slavery is functionally indefinite until I guess eventually you die, but it's not like the death isn't on the table. So what we're really comparing this to is two situations where death is inevitable. And in one case, the person says, I foresee high levels of suffering. I would like to dip out before that. In the other case, they're saying you must endure that suffering until the point of death.
So
because
what if
death
someone
is bad.
what if someone
And
wants
you're
to and
specifically
chooses
saying,
to?
I'm
Let
sorry,
me ask.
just to follow, just like as an addendum,
Please.
you're one of the reasons you're saying that, Wick, is you're saying like well, you're robbing them of those good days. You are making an assertion that they are going to have good days and that it is somehow going to outweigh any bad days that they have. That's the problem that we're and
So
where
why not allow a terminal case, right? A terminal case, so foreseeable future, all those things, to consent to sell themselves into slavery because they get to choose how they experience it, right? They get to choose
Fine.
how
Yes,
they
they can
experience
consent
their
to it,
last
Wick.
years.
Yes, they can consent
Okay,
to
I
it.
think that's wild to me that you would allow this. I
Well,
think
no,
this
it's
is
not
wild.
allowed. It's their right.
Living is more analogous in this case to slavery than choosing death because nobody gets to choose to live or be born. You only get to choose it this way. So in many ways, like this is why the slavery analogy I think is just not a good one to go to because if anything, what's more analogous to slavery to the suffering person is living because they didn't consent to it and they're being forced to it. Because again, the slavery issue is you don't really have somebody who consents to being slavery. It's kind of like fundamental to slavery is the lack of consent part. Otherwise, we would just call it like a really fucked up kink or something like that.
But see, here's the problem with that is again, death is consenting to slavery. It is consenting to have your choices because why is slavery wrong? Because it takes away your choices. Correct?
No, that's not why
No.
slavery
That's
is
not
wrong.
why slavery is wrong. Why not?
No, we don't slavery. So it depends on the framework you want to use. But as for a society and utilitarian, number one, we decided that treating not all men as being equal is a really bad, horrific precedent to have. And number two, we don't really like to exist in a society where people feel okay enslaving and abusing other people and treating them as less than. Seems like these are the two reasons that we ended slavery. Not because we're like,
I think
oh,
those
I don't
are
have
also
consent.
reasons. No, I think those are also those reasons. But yes, I do think that one of the reasons that slavery is immoral is because the person who is within slavery cannot consent. That is one of the reasons that slavery is immoral. You can say it's a small reason.
Okay,
You can say
sure.
that is
But
absolutely
wait,
one of the
Wick,
reasons.
you
have an
you
issue-
are
you
denying
haven't-
people's
you also
consent to
haven't-
die.
The
You also
issue,
haven't
the issue,
drawn
with,
the
the
line
issue with the
between-
consent argument with slavery as to why it's bad is it's like maybe one of the less important arguments that it's not really worth mentioning because guess what? That's not what anybody mentioned when they were trying to end slavery. They were talking about equality of rights across humans and how we don't want a society where people think it's okay to enslave people. Like if consent's part of it, it's fucking 18 steps down to the point where it's not really worth talking about. It's not really analogous in this situation.
One, I don't think that's true. I think Douglas Frederick absolutely tackled slavery from the extent of freedom and freedom of people to choose and things like that. Frederick Douglass, I believe, was a big proponent of that. I don't have the stats in front of me. I don't have the paper in front of me, but if memory serves, that was his main argument. So yeah, there's that. But you, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. You, Chris. I gotta run. Yeah.
I'll deal with the slavery thing afterwards because I want to address. I did hear your call out on the DNR thing, so I want to clarify.
Yes, I do want to hear.
So I wanted to clarify. The reason I was hesitant on the DNR thing is because I want to be careful because I think there are situations existing in our society where a person could make choices that foreseeably lead to their death that I would consider immoral. I don't agree with you that the DNR as it exists now is the same thing as a kind of suicide, because I think I really do want to draw a strong distinction between if my heart is just stopping and we just let it stop versus if we inject me with something that kills me. So I disagree that just like
how
stopping a
is that?
DNR that says I
Hold
will
on,
have
why?
no suppression,
No,
I'll have no
hold on.
pressers.
Why,
I disagree
though?
that those are analogous. Yeah.
Why?
Why? Because intervening to cause a death and choosing not to artificially prolong a death are two different
Okay,
things.
but
There's
here's
a
the
reason
thing.
why in all
Here's
50
the thing.
states.
What do
There's
you-
a
okay, what
reason
do you
why
think-
in all
yeah.
50 states we can withdraw care and we cannot inject people lethally and kill them. That's
What do
why
you think
it's still
about?
an
Hold
ethical
on.
issue.
What do you think about the? Oh well, I mean, I can't honestly know how you feel about this. How do you feel about like Jehovah's Witnesses not allowing blood transfusions?
Oh, that's complicated. That's a
no, but hold on. That's an acceptable. Like blood transfusions are very like integral to our care, right?
Yeah, no,
our
I
medical
think
care.
I think they're wrong religiously. I disagree
Okay.
with them.
Okay.
In terms of like causing their own death, yeah, I think it's bad and they shouldn't do that. In
They
terms of
martyr
policy,
themselves, though.
yeah, in terms of policy, then I'm not like that's woo. You get real thorny on religious.
Hold on. I know you said okay, I know we talked. Y'all probably talked about this earlier. I think I heard a snippet
Yeah.
of it. But like my thing is that you might make a distinction between martyrdom and suicide, but in my view, that is saying if I am incapacitated to this level, like let me be, let me die.
I don't know if I don't know if the
Don't intervene.
DNR is
I
analogous
think
to
I don't
martyrdom.
see the see the difference. That's my problem.
Well, I think
Because
the difference
because
is
in
pretty
this
ethically
case,
obvious.
in this case because in this case you could also make an analogy that says, okay, here we're leaving the meds on the table and you can choose whether to take it or not. That is not intervening.
I think the
That is
difference
not
is really
intervening.
no. I think the difference is really easy in states, for example, where we don't have Good Samaritan laws. Someone who chooses not to resuscitate someone they see in a medical emergency is not morally equivalent to someone who whips out a gun and shoots someone in the head who they see in anguish. Right? Those are different things. Choosing to let a natural process go, they might still be a bad person. We could parse this out. They might still be a bad person, but choosing to let a natural process go versus intervening to cause a death, I think, are clearly different. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I would agree.
I think
I would agree that
right.
they're fundamentally different. Yeah.
You're right in the doctor scenario. The doctor giving me the drugs is not doing the same thing as the doctor who injects me. You're right; those are different. But I think in both cases they're bad. Yeah.
But see, this is the other thing too, is that this is maybe, and this kind of goes back to your what the thing you read about euthanasia. I don't see that we were talking about euthanasia.
I disagree with you. I think it's a distinction without a difference between those. I think I think policy.
No, there is a difference. There is a difference.
Yes, you're right. There's a difference. In one case, I'm requiring a doctor by law to assist in my death and to actively kill me. In another case, we're saying you right now are allowed to kill yourself. I think both of those things are bad. They're for maybe subtly different reasons, but the Venn diagram overlap is tremendous between the two. So if you want to draw a hard distinction, that's fine. I don't think it's a meaningful distinction. I think
so. Then in your model,
allowing people to
in your model, we should discontinue at-home hospice. Then in your model.
Well, so with what you've given, I would give the same answer that Wick gave, which is like I think you're right.
I really want him
think
to make me
absolutely
food.
true that what we're
But I don't
doing
know if
in
he's
some ways is
watching.
sort of passively encouraging and sort of looking the other way when it happens. I would still say it's bad, but the
so
law
to ensure
does
that it
not
doesn't
allow
happen,
you
we
to
should
do that
require
thing.
inpatient hospice,
I'm
inpatient
not
palliative
saying
care admitted by nurses to make sure that
No.
we maximize and extend life no matter the level of suffering.
No, that's not what I said. I would never say that we should maximize and extend life no matter the level of suffering. I don't think artificial intervention to prolong life is necessary to hold my
He's
ethical
okay with
stance, which is we
withdrawing.
should no
He's okay
longer
with withdrawing.
intervene to kill people. Yeah, you can withdraw
You're
care.
for natural death, right? You're for a natural death. So like if
You can
somebody
withdraw
is
care.
dying, you're okay with withdrawing care. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to force people to take care they don't want. I think we
But
can
you
pull
don't
plugs
want
and we can
to-
take off
Hold
the
on a second, but then
You
by
don't
that
want
Yeah,
any
but that's
level-
maximizing suffering then.
Well,
That
not
is
necessarily. I
maximizing
disagree. I disagree with this. So
That
like
is
so the example.
maximizing suffering.
No, I disagree. So I was talking to my wife about this just now, talking about my own grandmother's situation. Like there are cases. So Erudite, your example with your husband's grandmother. There are cases where people who are old and expiring, they are just not simply. They're simply not hungry. They don't want to eat anymore. When they don't eat and they die from malnutrition, they're not experiencing immense suffering. They're expiring. Right. This is a thing that just sort of happens, right? So no,
Yeah.
I'm not in favor of maximizing suffering. I'm okay with morphine. I'm okay with palliative care. I think
Thank
all
you
of
for
these things
the
can be
subs.
used
Your issue-
effectively,
your
can be
issue
used
that-
legally, and can be used ethically. Yeah.
But the thing, oh, is it
Erudite Bro.
not to okay? The thing is that I see this as a palliative.
The ultimate
thing.
Screen
argument.
grab that though. Hella screen grab that.
Yeah.
The-
Uh
yeah,
oh.
I
Well,
mean,
yeah,
look,
I
Sorry,
just
guys.
the way
oh,
I
sorry,
see
sorry.
no, this is the thing, right? Because like again, I like I don't know if you heard this part, but I'm also for only really in terminal cases. Like for example, when Heem's dad was in the hospital and like literally on his deathbed, but he knew he could potentially be kept alive by machines for weeks, months, and in a debilitated state that he did not want to be in. And
If you
so
don't-
in
if you don't
my
wanna be in that-
mind,
Then
that
we
is
don't
part of
disagree, Ice Beans.
So let
Then
me-
we
let me
don't
give you an
Wait,
example.
hold on a
disagree.
second. No,
Wait.
but you okay? But here's the thing, Wick. No, because you didn't come to that. You didn't. Okay, you came to
6
that
months.
conclusion.
I made a couple things. I made a couple statements here, and I want to reiterate them so we're all clear, so I don't get my positions mixed up. And I feel my positions are getting mixed up. If you have to be kept alive on machines like to an extended period, right? Like you're in like some kind of like a machine, an apparatus that breathes for you, basically, and keeps your heart pumping and all these things. And yes, I think then at that point you're just dead already. You're just dead already. And the second place is if you only have months to live, then I think it's okay.
So let me see if I can like analogize in a way that I think might be helpful. So my wife was just telling me about this story of a patient that she had who was over 100 years old. He was mentally cognizant. He was responding to commands. He was not combative. He was just like felt like he was ready to go, right? And so he had a high flow nasal cannula on. He didn't want his oxygen anymore. He's just like, just let me be, basically, right? In that case, I'm fine with that guy saying, yeah, I just don't want this oxygen anymore. It's propping me up. If my body expires when I pull it out, let me go. I'm perfectly fine with that. His wife, on the other hand, wanted him to keep living. Now, let's take the other scenario where he wants to take the nasal cannula out. His wife agrees he should die, and she whips out a gun and shoots him. I don't think that's okay, right?
No,
the
that's
difference.
not okay. But this is the thing. The with
And
the
that's the
assistant-
same
I'm
as the
sorry.
doctor in
I
the-
know,
I know.
yeah,
I
go
understand
ahead,
you.
go ahead,
I
yeah, go
understand
ahead.
you, Eucharist. The issue for me is this simple. If the difference is basically people withdrawing, right? So this is why I really hate your argument, because watching Nick's grandma go into delirium because she just had to refuse care was fucking awful and literally a worse death than any pet I've ever had. I'm not for that world. I think it's a better world to be able to offer them because I basically fundamentally, I know the interventionism is the key piece to you because of the precedent change and all sorts of things. I understand that. I think it's a fine precedent change. I'm comfortable with it with the times of technology, as long as there are enough safeguards in place in the policy, which there are not right now, to prevent misuse, right? But I am fine with the idea of basically like, even the
It
idea
is
of like,
3:30 a.m.
fucking if we're out in the middle of nowhere in a zombie apocalypse and my significant other gets bit, yeah, if they ask me to, I'm gonna shoot them in the head, right? I'm not gonna wait until they turn into a zombie and then shoot them in the head unless they are specifically asking to like wait. Yes,
It's a point
absolutely.
in every zombie movie.
Yeah,
like,
in that
literally
okay,
happens in
I
every
will come
zombie
out
movie.
in the
okay?
zombie
And-
case. I'm with
Okay,
you.
Wick's
In the
on the zombie
case, I'm
train.
with you. But it-
and
I-
I
Well, that works for
add
your
another
worldview,
book.
Wick, because
Let me add
hold on,
another book.
that works for your
Eucharist.
worldview because you're about an acute terminal life, so that works for you, Wick.
Let me
anyway.
let me give you
You-
another book
Eucharist, I'm-
recommendation.
What if
Oh,
Wick
sorry.
they were gonna turn into a zombie in a year?
Oh my god.
Then
Ice
wait,
cream
till,
please.
then wait
Sorry,
There's
6
no
I-
guarantee
months.
of when.
Wait
in the
until
next
6
year.
months. Wait until 6
But what if
months.
there's no guarantee? It's any time in the next year, and they're like,
Oh.
"Please just take me now. I don't want to
Well,
have
in
to
the
suffer.
zombie
I don't want the
case, it's because they
anxiety of knowing when I'm
Sure.
gonna change."
The difference in the zombie case is become a zombie that is going to kill people, right?
High risk.
Like,
Yeah, I
that's
get that. I get that.
that's
I
a-
get that.
That's
Okay,
a difference.
You're willing to gag them. I know. I'm not pretending there. I'm
So-
just trying to break the tension. Okay, there's a lot
I
of
No,
had to-
it's
feelings
fine.
going
Like,
I had to
no,
go-
and I
I
want to.
understand.
Okay,
I
real
just want to
quick,
say, I
real quick.
respect people. I know this is a difficult topic, and I appreciate everyone. I know we've gotten really passionate about this, and that's okay. I don't hate any of you. I don't think any of you are bad people for
I
this.
hate all of
I
you.
just
You're
I
the
just
worst.
chat
think that
might
your
have
your
something to say
ideas
about you,
are going to
Wick.
lead to suffering and harm.
Okay.
Wait,
So
Ice Beams wants to
Will-
nail me before she
Yeah,
leaves. Yeah.
no,
cool.
I want to, no, not necessarily you, right? Okay, but like, okay, look, my thing, here's my thing, right? I know everyone's been poo-pooing pets. I really do, empathize with essentially what Not So Erudite was saying about the lambs and stuff. I've seen suffering animals, and I've been in the position of having that decision to make. My thing is, if I can do that and give an animal a dignified death, right? If I can do that, how much more important is a human who can actually consent? Like, that idea is we have seen people where that they could have consented, they weren't being pressured into it, or like have some, like, deaths of despair or something. I guess I don't see why we can't provide that to people who like
because,
deserve it.
and I'll answer this question real quick, because simply by offering this as an option means more people who take it who otherwise wouldn't. So, for example, if I was given the option in certain points of my life where it could end my life painfully, I would have pressed that button. I would have taken it, and
So then you do
that would have been
agree,
horrific.
and now we're just talking logistics. Got it.
What are you talking about? This has
You're
already
saying
been a
like
logistic thing. My
you're saying
logistics
like
are simply
basically
a
if
very
there
strict
well, no,
condition.
if there are enough, you're okay with the idea. You're just saying that there's not enough safeguards to prevent people who would prevent,
No,
like, yes.
if you thought
You
I was
know,
okay with offering
mm,
that and having people accept that offer, you were wrong and you misunderstood me. And maybe I miscommunicated
You're
it.
just saying no.
I am
You
not.
said
I'm not
okay.
saying
All right. Well,
my
I'll
conditions.
argue with that
To say
later,
again,
maybe.
and
Yeah.
like,
and really quickly, right? My conditions are 6
mm,
months to live or less, and or being kept alive by machines only.
I kind of feel
So
like even
I
if
want to
you
just
die,
point out
All
something
right.
because you bring up that
I gotta head
Mhm.
out. But
you bring up that
I
6
swear,
months or
Thank
Thank you
less.
for the
thanks for
call
being.
out. I
I'll
appreciate
talk to you
it.
later. Bye, everyone.
You bring up that 6 months or less number.
Mhm.
I think part of this conversation and in your position in particular is kind of it really shows how badly our society deals with death. And the stat I think that really brings that out is 50% of hospice patients are there for 18 days or less. People enter hospice far too late. We
I agree.
fetishize fighting, right? Like, most a lot of hospice patients are cancer. You're gonna fight cancer. You're gonna beat cancer. No, you're probably not. If you're stage 4, we are so unwilling to, accept the inevitable that and it's their choice. Admittedly, no one wants to admit defeat, but I think it's a symptom of a broader societal issue that we are so unwilling to say, listen, the state that you have to get to before your doctor, your oncologist, to go, listen, I think it's time to talk to hospice, is part of the problem, right? The
I
doctors don't
agree.
want to give
Yeah.
up.
I want to
So
hear
one
what
thing
Stardust,
I
'cause I
one
haven't
thing
in a
I
while.
yeah, so I think I have a pretty extreme position actually in comparison to a lot of people on this. But there are cancer patients who have been through cancer, went through chemo 2 times, and going through chemo is like a horrible experience. And they get cancer that third time, and they don't want to do it again. They don't want to live through that again. They don't want to do it. They would rather just wait their time out and pass away, right? And I think that there is I don't think it's right for us to force somebody to go through an excruciating process just because we're uncomfortable with them with them dying. I think that personally, I think that there I would consider allowing people to get help with like euthanasia for more than just 6 months of left to live. They could have 10 years left to live. But if it's a painful life, or they are plagued by an illness that is going to cause them pain for the rest of their life, I think it's fine to give them that dignity, allow them to go out on their own terms. Yes, you say
Is there
that
any,
we
is there any
you,
just
you
to interrogate this for a minute? Is there
yes.
any conditions which so what if they're blind? What if they go blind? Would you allow them that offer?
I think they would have to be evaluated by a doctor. Really, I think it needs to be cleared by a doctor.
people
But
value
I
living
think,
so much.
so I personally, I think the blindness thing, like there has to be probably something else going on But I do
Right, it's
think
a huge decrease in quality of life.
yeah, sure. I do think that there are some mental illnesses. If somebody is like constantly like suicidal, like I don't know, is it if they truly want to go and a doctor evaluates them and clears them, that might be an extreme position though. So
Go ahead, Eucharist, take it away.
I wanted to go back to the zombie thing.
Oh.
and give another-
No,
Oh, Corey's
it's a
got his hand up.
meme.
Oh, yeah,
It's
yeah.
a meme. No, don't go
It's not a meme. It's not a meme. But y'all do.
It
y'all
is a
do.
meme. It's not analogous because after you turn into a zombie, you're a major threat to society. Whereas
Yeah,
if you
I-
just die
I
of
want
cancer,
to-
you're not
I
a
want
threat to
to
people.
guide it in a different
Otherwise, it's
direction.
analogous.
It's not a meme. I
Okay.
want to guide in a different direction. But y'all handle the Stardust thing before I go off
So
on that.
yeah,
I also
no,
want to go
Corey's
back to
got
the
his hand
slavery
up.
thing though because I want to go back to that. So 1 second.
okay, we'll put a pin in that. Corey, go ahead, and then I'll give my response.
Well, I have
to
a question for
Stardust.
Eucharist, so I might
Oh,
derail.
okay.
or
Well,
delay.
let me respond to Stardust. The reason why I think that this is terrible, to be frank
I'm gonna go
and
soon.
clear, is I think that
think
it
you just
leads to
time.
this option that
food.
people have that we would not. Someone might choose because they went blind to take maids or to take another government assisted death who otherwise would not if the option were not available to them, and then would have a life that would otherwise be something that they would enjoy and that they would enjoy. We can't know at the end of the day, but I think that offering that option puts in incentives and pressures that are undue. The power dynamics that come into play in that case are such that I think that they can no longer properly consent to that choice.
I think that we have to trust people when they have said that they, I mean, we don't have to, but I think that when a doctor evaluates somebody and clears them, and that person has said truly that they are fine with the uncertain, that they are fine with not knowing what is next, and knowing that they're not going to ever experience anything ever again, whether that's joy or sadness, right? If they are ready to go, I think, and a doctor's cleared them, I think that the right thing to do is to help them, because otherwise you're keeping them, I mean, you're just denying their autonomy. I know you're talking about like power dynamics and things like that, but there are plenty of power dynamics that already exist with people who are artificially keeping alive, or people who are keeping alive against their will, or people who are forcing to go through chemotherapy for a third time that don't want to do it. There's a power dynamic there too. There's somebody out there who doesn't want to do chemotherapy for the third time because of the family pressure they have around them. They're doing it and they are suffering, and maybe they're going to die anyways.
I think
There are power
Can I-
dynamics already in this situation, and I think that possibly the power dynamics that exist are equal or worse than what would be under a system where you're allowed to euthanize yourself.
I want to respond to that, but I want to let Brittany go first. Go ahead, Brittany.
Well, I want to say, like, ultimately there's so much nuance to be had, and the individual experience is so complicated. But for every person that's going to wrongly die, there's going to be a person that should have. And then the cycle is just going to continue. Ultimately, like, we're going to cause suffering, whether we intend to or not. And so the idea is just harm reduction. It's not like eradicating suffering. That's not how it works. And so I think we all have the best intentions here, but the road to hell is paved in those. So just be careful with that. With that said, thank you for having me. It's almost 4 a.m. here.
you.
I gotta
Pleasure.
go. Thank you.
Always a
Take
pleasure.
care.
Yeah,
Be
thank
well.
you for
Bye.
coming by, Brittany. Bye.
Nice to meet you.
Can I follow up with you, Wick, on the 6-month stuff?
Yes.
Is
Like
attached to that
To
unbearable
be clear,
suffering?
6
Hold on, guys. Ooh, girl, I'm so tired. Yo, what up, bitch? That was great. They were so nice. I just want to say it again for you guys. The road to hell is paved in good intentions. And so many people have so many good intentions. And so many people are going to suffer because of that. And so you want to know why I don't prescribe? My ideas to 8 billion people, I don't make prescriptions as much as possible, is because I don't want to be any of those people on the panel that did that. and didn't take into consideration other people's lived experience. I don't want to make the mistake of saying that Brittany's way is the only way. And it's so funny how I exist on the internet where people are always like, Brittany's so black and white. She only wants people to do it her way. When, like, we just went on a panel where everyone was just saying my way was the right way. The best way is to give people choice. I believe in people's ability to choose. They can choose toxic relationships. They can choose healthy ones. They're not always making the most cognizant decision, which is why, again, you want to know if it's healthy, happy, and kind. If you're not in a healthy, happy, kind state, you're always going to be influenced by that like negative energy around you, right? And we can't always be perfect, so sometimes we're going to make toxic decisions. I was reading my journal earlier today during the time when I was in therapy, and I was just, oh my gosh, guys, every 2 pages, every 2 days was literally like, we got in a fight again. I want to die. I hate my job. I hate my life. Some pages were like, oh, great day today. Still want to die. Like, it was such a depressing freaking journal. And as I'm reading it, I cannot tell you, I have been like 4 years basically in the clear of having these thoughts and being this way and thinking, and so much of it is like the relationship I'm having with my consciousness, and I just don't think people are having that. You will die. And that's all there is to it. There is no way around that. You can't play games and cope and pretend you're not going to. Your family members are going to die. This planet is going to die. The universe might die. Everything around us will die. I hear God's already dead, so I guess even he dies. Everyone is going to die. You're just a blip in history. You're one more dead person no one's going to remember. You only have this one time on earth, and I think you should live how you want, and I think you should die how you want. And I hope you live with dignity, and I hope you die with dignity. And I wish the world would stop trying to force their love down our throats, because it's very frustrating. I think one of the best tools my therapist ever gave me was the choice that I could die. She was like, yeah, totally, you could kill yourself. But what if you didn't? This fear of like, oh no, don't kill yourself. You could live. Live for what? What is this life that you're offering that is better than the sweet release of an eternal nap? Eternal nap 100% of the time. And at the same time, I don't see myself unaliving myself right now. Why? Because I don't have to. It's not a need. But if it ever became one, I would really like the freaking option without forcing my family members into an awkward situation of having to kill their 89-year-old grandma who has Alzheimer's. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like they're not even considering the fact that you might come from a culture that isn't afraid of death and is okay with caring for our sick and elderly by giving them a dignified way of leaving the earth. Just so funny. And I think if you don't experience it, I get it. I totally get it. If you really don't have a positive relationship with death, of course it's going to be scary. Of course they're going to think it's cope. You don't have to cope with anything more than you need to cope with it in the moment. Death is not something you need to cope with. It's just something most people do cope with because they don't understand it. Man, I'm so lucky I grew up in the bubble I grew up in. Like, death is just it's a participation thing. Everyone comes around. Death is just a part. It's sad, yeah, dude, I get it. But like, it's a part of literal life. Like, I am really lucky, and this isn't guaranteed, but I think if I had to make a bet that if God forbid, one of the children died, God forbid, or even somebody in my inner circle died, it would be 100% devastating. But I think we've so prepared each other as a family up until this point where we know it could happen. We have to do it because we live a full life, and so we take risks, right? The kids live on a farm. Accidents happen. They live on a pond, like a farm with a pond. Things happen. So you do your best, you teach your kids the tools to survive, but things happen. And I think it's best to prepare yourself for the reality that you could be that statistic. You could be that story. And then accept that it will be sad, accept that it will be devastating, accept that it will be very hard. It's allowed to be hard, and it still doesn't have to be a cope. You can face death and have it be hard and still not have it be a cope. This is what introspection is. Introspection is having a relationship with your consciousness that allows you to understand your place in the universe and in your micro bubble. It allows you to have a relationship with the living and the dead. It allows you to ask yourself, depending on how far you go down that path of introspection, of what to do when you're faced with the reality of life itself. The actual reality of it. Not this like YouTube drama, Twitter war, like that's life too, but that's like a different part of life. The part of life that people are afraid of when they talk about death is the part of the introspection journey that people don't get to because it's too scary. And that's why I say, like, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. But if you find yourself listening to the panel and thinking like, hey, so-and-so is kind of like stopping themselves from seeing a different perspective, apply that to your life and think, okay, in which way am I thinking about something else in life the way so-and-so is thinking about death? Do I want to think about any part of my life with such a fear and such a energy? Or do I want to have a really intimate relationship with it so it's not the thing that is holding me back from living the most joyful life I can have? And then the journey is yours. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to live. You don't have to die. You don't have to do anything. You can just sit in your room and piss yourself all fucking day. But you have options. And that's all that matters. You don't have to take them, but you do have them. I'm going to bed now. Well, I'm going to go eat, and then I'm going to bed. Thank you for watching. I'm going to do more panels in the future, I'm sure. This was really interesting. And also at the same time, You know what? Okay, one last thought. The fact that some people live in bubbles where they never deal with suicide is insane to me. The fact that some people live in bubbles where it's not just like everyday conversation, but like, you tried to kill yourself last week? How'd it go? Because the reality is, like, you're not going to stop your friend who's suicidal. You can lock them up and put them in a facility, but that's not going to stop them from wanting to die. Like, the idea that some people live in a reality where people don't self-harm around them, like, couldn't be me. Man, I really just come from such an emo-ass bubble. I come from such a self-harm, like, killing yourself is just casual conversation bubble. These people who want you to live so hard are always the same people who, like, they never see you right. They never see you the way you need to be seen to even get past the idea of wanting to die. In order to want to live, you can't tell a suicidal person. I mean, you could tell some suicidal people, but you can't tell someone like me, like, it could get better. Girl, please, it could get better. Of course it could get better. I could win $1 billion tomorrow and it could get better. That's not going to fix the relationship I'm having with my consciousness. That's not going to fix the relationship I'm having with my inner soul. This epidemic of loneliness has nothing to do with fucking Tinder or your like shopping apps or your dating apps or whatever the people call it. It has to do with the relationship you're having with your consciousness. It gets better? No, you get better. And you only get better when you face your fears. And your fears often include death. When you face a fear, you end the cope. If you still cope, you haven't faced the fear. And if you think everyone is coping around you, look in a goddamn mirror. Okay, love you. Bye. Peace, love, and Jesus Christ. Ugh, I'm going. I love you. Bye.